let's start off with the most obvious. Let's start off with these three. These are, I think, pretty on point. Let's start off with IGN, Angry Joe, and Downward Thrust. Yeah. Oh yeah, Matthew Matosis. His video is fantastic. His video is absolutely fantastic.
Okay.
So anyway, yeah, those are some good ones. Let's start off. And yeah, IGN is terrible, so that's why I think it's going to be fun. Plus, I mean, you know, it's a good idea to have a warm-up. You know, start with something that really fucking sucks to get us, you know, get us going.
I guess that's true.
All right, so yeah, let's start off with IGN's trash pile video. Let's see how bad this piece of shit is. By the way, you're currently witnessing the only part of the entire game that has any decent animation.
It might not be fair, but Bioshock Infinite is a game that, for a lot of...
Oh, Ryan McCaffrey. I'm pretty sure Rags had a problem with this guy. I know he's the guy who also told Philip Mewson to fuck off, but yeah, I'm not exactly a fan every time I see a Ryan McCaffrey video.
Folks I know is being looked to as a savior for a first-person shooter genre that has gone stale and predictable.
This game is more stale and predictable than the games it claims to be saving the industry from. It literally copied all of those lazy fucking FPS games, which you, by the way, give 9 out of 10 ratings constantly anyway, so I don't know what you're complaining about. Like, this game is basically trying to copy Call of Duty, Battlefield, all those other generic fucking military FPS games that suck balls. What are you talking about?
Yeah, so this is basically, not only does it copy Call of Duty, this is kind of copy Halo by having the whole shield thing.
Well, I'm not bothered by the idea of the shield element. I mean, even, like, Borderlands had a shield. I know that game's considered really good. I only briefly played a bit of it. The shield in general isn't really an issue. It's, like, everything, basically.
I mean, the only thing that's different from this and Call of Duty is the fact that you have superpowers and, I guess, the art style.
And the superpowers suck as well.
The whole superpower effect kind of reminds me of the Borderlands series, how in Borderlands you get different abilities as each player.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, like there's the one that has like psychic powers, then there's the Gunzerker who is able to basically go to rage mode and stuff like that. Also,
well, it sounds a lot cooler than Bioshock Infinite.
That's what Bioshock 1 accomplished back in 2007 near the...
Yeah, Bioshock 1 actually did a lot better to improve on the nature of FPS games. Too bad its own sequel didn't take advantage of that, since, you know, Infinite was really bad with that.
beginning of the console generation, and that's what many are hoping Bioshock Infinite will do again at the end of it.
Which it didn't do very well.
Infinite takes place in the Cloud City of Columbia, because
which is a stupid city.
Sky is exactly where its ambitions lie. It will make you giddy to see just how high its successes will take you.
There are no successes.
Fun.
There are none. I'm more inclined to believe that you were high when you made this video.
Like the fact that I joke.
Yeah. Wait, that scene is stupid! That scene's fucking dumb! It's really dumb! Booker would break his fucking arm on that scene! And I don't care how many times people like Michael and Alex tell me it's just a video game and I shouldn't care. That is ridiculous and fucking stupid. And it's incredible this is put in all the trailers and nobody fucking sees how dumb it is.
Yeah, I mean, if he's supposed to be a normal person, shouldn't his arm rip out of his socket?
Yes, and Elizabeth sure as fuck isn't gonna hold on. At the very minimum, if you want the scene, you could have at least shown the animation for the shield breaking, so at least we get the idea or the visual signifier that the shield specifically protected him from the fall damage or the recoil. Oh, speaking of which, and this was a joke in the Let's Play series, but just a reminder, by the way, the game has fall damage. They literally still gave you fall damage while still having scenes like that. So in addition to it making no fucking sense, it's also annoyingly inconsistent. Yeah, you can jump off a fucking skyscraper onto that goddamn railing and no problem, but God forbid you jump off a 2-foot ledge.
That's dumb.
It is.
Hey!
Presentation! Over here in the video it says presentation. Yeah, the presentation sucks balls.
Get off! Stop it! Will you stop it?
Like the failed underwater utopia of Rapture before it, Columbia is drop-dead gorgeous to look at.
No, it is not! No, it is not!
I guess at first it is in the opening scene, but after that,
yeah,
not that much.
That's the thing.
Just there's a lot of the effect on this have like this weird grayed out kind of effect.
Yeah, that's true. I'm not too bothered by the grayed out effect. The thing is, like, it just looks bad visually. It just does not look good. Like, I'm gonna be blunt. I said this a couple of times and I'm gonna reiterate it, and you'll probably hear it for the rest of the video. But, like, this game looks like a PS2 game they lazily upscaled and remastered for an Xbox 360 release. Like, that's what it looks like. The visuals are very bad and very amateurish. Most of the lighting effects are done with like 2D flat JPEGs. It looks like they pulled up of Google Images and couldn't even crop correctly, especially the explosions. You know, they're not using any kind, like, if you look at papers that are scattered across the ground, they're like floating up, like levitating above the ground. It's like, it's terrible. Could they not have even bothered to just, you know, use the papers as like a ground texture and then just put a normal map on it or something? Something as simple as apples look like absolute ass in this game. Like, it's a mess. The thing is a mess. Postal 2 had better visuals.
Wasn't the original Bioshock on the original Xbox?
No, it was on the Xbox 360 as well. Anyway, so yeah. Like, visuals like the one you're seeing on screen right now look good, but like, that's basically because they're the blatant trailer fodder scenes. They're the scenes that are specifically put in there, you know, to get people to jerk off, right? As soon as they have your attention, they just stopped caring, right?
A vibrant color palette practically ignites the screen. Detail.
I mean, the color palette's okay, but I wouldn't say it's a vibrant color palette that practically ignites the screen. I'd say it's okay, but I wouldn't go anywhere beyond that.
There's this whole gray effect across every single color you look at.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's basically a wannabe steampunk. It's basically a bad wannabe steampunk game. I mean, I'm not even criticizing the lighting too much. Like, the lighting looks fine, but like, I wouldn't exactly go as far as say some brilliant anything.
With gorgeous architecture.
I mean, it looks fine here, but saying that it's vibrant is kind of a misnomer, I'd say.
Also, let's make sure we remember this line.
Detailed with gorgeous architecture and distant vistas.
Gorgeous architecture. The architecture of this world is idiotic beyond belief. Like, okay, here's the thing. Having a floating city is one thing, and I actually would have been cool with that. But the way they break it off into segmented chunks around makes it, like, impossible to live in a city like this. Also, and I know I've mentioned this quite a number of times, you can't have a fucking floating city this high up and not expect people to suffer from consequences. What I mean is, let me explain it like this. Do you know why people who climb Mount Everest need to wear oxygen tanks and stuff? Why they need to carry that stuff around with them?
Because oxygen is thin the higher you go.
Yes, and they would suffocate otherwise, or at the very least they'd pass out, whatever. They wouldn't be able to breathe. Oh, and do you know, by the way, why people who climb Mount Everest need to wear super thick and deep winter clothes to, to insulate from heat? Or, insulate heat. You know why?
Because it's cold as fuck.
Yeah, exactly. Well, guess how high up Colombia is?
Higher than Mount Everest, I'm gonna guess.
Yes, correct. It's higher than Mount Everest. Do you see where problems are beginning to emerge?
Yeah, people are dressed way too lightly for this kind of a place.
And they'd all need to be wearing rebreathers and stuff. Anyway, aside from that, they would also have to deal with 24/7 altitude sickness on top of, 24/7 motion sickness on top of the altitude sickness, and the freezing temperatures. And plus, like, those stupid skyhooks, they're stupid. Like, the architecture of this is terrible. It's absolute garbage.
The other thing with being that high up, the wind would be absolutely terrible.
That too. Yeah, the wind would be a nightmare to put up with. Yeah.
Realistically, someone could physically be up there on their feet. They'd be flying across the sky.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. Like, have you ever climbed a CN Tower or something like that? Like, the whole thing is caged off around the inside. Like, you can technically go outside the CN Tower, but it's all, like, super thoroughly caged up, and you will feel the wind pressure up there at the CN Tower. And Mount Everest is way higher than the CN Tower, and Columbia is way higher than Mount Everest, right? So, like, no. The skyhooks, like I said, are also stupid, because, like, the notion that this is going to be believed as a way to get around, like I said, the architecture is just a bad wannabe steampunk game. That's the architecture in this. I don't know what the hell you're talking about when you say great architecture.
Do you think that it could have been there's like why they don't have to have oxygen tanks and stuff like that could have been explained with them using the vigors, I guess, in this case, to, you build their bodies better that they could survive on the better.
Yeah, that's the thing. They could have justified using vigors or Lutece particles or something like that, because Lutece particles are the explanation for how they actually got the city into the sky, but they didn't really explain anything beyond that. I would have accepted if they just did that. Like, all you need is a throwaway line that's like, wow, Lutece particles also make it easier to breathe in zero altitude areas. Super cool, right? Like, no, apparently even that's too much to ask, apparently.
I guess there shouldn't be any kind of outside areas in the city. Like, it should be more like Rapture in Sky. And, like, even Rapture, like, the only people that okay, correct me if I'm wrong, but the only people you see walking outside are the big daddies who were built to maintain the city on the outside.
Yeah, the big daddies and the big daddies and the big sisters are the only people who ever went outside of Rapture, and that was because they were specifically conditioned for the underwater pressure.
Yeah, exactly. So if they were basically just large buildings floating in the sky, and although I have a question, how is this whole thing that they're just different sections here and there, right? If there's a kind of I don't know, constructional damage, what if one of those sections just comes off? Does it float away or just drop down?
Well, not even just that, but like I've said this again in the actual Let's Play, but like imagine someone like little Timmy going to school in the morning and trying to traverse the city, and like I'm not even kidding. They actually made it so that in universe you have to use those stupid skyhooks to get around. You actually have to use that dumb, stupid rotating gear thing and swing around on those skyhooks like a monkey. What you saw Booker do in the opening that I complained about, that he would have broken his arm doing it? Yeah, apparently that's how every fucking 5-year-old is just expected to go to school in the morning.
That's the way that people get around. I thought that was more like something for I guess the police or something to get around faster at best, but they don't have any kind of like tram system or going around.
Well, they do have a tram system in there. They do have they do have kind of like train stations and stuff like that hanging on those skyhooks. But at the same time, if those aren't available and you have to get to school, apparently the best option really is to just swing on those skyhooks. And plus, they also go into areas that are like really stupid and illogical. So even if you could get a train station that would go from the skyhooks and stuff, you'd still have to like jump off one hook onto another. So like, there's no way that's gonna work.
Those are
Columbia is
you can use as lethal weapons as well. Those skyhooks.
Yeah, it's really stupid as well. Because as Michael pointed out in the first part of the Let's Play, like you would never be able, like you couldn't grind into people's bodies. Like that thing would basically just be like a really bad nunchuck. And if you've seen Shadiversity, you know how bad nunchucks are.
Rich developed
the air grabber, the skyhook punching gauntlet thing is basically just a nunchuck but worse.
Oh.
Also, by the way, I'd like to take a note of this. So, you see right here how they have balloons? Yeah, this is the problem with the nature of the floating city. They can't even keep that shit consistent. We have balloons because, lol, steampunk! We need balloons in steampunk! But they also said that Lutece particles are how they get the city flying. They can't even stay consistent on that!
Those are not going to be sustainable for long. There's some propellers at the bottom, and then...
Yeah, they're right there. I keep the video right there. As you can see, right at the bottom, there's the propellers and then balloons on top.
Yep. Yeah, that would never work. And, like, again, they also can't even keep consistent. Because on the one hand, they say it's Lutece particles that gets the city off the ground, but on the other hand, we see this bullshit! This is dumb! Great architecture, apparently. Ryan, the architecture is great? Really?
Rich developed setting.
Rich developed setting? No, it's not rich or developed. It's fucking stupid. The logic and scientific anything in this setting is basically the equivalent of a shitty Rick and Morty fan bragging about how brilliant they are because they watch Rick and Morty. That's basically this whole game. And the setting is dumb as I've gone on for the past 10 fucking minutes.
More so than almost any other game I can think of.
More so than almost any other game I can think of. You know what? I'm just going to leave that one alone. I'm just not even going to comment.
Particularly when playing on PC.
Yeah. I am running this game with a Ryzen 3700 with 8 cores and 16 threads, 32 gigabytes of DDR4 HyperX RAM, an RTX 3070, and the game is installed on a solid-state drive. Yet despite all of that, the game still runs like absolute garbage, even after I set the settings as high as they can possibly go. Watch part 3 of the Let's Play to see just how bad the terrible stuttering and performance issues actually are. There is absolutely no excuse for the game to run this bad on this kind of hardware.
It's too ambitious for the Xbox and PlayStation 3.
No, it's not. It's just optimized like absolute garbage.
I'm pretty sure there are way more ambitious games out there.
Yep. Even Darksiders 2 was more ambitious. I mean, that game has its share of problems. I won't pretend that game's great by any... I'd say it's pretty good. But, like, yeah, that game was way more ambitious and went way further than this one.
Great music and great art style.
Yep, better music, better art style, better gameplay, better everything, basically.
graphics proved tough for the aging console hardware to keep up with.
Well, it wouldn't have been so tough if the game wasn't optimized. It's like fucking garbage. By the way, you see that chair that Booker's in? There was no reason for the chair to be designed like that. I made the comment again in the Let's Play, but like, the chair basically looks like it was designed for, like, because I guess, I don't know, nobody, even Red Raptor Rights didn't bring this one up, and Red Raptor Rights did a really good job in his video, but like, no joke, the chair basically, the only reason I can even imagine the chair being designed like that, like a fucking, like some torture chamber, the only possible justification I can imagine is that Comstock had a BDSM fetish.
Ew.
That's how little thought was put into this.
They have the same large-scale levels as the PC edition, but at the cost of low-quality textures that look muddy by Xbox and PS3 standards, and
Yeah, you mean lower quality textures that look muddier.
a frame rate that occasionally stutters.
Occasionally stutters. I like to reiterate once again, I was playing this thing on the fucking PC with way higher, with some pretty with hardware that outperforms a fucking PS4. In fact, it outperforms the PS4 Pro. And I've been dealing with fucking frame rate and stuttering problems.
Provided you have a substantial gaming rig, Columbia is best traversed with a mouse and keyboard.
Yeah, I think I've just clarified what my gaming rig looks like. Okay, and how well my PC should normally be able to perform. I can fucking tell you right now that this game is just optimized poorly, okay?
Telegram for you, sir.
The story, of course, is a huge draw to Bioshock.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a huge draw to Bioshock, and that's why it's so bad that this one was written like fucking garbage. It feels like it was written in a goddamn weekend. Not only did they blatantly rip off Bioshock 2, but it's basically just a lobotomized parody of Bioshock 2.
By the way, what's this game had something about the concepts of variable, thinking about what's like the parallel universes almost or something like that, because Comstock is another version of him that and so like, was any of that kind of stuff in the original Bioshock at all?
Well, that depends. Do you want to pretend that the retcons in Burial at Sea actually mattered, or do you want to take them seriously?
That doesn't count. I want to go with the actual original game because
then no.
So you bring okay. So I was wondering because Burial, when you say that Burial Sea brought that into the original game, that basically is just a retcon.
Yep.
Like
Burial at Sea destroyed everything. Let me put it like this. You've heard me talk about how much I hate this game. Burial at Sea is even worse than Bioshock Infinite. So get ready for that one.
Yeah, basically it's what would be a good... Well, basically it's the Star Wars at that point.
Actually, no. Here's basically what I would say it as. Bioshock Infinite is the equivalent of The Last Jedi. Right?
Yeah,
Burial at Sea is like the timeless child of Doctor Who. That's how bad it is.
I heard that pretty much everyone who was a actual Doctor Who fan gave up after that one.
Yep.
And Infinite doesn't disappoint.
Yes, it does. Yes, the fuck it fucking does disappoint. Disappoints fucking big time. Like, I'm just gonna put it like this, and I know I'm gonna reiterate this point a few more times, but like, all the scientific stuff you want to get out of this game, all the cool scientific discoveries and commentary about the nature of the metaphysical human reality, you could honestly get all that just by watching Futurama. And you're better off just watching Futurama than sitting through this garbage.
Can I just, like, pause this for a second?
Yeah,
And just
sure.
take a picture. Like, this is supposed to be their trailer that's supposed to bring people's attention to the game and get them their owners ready or whatever they want. Just looking at this, like, I know it's grayed out because the whole transition that they're doing, but that writing looks like absolute dog shit. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I mean, I guess everybody has their own different kind of writing. I mean, people laugh about my handwriting style. I'd also like to point out this whole thing looks blurry. Now, I don't know if this is just because, like, IGN's capture cards are fucking terrible, which honestly says more about IGN than anything else. But if it's not IGN, and if this is what the game itself looks like, which I can believe either way, it's pretty bad. Look at the blurry texture over on the wall, over the brick wall here. Look at this awkward blood smear. Like,
Blood splatter behind the guy. It doesn't look like it's curving with the wall. It legit looks like it was just slapped right there.
yeah, that's pretty accurate to describe. It's bad. This looks just bad. But it's also just blurry as fuck. Like, these visuals look bad. Like I said, even apples look like crap in this game. Apples!
Naturally, things get progressively weirder from there without ever making your eyes roll.
No. It went way past making my eyes roll and basically led into facepalm territory, like, very quickly. Oh, and that's also when you forget that this game ripped off Bioshock 2.
I think they went through the whole design theory. It's like, Bioshock 2. Let's just go with the same story, but throw in some different characters.
Yeah, we'll just introduce this new character who's totally not Eleanor, even though her name even starts with the same 2 letters. But, like, we'll just call her Elizabeth. And I know there's gonna be somebody commenting already. Wow, Christian basically complains that Elizabeth and Eleanor's names start with the same 2 letters, and that's why Bioshock Infinite is the worst thing ever made. No. I'll get into it, trust me. But there's way more at stake than just that.
As for the big twist, Infinite doesn't have the same advantage Bioshock 1 did, in that this time around, you're expecting a big plot twist.
And it's ass! Okay, the big plot twist is basically the dimension jumping. That's basically it. The plot twist is basically that Booker's Elizabeth's dad. There you go. The revelation that Booker's Elizabeth's father means nothing. It's just thrown in there for the sake of having a plot twist. It's absolutely idiotic.
Yeah, it's really annoying when people force plot twists that are stupid. Isn't that right, son?
What? Huh? What are you talking about?
You see, I am your father.
No, that's not true! That's impossible!
And Tristan is your brother.
What? No, that can't be true!
Yes, it is. This whole time we were brothers.
No! So anyway, should we continue with the video?
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
Yeah, the faster this is over, the better.
So the whole time you're playing, you'll be looking for it. Where's the twist? Where is it? I'm ready! And without spoiling anything, just know that it will come, but you won't be ready. When
The twist is fucking retarded!
the safe door on Infinite's biggest secrets finally cracked open, my jaw hit the floor.
So did mine, but not for the reasons I think Ken Levine wanted it to. Oh, well, look at that. At least they managed to get some half-decent looking volumetric lighting. That's at least something. Good job.
At first glance, and in fact in its early hours, Infinite plays a lot like the first Bioshock.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't at all. Well, except for when it's fucking broken. By which I mean the looting system that doesn't fucking belong here! But aside from that, technically, yeah, it does play like the first Bioshock. But no, it plays more like a fucking Call of Duty game trying and failing at imitating a Bioshock game.
I was thinking more along the lines that it begins to similar in the sense that you get into what is that sphere thing and launch into a new city where you get a quick look around and then you start the game.
Yeah.
Like after that, it's different.
Yep.
The plasmids are now called Vigors, but
And they're dumb. They're very dumb.
they do pretty much the same thing.
It'll cost me one here.
Yes, exactly. The possession figure is... What?
And they just hand it over at the fucking street, like no problem.
Yes!
You have a taste.
Yeah, go ahead and drink this thing. It'll give you the ability to make women fall unconscious and you can have your way with them. It's a happy love potion. Oh my god. And let's just make it clear on this one. Let me make it to the point very clear. He says the Vigors basically behave the same as plasmids. That's the problem. They don't fit the same context, but they still function the same. That's the problem, Ryan. Did you proofread your shitty script? Fuck, the game, Ken Levine couldn't be bothered to proofread the game script, so I guess you can't be bothered to proofread your review script, could you? Jesus Christ. Let me reiterate this point again. This city takes place in the fucking sky, so there's no reason why plasmids should ever be created here, because they wouldn't have had the atom necessary to do it. No, I am not accounting for Boreality's retcon, and I'm doing this game a fucking favor by ignoring that. Anyway, yeah, so I'm not taking that shit into account. Anyway, so yeah, the plasmids have no reason to fucking be here, or Vigors as they're called. And on top of that, they don't make sense. Why would you have these? Why would you need a fireball Vigor that blows shit up in this world? Why would you need a fucking electric Vigor that shocks the shit out of people? And why would you need a date rape drug? Unless you're Bill Cosby. Why would you need that? Okay? They made sense in Rapture because first and foremost, they had Adam. Second, it took place during a civil war. Okay? It made sense to make a weapon to weaponize Adam in a civil war. There's no fucking reason you need to do that here. Oh, and let's not forget, this game takes place in a world of extremely fundamentalist Christians who would regard any and all scientific anything as blasphemy and basically burn you at the stake for it. The person who actually created the Vigors in the city would be burned to death at the stake. Oh my god, this is dumb.
So what
That's
you're saying is they're Christians who believe that science is the devil's work, that they live in the sky.
Yes! That's why it makes no goddamn sense why they did this! And here's the thing, I'm gonna go into this again later on, but Michael basically tried to justify all of this by saying, it's Christians, it makes sense, because Christians do be stupid like that. I guess it shouldn't be as much of a surprise, Michael talks like a fucking Reddit atheist, but yeah, that's basically how he acted throughout the entire game.
Fucking hell.
Because you haven't met Elizabeth yet.
Yeah, I have actually met Elizabeth before, back in Rapture in Bioshock 2, when her name was Eleanor Lamb. I did meet her already, and she was better that time.
She has a suite of what are essentially
The
super.
only way I'm thinking about, again, wasn't it in the original Bioshock that they talked about the plasmids? Like, weren't they at first used in industrial means and in sports and stuff like that?
Yes.
And later on,
Yes.
as they started weaponizing them more as the Civil War started raging on.
Yes.
Like, I guess in this case, if they had to have something like this, I suppose you could have idea that they were prepared for like law enforcement or military purposes in case there's any kind of uprising or something like that. But
And that's true. But the funny thing is, that rarely happens. There are 2 enemies in the entire game that ever actually... No, I'm not even counting the fucking bald guy who gives you the shock jock. I don't even count him. I don't care. But yeah, so there are 2 actual Columbia military guys, or 2 enemy types in the whole game that actually use vigors. One is the Crow Vigor guy, and the other is the Fireball Vigor guy. And they're basically just a delivery means for you to actually get the vigors in the first place, before they show up like once or twice later on. That's it. You don't find any guy that uses any of the other vigors, nor are they around, like, by the casual enemies. You sure as hell are not going to see vigor users in this game as much as you are the splicers in the first game. You know, because... Ugh, yeah.
how the hell is it that a random guy can get some like the most powerful power up in this whole game just by walking down the street from a random lady who's just saying, "Hey, try this stuff out." Yet the military itself doesn't have that at all, and they just use regular guns. I mean, I get the fact that superpower doesn't just the fact that you have a superpower doesn't immediately mean you win because somebody can always shoot your ass first. But why don't they have these kind of powers?
Yeah, it's weird. Especially the shield one. You'd think that would be especially useful in military warfare. And keep in mind, by the way, and this was actually the fix I suggested, if they actually gave a fuck, that they could have actually justified it by saying they specifically prepared their military to be using vigors in preparation for that 1986 or 1985 invasion scene, or 1987, whatever the fucking year was that features Hag Elizabeth in the invasion scene in the future. They could have actually prepared to specifically use vigors for that. However, they didn't fucking do that because instead they decided to just use fucking blimps with mortar fire, which makes no sense because this is a post-World War II era where the entire military would be shot the fuck down before they even got close to America. Anyway, yeah. Oh, and one more detail that's, by the way, also forgotten. Atom withdrawal symptoms. Remember, in the original game, it's made pretty clear that plasmids are more addictive than heroin. Alright, Atom will fuck you up if you don't have a constant supply of it, and the withdrawal symptoms will kill you if you're not prepared for it. Or worse. They could do even worse, right? This game completely ignores that. No withdrawal symptoms, none of that. Just chug as many of these things you can. Chug them like fucking wine. Chug them like fucking apple juice, basically. Chug them like a fucking apple juice, and you'll never have to suffer the fucking consequences. Ever. Just, oh my god. It's so dumb. It's so fucking dumb.
But no consequences. I'd love that.
I don't know. I was gonna say something like chug them like beer or wine or something like that, but actually, no, you would get blackout drunk if you did that. But yeah, like,
powers, including the ability to.
If I had to like justify the consistent vigor, I would say that there would have to be some sort of like a Black Ops section of the army that only very few selected people use them, and they use it for like interrogation and stuff like that. I would say that would be the way to introduce how it exists, and then you would have to kind of fight your way through. Like that would be kind of a interesting way to do it in the sense that you get it much later in the game, and it's also made to be the way that allows you to eventually beat your enemy because you have to use it in order to get some special information and stuff like that.
Yeah, I would have suggested something like that. I would have suggested as an in-universe explanation that it's explained by something like it if you played Shadow of Mordor, the way that that game does like the branding system. I'd suggest that like Columbia military are doing that to like infiltrate, infiltrate high up ranking, government groups on the surface, by like possessing people and using them again like a Shadow of Mordor, possession.
Or that would be at least the plan, since it's still many years before they actually are going to start their attack. But yeah, that could be like the plan, is that maybe the possessor vigor is currently in like a testing stage, and they wish to use it later on in order to infiltrate the different facilities of the government and military on ground, so that they can attack both on the inside and from the outside when they start the invasion.
Yeah, but nope, we don't get any of that. Nope, instead it's just the Bill Cosby vigor.
Elizabeth yet.
Yeah, you just get
She
it on the
has a
street.
Yep.
suite of what are essentially superpowers, including the ability to open tears in the game world and teleport things in, like cover points, automated turrets, and more.
Yeah, no. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty accurate, but God, Elizabeth just sucks in this fucking game. Elizabeth sucks so much. What's really funny as well about the whole thing with Elizabeth is, in the actual trailers, Elizabeth was shown to be way more useful. I think I've shown the trailers before, like, many times. Elizabeth could do way, way more and way better things. Now, the full extent of her support is crate or different crate. Need I remind you, by the way, and I said this before, I would much prefer Elizabeth when she was Eleanor Layham. And funny enough, as Eleanor Layham, she is way, way better than Elizabeth, because, I mean, she's just better. She actually fights enemies directly, she's way more efficient, she helps out a lot more, oh, and she doesn't NPC block you!
Yeah, but they show like the trailer that she basically had the powers of Storm from the X-Men.
Basically, yeah, she was like Thor pretty much, and she could also like telekinetically move things, and she could like destroy bridges and stuff with her hands. Like, she was awesome. She was way cooler in the demos, but now it's like, no, crate or different crate, and she NPC blocks all the goddamn time.
That power is eventually explained in a cool way,
No, it's actually really stupid how they explain it.
and it adds a unique layer to combat that encourages variety and experimentation.
Oh, I'm so tired of hearing that excuse. No, it fucking doesn't! It doesn't have variety or experimentation. In fact, it does the fucking opposite. Because every time she just spawns the same crate in. She just spawns the crate or different crate. It does the opposite of variety and experimentation. And plus, you want to stay the fuck away from her because she's constantly NPC blocking you. Constantly! It's worse than a fucking Bethesda game! It's ridiculous! Oh, and by the way, let's also not forget that their way of actually trying to avoid having to go through the difficulties associated with escort missions is to just cop out. By the way, nice texture there. Nice fucking texture, guys. Anyway, their way of avoiding the difficulties that come with this stuff is to just cop out. They just fucking copped out! Basically, you can't actually, like, the enemies cannot attack or shoot Elizabeth until she sits in the corner sucking your fucking thumb, and that's when she's not getting in your way. Right? I get that escort missions are difficult to do sometimes, but there are ways you can design them more effectively. There are ways you can design a decent fucking partner system without copping out.
You might prefer to take cover, then step out with a heavy weapon and the bucking
Nice aim. Nice fucking aim.
Bronco vigor that tosses enemies up into the air.
Well, it's
letting you
IGN.
shoot
Yep. Oh god, have you seen the fucking Cuphead footage?
Was that IGN or something else? I was
Pretty sure that was IGN. Pretty sure it was IGN.
yeah, that's like legendary.
Yeah, actually, I think it was Ryan McCaffrey who actually defended that idiot. So I guess that shouldn't be much of a surprise that his review sucks.
shoot them like fish in a barrel. I
I mean,
Yeah.
too hard, bad game.
Yep, pretty much. By the way, you should definitely watch my Elden Ring on easy mode video. That was funny. Anyway,
Yeah.
Anyway, what else was I saying about, oh yeah, by the way, the vigors are also really dumb because they all look and function exactly the same.
There's possession, a stun, a shield, a damage dealing stun, a charge, a stun, and a push.
Yeah, so, like, you basically get, like, 2 or 3 actually different unique abilities, and then, like, 5 different stuns. And funny enough, this is after the gene tonic system was already removed from the first game, but, like, there was already more value in experimentation with plasmids in the first and second games, and they basically copied, like, pretty much, or most of the plasmids from Bioshock 2, yet with less of them. And somehow we end up getting a weaker, like, list at the end of it, despite the fact they basically should have just picked the 8 best plasmids from the first 2 games. But no, somehow we dumbed them down.
stopped to use the possession vigor on the huge Patriot robot to temporarily get it to fight on my side.
We've done that before in my own Let's Play. It doesn't function very well. The Patriot possession thing only lasts for like a half a second.
Then crush the distracted bad guys. Infinite's other big hook is literally a hook.
Which is dumb. Okay, Tristan, you can see the hook on screen, right? You can see it on the top left? Yeah.
The angle of that hook, you cannot physically impact and puncture any part of the skin or body.
Thank
It
you.
looks like a rotating wheel that just bitch slapped the fuck out of somebody.
Thank you. I was about to say exactly the same thing. There's no fucking way you could actually use that as an execution weapon.
I guess you could bash somebody's skull in with that.
Properly wanted to do that, they'd have to put the hook out further so it actually has weight to grip in there.
Yeah, and funny, Top Back says you can bash someone's head in with that. But funny enough, given the way the thing is rotating, you're actually probably not even going to be able to get much force behind even hitting people with blunt force damage. This is like an even more This is like an even worse nunchuck.
You may have seen the Skyhook and Skylines in
Whatever, I've already ranted about these things. The Skyhooks are fucking stupid and dumb.
Bioshock Infinite videos.
Go back,
And maybe you were
go
skeptical,
back to the whole
thinking a
idea
Skyhook
of how you
big
can
hook
use them as
is
weapons.
literally
Yeah.
Execution. The main thing is there's
hook.
no serration to it. There's no way of actually like puncturing and getting it out.
Yeah, it's dumb.
Realistically, if you put something that is dull into something, it's not gonna come out.
That is also another good point. Even if you could actually get the thing into the bad guys, there's no way you're going to get it out.
hook. You may have seen the Skyhook and Skylines in any number of Bioshock Infinite
It's a
videos.
crazy jump he just did.
Yeah, remember, you get fall damage, though. You get fall damage in the game, just remember that.
And maybe
But
you were
the thing is, they
skeptical.
don't explain how did he get up there.
They don't explain it. He just, he normally can't jump like that, but whenever the game needs him to fucking gain fucking Superman jumping skills, he just does.
There's no idea about the Skyhook having like a magnet and the Skyrail also having that, or
Nope, nothing like that. Nothing like that at all.
and there's not even any kind of like you could kind of believe some of these superhuman shit that he does if you had at the beginning maybe some sort of vigor that basically just boosts your physical abilities, and that's about it.
Well, yeah. I was going to suggest, if you actually see in the top right corner, you can actually see that yellow shield thing. I was actually going to suggest just explaining that the shield basically gives them superhuman abilities. Basically like Nen from Hunter x Hunter. How, like, you know, Nen doesn't just serve as a defensive barrier, but it also, like, boosts all your skills and things like that. And you can actually use Nen to do things like super jump. You know, or whatever. I would have accepted that explanation, but no, we don't even get that.
Yeah, and you know, you could do it very easily. Like at the very beginning when you're on a rowboat, whatever the two people are with you, one of them could have handed you this and said like, okay, you're gonna need this in order to be able to move around in the place where you're going or something like that. And it could also be an explanation as to why everybody's able to live here so comfortably.
Yeah, that's a good point, but nope, nothing like that.
Skyhook and Skylines in any number of Bioshock Infinite.
Also, the Skyhooks as well are also, like, very, like, on rails. I know, funny, they're literally on rails, but, like, it's more linear and on rails than, like, Sonic and the Secret Rings, and people already gave that game enough shit for it. Like,
So you know, that I had to ask here. Like I think one of the biggest things that people were kind of excited for these sections, or I think even Yahtzee in Zero Punctuation talked about these parts at least briefly, how it gave you this swashbuckle adventure feel. Is this fun? Are these part fun at first at all, or what?
kinda, I guess, but mostly just because they're a break from the tedious, like, gameplay. Like, it's basically a cutscene, right? And I think you've seen in part 2, there was a point where I just had to go through these Skyhooks, like, because, like, if the Skyhooks arrangements are not, like, you know, if they're not contuitive to, like, actually having fun, if they don't actually make any sense, you're going to have a bad time. Because if the Skyhooks have to do loops around where you need to go, you're just gonna have to sit on those fucking rails for, like, an eternity and wait for them to go in the direction you want. Like, it's just a nightmare. It's a fucking disaster. Like, it's basically just Sonic Generations or Sonic Unleashed rail grinding systems, but worse. That's basically what it is. And they don't really work the Skyhooks effectively into gameplay at all, because it's every time you're on the Skyhooks, it feels like you're playing a whole different game, basically.
When you think about the Skyhook design, like it has the 3 hooks and that are kind of spinning around. How does it help that it has those multiple hooks that spin around when you have to jump on these rails and hit on it? Like, shouldn't there just be one big hook that attaches to the rail so you can swing around? Like, that design, I feel like there's a good chance that you jump and you try to hit on it, but then it fucks up, it doesn't attach, and you fall to your death.
I don't know. I know in early demos they actually did have a design that looked a little bit more like what you're describing, but I have no idea.
Videos. And maybe you were skeptical, thinking it would be totally nerfed when you finally got to play it.
Yeah, it was. It actually was.
Nope. It's here and it's awesome.
No, it's not. We just talked about how it's not fun.
Fell in love with doing death from above airstrikes on grounded foes.
Yeah, he fucking shoots the guy and then jumps in there to try and give you the impression it looks good. Those things normally do like 1 point of damage. Like, those are fucking useless. The death from above airstrikes are fucking worthless.
And was pleasantly surprised at the smarts my opponent showed by using the skylines themselves to chase me.
Okay, so that's like the bare minimum in terms of enemy AI.
Hand-holdy crap we've seen in other games.
Hold on, what? Let's hear this again.
I love how Infinite dispenses with all the hand-holdy crap we've seen in other games.
He actually said that! You heard that too, right?
Yes.
Okay, good. I just want to make sure we fucking get that. This dumbass actually straight up said this game dispenses with all the hand-holdy crap we've seen in recent FPS games. Let's play it one more time.
I even love how Infinite dispenses with all the hand-holdy crap we've seen in other games.
All the hand-holdy crap. No, this game has more hand-holdy crap than I've seen in most other games, period. What are you fucking on about? Have you seen the goddamn ball throw test? I made a joke about this before, that it seems like the only reason journalists even seem to love this terrible game is because they basically went through the fucking hand-holdy ball throw test and they were like, wow, a game that dumbs down everything specifically for me. 10 out of 10. By the way, need I remind you, this is the same IGN that couldn't play fucking Cuphead correctly and then blamed the game because they couldn't get through the tutorial.
Yeah, because how gaming journalists have been lately at BS, like, we need easy mode on Dark Souls and everything like that. Yeah, I guess that makes sense why they would love it if a game is dumbed down as hell.
Ryan, don't even fucking try to tell me the reason this game is good is because it dispenses with hand-holdy crap when this game is more fucking hand-holdy than any other game out there.
Without leaving you to wander around aimlessly.
What do you mean without leaving you to wander around aimlessly? This game is so fucking linear, of course you couldn't get lost. Unless the hint system fucks up and goes and tells you to go in two opposite directions. I made this comment before, but if you ever seen the action adventure line from Stanley Parable, that's basically this hint system, only without the self-awareness or the funny.
Or if Elizabeth blocks you.
Yeah.
You won't find any tagged characters, compasses, or giant go here arrows in Columbia.
Isn't there the fucking arrow that goes in the fucking ground?
I was about to say that! Yes! You could literally just push the Ed key to get exactly that! Did you play the game? Yes, there absolutely is a giant obnoxious go here arrow in the game, and it's fucking stupid! This video is fucking garbage!
Well, it's IGN, so that was a given.
Yeah, valid point, but wow! That is... wow.
Cannot spell ignorant without IGN.
Yeah, that's... oh my god, you're a fucking... man, Ryan, you fucking idiot!
But if you do happen to get turned around, a simple button tap temporarily...
Okay, there we go! He literally fucking said, you don't have a giant obnoxious go here arrow, and then seconds later it's like, okay, here's a giant obnoxious go here arrow.
So, he basically just shot his own argument in the foot. Not in the foot. He just headshot that fucker.
Yeah, he shot his own argument. God damn it! He basically, yeah, I say he shot himself in the foot, but no, he basically shot himself in the face. Jesus Christ!
temporarily paints a line on the ground that points you in the right direction.
Which it rarely does, actually. Again, watch my Let's Play. It consistently ends up telling you to go in one direction, and then you go there, and then you get stuck, and you have to turn around and go back, because the arrow is having a goddamn seizure.
Dead Space 3 also does this, and I hope it becomes a widely adopted
What the hell
feature.
was that?
It went to the sky.
Dead Space 3 also does this.
Right there.
10 out of 10 game of the year.
Why do you need to do that? We can just move along the ground underneath Elizabeth's feet. Like,
It didn't want to touch her.
Because Elizabeth is so terrible, the game itself distorts around her terribleness. Oh my god.
I thought it wasn't even part of the game world here, but like it's just a basically a gameplay mechanic to help the player move forward, but is it actually a part of it? Is Elizabeth seeing this weird arrow just pop out of nowhere? Like, what the
Oh my god, I can actually believe that Elizabeth's actually seeing the thing. Because she's just that bad. By the way, I should point out, he says Dead Space 3 also does this. Yeah, great. The worst fucking Dead Space game ever made. Yeah, the game that fucking killed the franchise.
Also does this,
Yeah,
and I hope it becomes
didn't the Dead
points
Space
you in
game,
the right
even
direction.
for the first one, have a kind of like a point you in the direction where you need to go. Like basically, you press a sort of button and it light up a small trail for where to go. Like even the first game, I remember that being a thing.
I don't remember. I haven't actually played them. I only briefly played Dead Space 2 when it was loaned to me. But the funny thing, however, is that he specifically says Dead Space 3. Even if it is in the other two Dead Space games and it's actually really good, the fact that he specifically says Dead Space 3 is just wow.
Dead Space 3 also does this, and I hope it becomes a widely adopted feature
Yeah, I hope to God it doesn't.
from now on.
He literally talks about how this game doesn't do all that handholdy bullshit, and then fucking praises the game for handholdy shit, and basically says, I hope more games dumb themselves down for this shit. Jesus fucking Christ.
So I'm
Infinite's
pretty
biggest
sure
game-
Ryan here would probably appreciate it if games start doing the journalist mode that you had in your Elden Ring video.
Yeah, that would actually be very funny, yeah. I mean, this whole game is basically game journalist mode.
Gameplay sins are too much of one thing and not enough of another.
Yeah, too much. Yeah, the biggest gameplay sins are those two details, as well as, like, pretty much all of Red Retroid's video.
As engaging and dynamic as its combat is, the middle portion of the campaign, which I got 15 hours out of while stopping to smell all the roses, feels padded out. At several points...
Yeah, that's true. Okay, the first part of the game is basically track down Elizabeth. That happens 3 times. The same track down Elizabeth part happens 3 times in the same fucking game, and that's, like the most majority of the game. Like, my, again, to give you an example, my Let's Plays, there were 4 parts of them, and each one was, I think, like, well over an hour. The first part in particular was, like, 4 hours or something like that. Like, each part was pretty long. You could completely skip over parts 2 and parts 3 of my Let's Play series, and it would impact nothing. Or, like, the game's worth of content in those 2 parts of my series. Skip straight from part 1 to part 4, and you wouldn't miss a fucking thing. That's how much padding this fucking game has. And how much it recycles its own fucking plot.
You'll be about to reach one destination before being told, oh sorry, our princess is in another castle. You have to go over there first.
Yep. Yeah, by the way, he fucking falls into the wall. That fall? Booker survived that, no problem. Just want to point that out, too.
Ow.
Yeah, it's dumb.
It felt like the same story with the same impact could have been told in a bit tighter of a package.
Yeah, but then they couldn't fucking pad this thing. You know, whatever, I'm not even gonna bother.
And as for what there's...
That is fucking dumb. That was a very stupid execution.
That kind of execution wouldn't happen with a hook.
Yeah, that's dumb. It's just dumb.
There's no actual blade, physically look at the hook. It is practically a piece of rectangular tubing.
Yeah, it's terrible. This is fucking awful. Like, what the fuck is this?
And as for
the
what
hook came through the guy's neck, that makes more sense. That would honestly happen.
there's not
Yeah.
enough of,
Choice.
choices. Ironically, in a game with so
Yes, there we go! Finally! Finally! He fucking gets it! Yes, this game doesn't have enough choices! And the ones it does give you are fucking bullshit! Alright? It's basically the same as Mass Effect 3's fucking cop-out ending, okay? He finally fucking gets it right for once! Thank you, Ryan! Finally!
so many of them in so many places, options feel a bit limited in combat.
A bit limited in combat, okay, whatever.
2 weapons and
Wasn't he talking about not too long ago at the beginning how it encourages experimentation and stuff like that, and now it's limited? He basically just jumps from one argument to the complete opposite.
Let's play a game. It's called Politician. I'll say one thing and then I'll say the exact opposite. Oh my god.
This guy is legit fighting his own argument.
You fucking idiot! Ryan, you dumbass! I'm glad IGN's going bankrupt.
Dude, but I don't understand why the company, whoever owns IGN, why haven't they just shut them down? IGN is a joke at this point.
It's a mess. Also, your commentary is how apparently they don't give you enough options in combat. Funny, I was thinking about the story itself. How they spotlight the importance of your choices, like with all those Elizabeth choose one of the other sequences, or the do you kill or spare this one other guy to get your shock jockey vigor, only to then basically give you the same ending. I was thinking something more in line with that, but whatever. Okay.
2 vigors can be hotkeyed at any one time on the console. And with Infinite having so many variables and approaches to the combat...
Oh, variables, ha 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 ha, because constants and variables, ha 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 ha. He made a funny pun.
I felt pulled out of the action anytime I had to hold down one of the shoulder buttons, which pauses the game, in order to select a new gun or vigor.
That's your issue? Yeah, that's kind of just an unfortunate downside to console gaming. Like, what this is, why is this even relevant?
These are non-issues on the PC, of course.
Oh, so he's basically saying the fucking combat issues, apparently the lack of choices are apparently not an issue on the PC, because it's only an issue when you have to stop to go into a weapon wheel in the console. Oh my god, you fucking idiot. Ugh. Okay, so he didn't even bother talking about the 2-weapon limit? Ugh. Or any of the other problems? Okay, let me just explain a quick issue with the game mechanics. This game has a weapon upgrading system. Again, basically just as a lazy attempt to try and copy-paste a mechanic from Bioshock 1 and 2. The problem is, they don't fucking work here because they have a 2-weapon limit. So, you know what's going to happen? Tom Bag already knows this, so Tristan, do you want to guess what is actually going to happen when you have a 2-weapon limit in a game with an upgrading system?
I'm going to take a wild guess saying you upgrade something and you just found the same thing.
Pretty much, yeah. Also, not only that, but what's also going to happen is you're going to upgrade your gun, so you're going to, max out its stats or whatever's your favorite gun, and then you're going to run out of ammo for that gun, and then you're going to throw it to the ground and pick up another gun, and oopsie, this one hasn't been upgraded anymore. It's awful. The mechanics are fucking garbage in this game. This game is fucking terrible. I'm not even kidding. This game is basically like playing Ride to Hell Retribution with the plot of Sonic 06 and the ending to Mass Effect 3.
Also, it doesn't make sense when you think about it logically. The upgrade system. I mean, wouldn't it be like if you have this revolver here and you go buy an upgrade for it, like more damage and stuff or something like that? Shouldn't it be in that gun specifically? Why is it that when you throw that away to pick up a machine gun and then later on you find another revolver, pick up that, it suddenly has all the upgrades you bought into it?
I don't fucking know. It's dumb.
Yeah.
I'm going to bring this up. It's Borderlands. They have a weapon upgrading system, and it's just purely damage. But it doesn't affect a singular gun. It affects all of the same gun. You have ones for some machine guns, assault rifles, pistols, rockets, shotguns, yada yada yada.
I mean, I can accept that, but I mean, here's the question. Does Borderlands give you a 2-weapon limit?
It gives you 4.
Okay, that's not bad, actually. I remember hearing people complain that Duke Nukem Forever had a 2-weapon limit.
In the initial first part of the game, you're at 2, then eventually you get to 3, and then eventually you're at 4.
Okay, that's actually not bad. If you can actually upgrade this game to get like a 4-weapon limit or something like that, I actually would be a little bit more accepting to that, but nope, apparently not. I mean, I personally think that a game with an upgrading system should just give you all the weapons, but I mean, 4 is better than 2, so... yeah.
The studio continues to experiment with new ways to tell stories while fusing first-person
experiment
combat
my ass.
Yeah.
with emergent gameplay.
I mean, nothing is technically wrong except for everything, but I mean, yeah, no, this game is fucking bad. This game is really fucking bad.
I mean, experiment by taking, ideas from other game series and putting them in a game that didn't need them.
Yeah, it literally ripped off its own predecessor. Jesus Christ. 9.5. Amazing. Jesus Christ. Riveting story. The story is a ripoff from Bioshock 2 with lazy commentary that feels like it came from a Reddit atheist and a massive hit piece on Christianity with quote-unquote scientific writing that basically, again, feels like it came from a Reddit atheist, in which you could generally get more out of by just watching Futurama. Layered combat. The combat is fucking terrible and broken. It doesn't goddamn work at all. Stunning art. The Postal 2 has better art. This game's art is fucking awful. Stretched middle. The whole game is fucking padded out. By the way, so see what I mean? This is that chair I was talking about. That stupid fucking BDSM chair. The game opens up with a fucking plot hole.
For everything you could ever want to know about Bioshock Infinite, you're already in the right place.
Fuck off, I'm not doing any more of this. Okay, here we go. Downward Thrust. Bioshock Infinite 7 years later. Let's watch this thing. Then we're gonna do... actually, yeah, do you want to do Downward Thrust or do you want to do Angry Joe first?
Let's do this one.
Alright.
Let's do this one.
Bioshock Infinite released in 2013, casting aside the subterranean and somewhat horror-esque mad science vibes of its first 2 critically acclaimed titles, instead telling an entirely new story with a completely different vision and presentation, though it did still hold on to many of the
What?
What's the second one critically acclaimed?
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure it wasn't all that critically acclaimed. No, it wasn't considered dog shit, but the general consensus is that the game was pretty disappointing and just bad. That was the consensus for Bioshock 2, which is funny because the game basically gets praised for doing literally all of the same things that people complain about Bioshock 2 for doing.
Though it did still hold on to many of the immersive storytelling shooter elements that defined the franchise from the start.
Yeah, unfortunately, with none of the context working!
It's important to keep your expectations in check in this regard, as Bioshock Infinite is...
I went in with no expectations. None whatsoever. I didn't like it when I played it the first time around, then I went back and played the first two, played this one again, and I fucking hated it on second playthrough. My Let's Play was the second playthrough I did, and it was terrible. Like I said, I went in with no expectations.
Is not a sequel to Bioshock 2, nor is it a prequel. Those expecting it to be anything of the sorts may be led down by Bioshock Infinite, giving its obvious departures.
Like I said, I played this game first. I didn't go in with the expectations of it having anything to do with the other Bioshock games. I went in just expecting a competent game. And it wasn't even that.
Even though it does share some thematic objects, such as a lighthouse. But if you judge it by itself, Bioshock Infinite is an ambitious, and for the most part, incredible video game.
No, it's not. It's fucking terrible.
Even 7 years
How are
later.
you ambitious by basically
The game kicks
copying the popular trends at the time?
Yeah.
with the player assuming the role of Booker DeWitt, a man assigned to retrieve a girl named Elizabeth from Colombia in exchange for a lofty gambling debt he's run up. Pretty simple, right? Well, at least the basic premise is. After an intriguing first 2 lines of dialogue and an interesting scene in which Booker is rowed to a lighthouse by...
No, it's not. The very beginning is a stupid scene where it basically becomes so pretentious, it basically puts a quote from the Lutesses and then plays that at the start of the game. It basically quotes itself, because it's that fucking pretentious. That's already a terrible start. Oh, followed by that BDSM scene! And as if that wasn't even stupid enough, the Lutesses, by the way, didn't even need to bother doing any of this. Dumb enough that Elizabeth could have just walked out of Colombia whenever she wanted, but the Lutesses could have done it too. They are gods. They could do whatever they want because they have unlimited time-space manipulation. Why would they even bother sending Booker in to try and get her out of Colombia when they themselves could have basically just retrieved her and sent her to Paris to live out her life away from those guys? Hell, they could have erased Colombia from existence whenever the hell they wanted to. The whole game never had to happen at all. Why would they waste their time even getting Booker to try and retrieve Elizabeth when they could have done it without him and done it far more efficiently and with less bloodshed? Why? The Lutesses are apparently gods, yet they're complete and utter morons. Why are they so stupid? Why are they such idiots?
Can't the devil do anything about it? No, the devil has no power over his son in this realm. Why not? I'm actually glad you asked. Give me a second. Because. Oh, yeah, no, that works. So obviously the devil's gonna need the Ghost Rider to take care of this for him, right? So the devil only has the power to give someone the power to deal with this? That's what we're going with. Well, okay then.
A man and a woman in the dark. He is rocketed towards Colombia and the game begins.
Yeah, that scene is also stupid because the fucking paper basically tells Booker sit in this stupid arm clamp chair that looks like it came from that looks like a Saw death trap. You may as well see Jigsaw's name on the chair. Go sit in that thing, it'll all be fine. Oh god, now when Jigsaw's like, I want to play a game, it's like, God, please just kill me, I don't want to play Bioshock Infinite, no!
Can I go back to cutting my own eye open in order to get the key, to get the antidote? I don't want to play this shit.
Anything but Bioshock Infinite, please!
Speaking of Bioshock Infinite isn't the most impressive game I've ever seen, but it's damn
No, in fact, it's a big fucking pile of shit.
pretty, even after all this time.
No, it's not fucking pretty, the visuals look terrible.
While the city does lack the natural mystique and the claustrophobia of Rapture, Infinite still has a very strong atmosphere. Hard shadows and deeply saturated colors make the city pop out against the gentle sky blue vistas, which...
I mean, yeah, I guess I'll kind of agree with that. The lighting is fine, kinda. But again, the visuals are bad. They are bad. They are extremely low poly, they look like garbage, they don't have any half-decent normal maps, and most of the effects look like they were pulled off of Google Images!
I have to say that, now that I think about it, this doesn't look all that interesting, really. I mean, it's a, like you said, a poor man's steampunk, and there's nothing, like, Rapture with, it's not just, you know, how dark and claustrophobic it is with the whole underwater theme, but it was kind of like an alien world almost with how it was designed. This isn't really that. This looks like any other place because they completely ignore the science behind it. Like it would be more interesting if they had actually done more research and had these people walk around in heavy coats with breathing oxygen tanks on their backs. Like that could be actually more interesting than just this typical 1920s America here.
Yeah, this is bad.
Which creates a very unique aesthetic that feels inviting, charming, and definitely different. Not to mention the early 1910s vibe is just downright cool.
Can
Except
we
for
go
the
back to that one scene?
Which one? This one?
Yeah. It just feels like everything's the exact same. There's no individual bit of detail. Like everything just looks like you just copy and pasted one thing onto everything else.
Oh yeah, that is a good point. I was actually going to say something like that at some point, but yeah, I guess you blew the lid on this. We'll address it now. Yeah, the NPCs are like very samey. They are very, 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 very samey. They basically all look like the same person.
And another major thing, it's not major, but it's just something that's throwing me off. What's with these flags flying up?
I don't know. I guess they have air blowers in the containers. I don't know.
inviting, charming, and definitely.
But they definitely don't look like the way fucking paper is supposed to move. Or flat fabric. That looks awful. What is this? That is a terrible. Come on.
Saturated.
It's supposed to be kind of like the inflatable tube guy you see in.
But it doesn't look right. It just doesn't look right. Guys, come on. We literally have free cloth simulators you can use to make that look better. Come on. This could take a few fucking seconds to do. This looks terrible. They're stiff as fuck. What, did somebody jerk off in them so many times that they've gotten stiff and hard and crusty? Why the fuck do those flags not move like flags?
There's an image for your head, huh?
Oh my god, this looks awful.
Feels inviting, charming, and definitely different. Not to mention the early 1910s vibe is just downright cool. Except for the background, non-important character models, which are just downright hideous, Columbia is a joy to look at.
Okay, so we at least acknowledge that. The models and NPC characters look fucking hideous.
These guys look ugly as shit.
Yeah, they do. Like Saints Row, all of the Saints Row games had better looking NPCs.
Itself well to Infinite's new story. Buildings gingerly bouncing up and down in the thin air.
Like, look at the flowers on the hat. Look at that thing. Like, God, Jesus Christ, this looks like shit.
Airships flying in the distance underneath a blanket of fireworks and light streaming through the cobblestone streets. Yeah, it's just gorgeous. Infinite's broader range of colors makes for a
I wouldn't really agree with that. The lighting looks jagged and terrible in some cases.
very welcome change to the strong green hue that defined the franchise before, and it's also a nice refuge from the throngs of otherwise very brown video games.
Okay, here's the thing. I'm gonna kind of agree with him to a degree, but so much of his commentary is like, it's different from Rapture, and that's why it's better. Look, I acknowledge I'd rather be in a city in the sky than another Return to Rapture, because I was kind of sick of it by the time we got to this game anyway. Or I would have been had I been around, right? Like, we got 2 games in Rapture, plus Minerva's dead. I can understand the importance of wanting to change things up. I mean, like I said, I only went into the game, like, I started the series playing Infinite, but I get the idea. Had I been around from the start, I probably would have gotten tired by this point anyway. Point is, however, oh god. Got distracted from my train of thought. Look at the fucking bloom on this! This looks awful! This lighting is terrible! Anyway, as I was saying, oh god, everything looks bad. This lighting is so bad. Anyway, as I was saying, like, I get the idea of wanting to change things up, and I'm not gonna say it has to be back in Rapture just for the sake of it, but, like, this, like, don't praise it just for the sake of being different.
Even the dark areas of the game have a certain lively feel to them. I don't know, there's just something about a very vibrant game that's still maturely presented that just makes me want to play it.
This isn't mature. This comes across like an edgy 13-year-old's DeviantArt fanfiction.
And thankfully it does a great job holding on to the strong atmosphere all the way through.
Like, the dialogue itself is as pretentious as something you'd read on fucking Wattpad. Or actually, more accurately, it's like a Reddit atheist posting a fucking fanfiction on Wattpad.
It makes for an interesting setup when you line up Infinite's new look with its thematic interests, which often clash. During the first few hours, Bioshock Infinite
Yeah, this game is basically at war with itself because it's a Frankenstein abomination.
is a game centered around the people and the ideology of Columbia. Inside this false utopia is a people ruled over by elitist ideologies, religious adoration, a crippling class system that favors white nationalist attitudes.
Yes, we get it! Every Christian in the world is worse than Hitler. We get it, okay? We hate Christians, okay? Point fucking made.
And the meat grinder of predefined social roles. Infinite has a number of things it touches on to present these themes, such as mild forms of racism, patriotism, class disparity, slavery, and many more.
All of it are basically handled with the level of intelligence and the maturity of a fucking 5-year-old. Like, literally the entire game that's supposed to be such a deep commentary on the nature of racism basically does nothing more than say racism equals bad. And frankly, anyone who didn't know this by the time they already played the game would not benefit from getting the message delivered to them in the game.
Portrayed via various cutscenes, graffiti, and voiceovers, or simply by having players stumble upon the material themselves.
Oh, god damn it. Okay, having all those black people in Colombia makes no sense because it's a floating fucking city. Now, and I'll be fair, Charlatan Wonder did actually mention this, so I actually found out that apparently there is actually an explanation for why there are this many black people on Colombia. You ready to hear it?
Sure. Do you want us to take guesses as to how they're there?
Nah, it doesn't actually matter. But I may as well explain it though. Basically, it's a number of things essentially amounting to apparently there were some black people that just fell asleep on the transport ships that got to Colombia. And a few other explanations, I don't know. But it's not explained in the fucking game, it's explained in a fucking supplementary book you have to buy separately.
Oh, fuck off.
Yup. They did that.
So this ship, like the ball thing that Booker gets on in order to get to Colombia, that's not the only way to get in. There are people who use like airships to get into Colombia.
Fuck if I know. I mean, I imagine they have to have some other explanation because there's no way that you can expect every single person could only get into Colombia one at a time in a BDSM chair. Yeah, good luck getting an entire city's worth of people up into the city if that's the only way in. At the same time, though, they don't explain any other way to get in or out.
And like the explanation is that there are people who just fell asleep and woke up in Colombia.
I mean, there were like 5 or 6 different ways for people to get into Colombia or for black people to end up on Colombia. That was like one of them. I think another one was like they were the workers or whatever. The black people were like the construction workers that built the city and then got enslaved, which is dumb. Okay, I'm gonna spare you the history lesson, but I do know there was a specific fucking reason why Romans did not have slaves build the fucking water things, build their aqueducts. There is a reason why you do not have slaves building your fucking city, okay? I'm gonna spare you the history lesson, but there's a goddamn reason why. And it's fucking delusional and stupid to imagine that Comstock just thought, hey, let's just get a bunch of random black people, make them build our city, and then we'll just enslave them. No problem. That's gonna work out perfectly. What could possibly go wrong? It's dumb. And this is again on top of the fact this is only explained in a supplementary book you have to buy after the game itself came out. Oh, and by the way, and I know this is mentioned before, the supplementary book does not appear to have an explanation for this. Why didn't the black people start using vigors so that they could fight back?
Well, I mean, the fucking book could explain why most of the military doesn't use that.
Yeah, makes sense. I mean, hey, I wouldn't even care if it was in the book because it's supposed to be explained in the game! But anyway, yeah.
I mean, if anybody can get their fucking hands on the Bill Cosby drink, it's just by walking in the fucking town fair, how the fuck don't the police or the military have any of those abilities at all?
Yeah, the black people especially, though.
Yeah, there are a couple of the units, like the flame guy and the emo crow guy that's edgy as fuck, but...
Yeah, we only get a handful of enemies here and there that basically use vigors, but, like, if the majority of the military is not using vigors... Yeah, I guess it makes sense that they wouldn't think to have the actual fucking black people use the vigors to revolt. Not even the fucking Vox Populi want them. They literally wanted to get Chen Lin, the gunsmith, to make weapons for them, but they didn't think to use the fucking fireball weapons, the fireball drinks.
Or the shields, or the possession one, or the lightning one.
All these... so dumb. And again, the Vox Populi, they're the people that have the numbers, the military, the Vox Populi basically is their own... You know, it's basically its own military. They got guns, they got power, and they're really forcing they're really trying to put pressure on Colombia. Yet for whatever godforsaken reason, even they aren't using them!
It's all run by Father Comstock, who seems to be somewhat of a twisted religious zealot, almost a phantom prophet of sorts, rarely seen, yet everyone seems to follow his ordinance.
Who is also Booker, by the way. We'll get into that also, but like, yeah, the fact that fucking Comstock is basically just Booker from another dimension is really dumb.
Deity, erecting statues with his snowy bearded face, Christianed into his will and his servitude. I admit it's a very intriguing introduction and a nice contrast to the bright city, as it makes you question why Colombia ended up this way in spite of its paradisal beauty.
Too bad there's no explanation whatsoever!
Though oddly enough, Bioshock Infinite does not linger on any of the subject material for very long, and that's very...
Yeah, because it's fucking schizophrenic beyond belief and it can't keep anything consistent, very quickly devolving into basically another COD, basically turning into another COD clone, where they basically dismiss all the stuff they thought was so intelligent or whatever, to basically just go into another dumb Civil War storyline that's poorly thought out and fucking stupid.
Very strange. Outside of a forced baptism, a quick time of...
Oh, that was stupid. That was so fucking stupid. See, this is what I mean when I talk about the ball throw test. Matthew Matosis goes into this in way more detail, but basically, the game is literally a shooter game where it's all about aiming your weapon. And you'd think that maybe they could specifically tell you to hit the interracial couple with the ball, but then, like, if you actually think for a second, you could try to aim the ball away to hit the announcer, this jerk. You could hit this jerk off with the ball, using the inbuilt aiming system. That'll be a good way that only people who really think outside the box or who are actually aware will think to do that. A great way to reward the player who don't even know this is even a choice, and they even have an option. It's a great way to think about it. Matthew Matosis brought this point up, and it was really on point. Instead, what they do is big, condescending button prompts. They don't even trust their fucking players to be able to throw a ball correctly.
Event where you choose who to throw a baseball.
And that doesn't even matter which choice you make anyway, because, like I said, given the commentary about concepts of variables and the importance of your choices amount to fucking nothing, because that shit happens every fucking time, no matter which choice you make.
For very long, and that's very strange. Outside of a forced baptism, a QuickTime event where you choose who to throw a baseball at, a biracial couple, or a racist announcer, and a few nods to elitism portrayed later on, Bioshock ends up being a game not about the effects of this oddball, distorted anti-utopia, but rather about opening rifts into new dimensions and altering the course of the past and future.
And it's all handled very poorly. But, I mean, hey, at least it's kind of fun.
That?
What?
Why did it need to become that? Like, why couldn't it be about this another utopia that may have had a vision at some point, but it got distorted and became a nightmare, a reality? Why couldn't it be that? Just like Bioshock 1, except maybe take the idea to a different direction, give you a new place to explore, but instead it starts being about fucking dimension hopping, like you're in a Marvel comics.
Not even a Marvel comic again. It's dimension hopping like a bad Futurama episode. Except that even that would be insulting to Futurama, but you get what I mean. Like a lobotomized parody of a bad Futurama episode. Like, yeah, I think that's a pretty good point what you mentioned. I've been looking into a game like We Happy Few, and I've been playing Dishonored. It honestly would have been more interesting. I would have, I think I may have said this once or twice, but, like, Dishonored basically feels like Bioshock Infinite in a world where Bioshock Infinite was fucking good. Like, I would have rather just gotten that. Like, we could have gotten, like, a Dishonored or, Dishonored, Dishonored, We Happy Few type of game like that, where we could really look into this. I made the commentary as well that, like, this is kind of like if Sonic Colors was, like, an M-rated game where they had to go into, like, showing the nature of the distorted, twisted carnival from hell, because that's kind of like what Sonic Colors was like. Or would be like if it was an M-rated game. If we had gotten stuff like that, it would have been really cool. Instead, again, it's just, ugh, God.
Yeah, there's quite the shift. A couple hours into the game, and it really doesn't ever go back to this place.
Well, I want to take a look at that.
Yeah.
That is some bad lighting. That is some really fucking bad lighting. What the fuck is this thing? This is like a bad God Ray effect. What is that thing? What the fuck?
A couple hours
That was awful.
into the game, and it really doesn't ever go back to this place. It's not to say that Bioshock Infinite does nothing with these themes, but it's
Yeah, it does.
interested in using them as showcase to grab.
Yeah, it does.
Bioshock
Yeah,
Infinite.
it does absolutely fucking nothing with these themes.
It does nothing with these themes, but it seems more interested in using them as showcase to grab our attention and simply move past them to get to the story it really wants to tell.
That's actually a pretty good way to summarize it. That is a fairly accurate way.
The unbelievably complicated paradox of Infinite, note the game title, realities, which we'll discuss a little bit later. Truth be told, it would have been nice to see Infinite have something more profound to say regarding these themes, among others it touches on, prosperity versus justice, degeneracy, the dark American history, rather than simply use them as window dressing, but they do add flavor to Columbia nonetheless. No,
I kind of don't. But yeah, you'd think there could be some interesting commentary on that, right? Like, I'm sure you've heard the quote, all it takes for evil to succeed in this world is for good men to do nothing. Comments like that. They could basically build, they could actually build some really interesting choice systems around that idea there. And question, should people who turn a blind eye to bad things in the city be punished? The same as those who actively contributed to it, or something like that, That could be interesting.
That could be a good idea.
Yeah, but nothing. Like, maybe you could actually reveal that. Maybe Elizabeth had a friend in Colombia or something like that. Like an old friend in Colombia or whatever. Maybe a military guard man person who she actually bonded with. Granted, I'm making her sound even more like Eleanor Lamb. But regardless, she could have a person that she actually bonded with or got to know. And then we could question, like, this idea. Did he actually, does he deserve to be punished? Because should Elizabeth try to seek out revenge on him? Because he contributed to her situation, even if it wasn't actively willing. We know some people just do bad things because they can, but others do bad things under duress, right? Should that be put under question? No, we don't get any of those choices, right? Again, that's all about the importance of your choice, the concept of constant variables and the importance of your choices. And they don't really do anything with it. Like I said, it's like Mass Effect 3. It's like on Mass Effect 3 hyped up the importance of your choices for 3 goddamn games, only to do nothing with it.
Yeah, it's always a good idea to go with. It's not necessary always, but it's a good idea to do a villains or settings in a sense that this is bad, of course, but it might be bad for a greater good kind of thing.
Yeah.
So that could really mess with you in a sense as a player. If this could have basically maybe some choices as well, instead of just the ball thing at the beginning.
Yeah, the ball thing.
Does it have any other choice places where you'll have to like make a choice that could affect the outcome?
There's like 2 or 3. I mean, no choice in the entire fucking game affects anything. Like, it doesn't even matter. But there's like maybe 2 or 3 choices. They all affect nothing. The first one is, do you throw the ball at the announcer or not? Or do you throw it at the couple or the announcer? The second choice is, the bald guy who uses the shock jockey vigor, do you kill or spare him? And then the third choice is which pendant should Elizabeth use as a necklace? Those are the 3 choices in the entire game.
That third one sounds dumb.
It is dumb.
No, Bioshock Infinite diverges from this material rather fast, in fact, splitting the game in 2.
Too bad it did run her over.
Yeah, I wish it did hit her.
Be a proper and in many worlds theory time-jumping escort mission, and it's the latter that takes most of the spotlight, turning the game into an extremely linear, almost on-rail.
Oh yeah, that's a really good point, actually. I just realized. Yeah, so, even if somebody's gonna say there wasn't enough time to work out all the mechanics and themes and shit they wanted to put into the game, yeah, they honestly could have just scrapped. They could have maybe cut one of the 3 different Track Down Elizabeth parts of the whole that make up most of the fucking game, in order to find time for that, or cut out that absolutely ridiculous Civil War story. They could have cut that shit to make time and room for the more interesting stuff that could have been in there.
And also, this might seem cynical of me or something like that, but I think if you have an issue of putting all your themes and gameplay mechanics into a game, maybe you should decide on putting gameplay mechanics because it's a fucking video game.
Well, I mean, in his defense, this game didn't either, so no problem, right?
Yeah, but I was thinking, like, if you have a problem doing both, maybe do one of them good, so at least it's at least a succeeds at one thing instead of failing at everything.
Oh, Tom Egg, you're such a stupid Neanderthal. You're so dumb you don't understand anything. Smart people, stupid people would think it's a good idea to choose one idea over the other and weigh out which one is more important if you can't do both. Really stupid people try to do both things and make them work. Intelligent people fail at both things to make a commentary on the nature of constant variables and how this all ties into the ever-present cycle of trial and success combined with the nature of the human condition divided by misery times multiplied by whatever. I'm going off with a stupid galaxy brain analogy, but you get the idea. Fucking galaxy brain stupid person thinks that you're dumb. Ugh, God, this game is awful.
Shooting game on the backdrop of Elizabeth's ability to tear through dimensions. When Booker finds Elizabeth and frees her from captivity, their fates become tangled, and the game at this point jets off into a series of very bizarre events which I can only describe as riveting, mind-boggling, and exciting. Truth be
I wouldn't describe it as any of that. I'd say it's bombastic, stupid, and fucking epileptic.
And extremely preachy and very convoluted, which is both its biggest strength and its biggest weakness.
I'd say it's only one of its biggest weaknesses, but I guess that's true. It's incredibly preachy and condescending to its players.
As so much of the material is very interesting, yet not all of it is cohesively explained. But
none of it is cohesively explained.
Overall, I still really enjoyed it. The first thing...
I mean, I won't hold it against you for simply liking the game. I'm not the kind of person who's going to tell you you're stupid if you like something I don't, or vice versa. So, that's fine if you enjoy it, but, don't come to me telling me it's a fucking masterpiece and I'm stupid if I don't like it. By the way, Elizabeth's dress looks fucking terrible. That looks...
And also, admit the actual faults when it has them.
Yeah.
The thing I love about Bioshock Infinite is that the presentation of the story is extremely well done.
No, it's not. The presentation is fucking bad. Again, that scene right there is dumb.
Firstly, the characters are top-notch.
No, they're not!
The duo of Booker and Elizabeth is fantastic, and they're a great match.
No, they're not! Booker is just every other Troy Baker role you've heard a million fucking times, and Elizabeth is like a fucking Frankenstein monster of bad writing mechanics all fucking fighting against each other. Again, she is a bargain bin discount Eleanor Lamb. She's a poor man's Eleanor Lamb, okay?
I was gonna say a worse Princess Peach.
That's actually another good analogy as well. Yeah, she's like a fucking discount Eleanor Lamb combined with Princess Peach. That's actually pretty good. Yeah, Elizabeth is not... Like, here's one of the things that's really annoying. Elizabeth spent years trapped in a fucking tower, right? She spent her whole life trapped in a tower, and supposedly was dealing with issues caused by, you know, the nature of Columbia and all that shit, right? Yet, as soon as she's even out of the tower, what's her personality? Poppy, upbeat Disney princess, right? She basically becomes a poppy, upbeat Disney princess, and Ken Levine takes the poppy, upbeat Disney princess thing, and he shoves it down your fucking throat! He forces you to pay attention to this, and it's so ridiculous! It's so idiotic, right? Instead of actually developing an actual character that's someone you can actually grow interested in, it's just poppy, upbeat Disney princess, shove it down your throat. It's like... Again, it's Eleanor Lamb, but worse, okay? She's a fucking bargain bin Eleanor Lamb.
The characters are top-notch. The duo of Booker and Elizabeth, it's fantastic, and
No.
it's a great match.
No.
Conflicting short-term goals, personalities, and rationale, but their long-term goals, while they don't exactly match, keep them together and pointed in the same direction.
I mean, I guess that's true, but those are the basics.
Instantly to Elizabeth, the imprisoned girl held hostage in a giant tower her entire life while creepy people watch her through windows.
Yeah, exactly! Exactly my fucking point! That aspect of her fucking character should have been explored more, but as soon as she's out of the tower, it's poppy, upbeat Disney princess.
With a giant bird making sure she can never escape. When Booker
Oh boy, Songbird is fucking dumb.
rescues her...
I mean, he's cool, he's somewhat okay in this game, but wait till Burial, let's see who wrecks him.
and you learn of her troubled past and you see her situation. I just wanted to protect her more.
Oh, you wanted to protect her? Fuck, I wanted to shoot her. I think you remember those moments in my gameplay when I was actively trying to shoot her at every opportunity. Fucking hate this bitch.
I did anyway, which syncs up Booker's initiative to the player, although of course for different reasons naturally. The duo really works. The voice
They don't.
acting is phenomenal.
I mean, I'll give them that. The voice acting is nice, but like, that's just because they got good voice actors. That doesn't mean the writing was good.
Motives make sense, at least for a while. The conversations are
Yeah, it makes sense until you think about it. Again, I jokingly titled the first part of the Let's Play that. Bioshock Infinite, a masterpiece as long as you don't think about it.
interesting, and there's plenty of both intense set pieces and these moments where one or the other's in danger, which is a great impetus for getting players to connect to them.
Look at that animation right there. Holy fuck, look at that. Holy fuck, wow. He fucking practically teleported right through the chair. Holy shit.
Connect.
He legit right through the chair. Jesus Christ.
Those are, by the way, if you see the Let's Play, because I know Tristan's probably the only person here who hasn't actually seen the Let's Play or been involved with the Let's Play parts themselves, that is everywhere, right? Shit like that is everywhere in this damn game.
Them, which is very important when the ending of the game plays out. Infinite uses these
The ending of the game is awful. It's fucking terrible.
two characters and
It's like Mass Effect 3's terrible ending, but even worse. And combined with Shadow the Hedgehog and Sonic 06.
really pushes the story quite fast, actually.
Like, I'm gonna be blunt about this one. Bioshock Infinite is a worse game than Ride to Hell Retribution. Like, that's just the truth.
And I think without them, it would have been a much less interesting game, despite all the crazy stuff that happens. Not to mention, they inhabit a very linear game, which obviously has its downsides in terms of limited exploration and freedom. Guilty, there's not much really going on outside the main story of Bioshock Infinite, but in exchange, the player receives great pacing as the story is always moving forward, through the ups and downs, with barely any
The pacing is fucking terrible. The pacing is garbage.
backtracking to speak of, which
It's padding, basically.
Yeah, it's padding. Most of the game is fucking padding. It's filler. Right? Like more than 2/3 of the game basically is basically the equivalent of a bad shonen filler arc. Except it's like so bad that it even makes those look good in comparison.
makes it very exciting. There's never a dull moment in Bioshock Infinite.
Oh yeah, there are.
I would gladly take this setup over a game that was bigger but less focused.
I would. This game is less focused.
Infinite's gameplay, although it's pretty controversial, I think is very solid, but for different reasons than other Bioshock games. Gameplay is handled through the use of guns, vigors, aka superpowers, and a very cool rail system called the Skyline. Firstly, the guns. While all the gun sound effects are awesome and surprisingly punchy, the arsenal is very basic and uninspired.
Thank you. Somebody gets it. Yes, the arsenal fucking sucks balls.
Pistol, shotgun, sniper rifle, RPG. It's a letdown given what had come before with Bioshock. However, the actual combat scenarios are much more interesting in my opinion.
No, they're not. The combat scenarios are way better. I'm assuming you mean the backgrounds and set pieces? Yeah, no, the first game definitely did a way better job of taking advantage of the environments and backgrounds to create better set pieces for them. Taking advantage of the water, like the underwater sequences to shock enemies with the electrobolt in the first game. just generally using environments to make places look interesting, like the in Fort Frolic, how you had like the spotlights always hanging over you, the way they always threw curveballs at you there. When you flip switches and clay statues disappear, revealing they were actually splicers spying on you the whole time. Moments like that were incredible, right? On top of like so many other moments, like in using the environment to your advantage, and no, there's no fucking way you could possibly tell me that the set pieces were better in this than the first game.
With bigger spaces.
This doesn't. I guess this game, if it doesn't have any kind of like using, let's say there's some water and you shoot electric bolt on it and you shock enemies. Like there's nothing like that in this game.
It's kind of there in a very loose way. Like if you're talking about just using environmental advantage, I mean, yeah, you can occasionally use like an ability to push enemies over the edge of the city, but like that's not gonna be too useful. It's not gonna be too intuitive. As for using electricity to shock enemies, there's like 2 puddle spills in the whole game you could do it with, but I mean, yeah, it's an option, I guess.
And I guess the only one besides that is having Elizabeth make environment for you to hide behind.
Pretty much, yeah. Pretty much.
To move around and much more verticality to take advantage of. Typically fights...
I mean, yeah, there's more verticality, but you're not going to be taking advantage of it very well. Still going to just amount to stand still, shoot things, strafe left and right.
Are groups of enemies and infinite bigger...
Basically a basis for a FPS, especially at this point.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
I mean, even PlayStation 2, I remember playing something like Medal of Honor Frontline, and you could go on to like higher ground with like a sniper rifle or use environment as a shield and stuff like that. That's nothing new, really.
Yeah, this one really isn't anything new.
Strength is allowing players to decide how they want to tackle each encounter. In total, the 8 vigors offer a good amount of variety, and most of them can be used in combination with each.
I don't offer a good amount of variety. There's half of them are all stuns. Let me run through the list again. There's Possession, and then afterwards is the Devil's Kiss, which is a stun. Then there's the Crows, which is a stun. Then there's the Electricity, which is the stun. Then there's the Horse, which is a stun. Then there's the then there's the Charge, which I guess is kind of vaguely useful. It still sucks, but whatever. And then there's the what is it called, Undertow or whatever. That's a stun. And then you get a shield. So that's what, 5 stuns? Ugh.
Each other for various benefits, like crowd control or AoE damage. Given the short playtime of Infinite, which is about 8 to 10 hours, each power is dollied out really quickly as the story progresses, and at first it almost seems overwhelming and a bit clunky to cycle through so many of them in combats with a wheel. But really, players should be specializing given the huge cost of upgrading each ability, thus condensing their preferences into a catalog that's much more manageable.
Yeah, I don't think this is that kind of RPG where you would specialize in certain abilities, but I mean, okay, I guess. Like, you're basically saying the vigors function like fucking shit, but don't worry, you can just choose to use the least terrible ones. Like, what?
Wouldn't you at that point basically be using some of the ones you got earliest because you have already upgraded them, so you wouldn't start wasting money upgrading some of the new ones because you won't be able to couldn't be able to get them to the maximum level?
Yeah, I don't get it. This is weird.
Not to mention a few vigors actually overlap utility effects such
as in most of them!
Stuns. So there's really...
Yes, thank you! More than half your fucking arsenal are all stun vigors.
Really no need to use both Crows and Shock Jockey, for example, at the same time, so you'd want to upgrade one of them and stick to it.
Okay, you're literally telling me it doesn't fucking matter the game functions, that the vigors are basically all copy-paste and worthless because whatever, you can just choose to only use a couple of them anyway, and as long as you're just gonna brainlessly use the same 2 vigors over and over again, then you're never really gonna notice the overlap. Like, that's your take? That's your take? Downward Thrust? Really? That is a fucking terrible take.
Unfortunately, the upgrade system as a whole is one of the black marks of the game in relation to combats and progression.
Okay, there we go. We do get that the upgrade system is fucking shit.
As the game advances, a greater emphasis on being efficient with guns and ammo is necessary as not only the game gets harder, but more guns get introduced in different...
Oh, God, I hate that stupid thing, the ghost hag.
Timelines, which dilutes the drop table for specific ammo even further. There's really no telling what ammo will drop. And if there's no shop stations around, you might just run out of ammo and have to pick up a random gun during a fight. And if it's one you haven't upgraded, you'll have a hard time getting through those fights if playing on hard or 1999 mode.
Okay, there we go. So we established it. That's a huge fucking problem.
Pick salts, health, and practically anything in the game. It's best for players to upgrade a few specific guns and abilities and stick to them throughout the course of the game.
Yeah, good luck doing that.
Especially since the game limits you to 2 guns at one time and no ammunition overlaps between them.
Yeah, that's really, really bad fucking game design.
So there's kind of a divide in Bioshock.
Ask Gearbox how that worked for Duke Nukem Forever.
Yeah, but it's different. This one was made by Ken Levine. It literally did the exact same thing that Duke Nukem Forever did, but it has Ken Levine's name on the fucking cover, so that's why this one gets praised while Duke Nukem gets shit for doing the same thing. I told you, like, Mahler said something very similar about The Last Jedi. He basically said that if it was the plot of a B movie, it would be sitting at a 2% on Rotten Tomatoes. Like, that's basically the same thing for Bioshock Infinite. If this was not made by Ken Levine, if this was like an indie game that dropped on Steam, and it did not have Bioshock on the cover, it did not have Ken Levine's reputation attached to it, this would be sitting at a 2% on Metacritic, and every fucking YouTuber in the world, on YouTube, every game reviewer on YouTube would be making this game their bitch. Everyone would make this into their punching bag, including the people who praise the hell out of this game. IGN, Zero Punctuation, Angry Joe would be ripping it apart. The only reason it gets the pass is because it has Ken Levine's name on it.
There's a lot of abilities and guns on offer, but the most effective way to...
And again, I made this comment as well. I think even Charlatan Wonder made a brief comment about this at one point. But, like, basically, there's a lot of the scientific development, yada yada, all the scientific commentary and the constant variables and the multiverse stuff. It really does just feel like an excuse for stupid people to pretend they're intelligent by praising the hell out of this game. Again, it's the same pretentiousness as Rick and Morty fans being like, I watch Rick and Morty, so that's why I'm smarter than you. And people like Movie Bob being like, I watch Citizen Kane, so my opinion on gaming is more valid than yours. Like, guys, I watch The Godfather, but you're never gonna hear me throw that in your face in the middle of an argument, okay? Oh, God.
Play the game is to use as few as possible. However, I'm really only speaking in terms of the advanced difficulty options, because on normal mode, Bioshock Infinite is a blast and surprisingly fluid on its feet for a Bioshock game.
So the excuse this time around is the game is balanced like absolute dog shit, but don't worry, as long as you play in an easier mode, then you won't even notice that the game is fucking poorly optimized and plays like shit, and the game mechanics are terrible. Yeah, great.
Is this a game journalist?
No, he's not a game journalist.
I was wondering because, the whole easy mode thing.
Yeah.
Because on normal mode, Bioshock Infinite is a blast and surprisingly fluid on its feet for a Bioshock game.
Surprisingly fluid on its feet for a Bioshock game? Okay, first off, I didn't even know Bioshock games were widely considered to not be fluid. But it's really not fluid on its feet.
It's quick, snappy, fluid, and combining certain vigors showers the screen.
I mean, as in, it throws a lot of stuff at you, but like, I could turn the lights off in my room, get a flashlight, close my eyes, and wave that around. That'll be quick and fluid, but like, doesn't mean it's gonna be fucking fun or like anything like that. This game is fast on its feet in the way of like throwing everything it can at you and just never slowing down, as if it has constant ADHD. I mean, yeah, technically that's constantly fast, but like, is that even worth it?
Green and awesome effects. And the best part is...
Awesome effects? They look like they were pulled off of Google Images. The effects look like garbage in this game.
Is you can fly around the map at times on the Skyrail, which makes the gameplay even more dynamic and just straight up fun.
No, it's not fun. The Skyrails suck.
It's a shame though you can't use vigors on the Skyrail and that there's not dedicated platforming challenges built into the story featuring the rails.
That is actually a good point. That is actually a pretty good point what he said there.
Easy to do this since there's already full animations of Booker jumping on and off the Skyrail. I think those are both missed opportunities in terms of the gameplay departments, and you could also say that about the rift-tearing ability of Elizabeth. Why not make it a more integral part of the gameplay?
Okay, that's actually another good point. I'm glad you brought that up, though. And like I said, it originally was going to be more interesting in the gameplay. But for whatever reason, they dumbed it down, and now we have Crate or different Crate. Most likely, again, it's an attempt to appeal to game journalists.
But honestly, I'm being picky. I love the combats and the rail system.
Honestly, I mean, I admire him for even trying to, like, tone it down by saying, oh, I'm just being picky, it's not a big deal. But honestly, yeah, no, like, these are the basics. Like, these are huge integral things, right? Fucking these up really do fuck the game up. So
Why I think the general gameplay flow works is because I feel like there's the perfect amount of just about every component in the game.
No, there's not.
Part Infinite is broken up into areas, and it mostly follows a formula. A dash of exploration, a sprinkle of story, and a few cutscenes for the most part.
Okay, like, you're basically describing the events, but you're not doing a very good job. A dash of exploration, a sprinkle of combat, and a dash of cutscenes. Yeah, all of it's done poorly, but I mean, I guess it's technically there, and a dash and a sprinkle and a dash again.
Because the game is linear, the game is able to mix the content scenarios in the way it wants, and I think they do it pretty well in this game.
I mean, they really don't, but whatever.
Except the time you have to fight the same boss 3 times in a row for some reason.
Haha, yeah, that was awful. And it wasn't even a good boss you have to fight 3 times in a row for some reason. It was like the worst boss they could have fucking picked.
Yeah, the boss what I saw was basically just a enemy spawner. Like, she just spawns normal enemies constantly and takes a lot of hits, and that's about it.
Yep.
You have to fight the same boss 3 times in a row for some reason, which is probably the worst part of the game if you ask me.
I mean, it's hard to tell what's the worst part of the game since the whole game is the worst part of the game. But I mean, I suppose that's a good contender.
Hopefully, after this section, Bioshock Infinite picks up quite well and it never lets up all the way to the end.
I mean, except for the end and everything else.
As someone who enjoyed Bioshock 1 and 2, I really loved Infinite. The thing is, I wasn't disappointed by it because I acknowledged that Infinite would be totally different from the first 2 games.
Oh my god, please stop. Do not fucking go off on this one. The people just wanted another game in Rapture. They just wanted people to copy-paste the first game again, right? Because, like, no. People weren't complaining that because it didn't resemble the original games too much. People were complaining, or at least the people who did complain, were pointing out the game was fundamentally fucking broken. That was the point that people like Charlatan Wonder, Red Raptor Rights, and Matthew Matosis were making. They weren't just saying, it's different from the first game. And by the way, let me reiterate one more time, this game copied Bioshock 2, so I don't see why people are saying, people are just complaining because it's different. Because it's not. It copied the second game beat by beat.
Extraordinary, and I think it pulled it off despite its somewhat inconsistent execution. It's true, Bioshock Infinite presents far too many ideas for it to ever have the time or space to explain them fully. The Vox Populi, the revolution, the many worlds theory, the ending, having infinite possibilities but also wanting to have a definite ending is like wanting to have your cake and eat it too. Granted, most of the material is well presented, but much of it doesn't include ideas for it to ever have the time, somewhat inconsistent execution. It's true, Bioshock Infinite presents far too many ideas for it to ever have the time or space to explain them fully.
It actually could have found the time and space to explain them fully if it didn't keep copying the same fucking plot lines about tracking down Elizabeth's mom, or tracking down Elizabeth herself, and repeating those 3 separate fucking times each. They could have found the time if they cut the fucking bullshit and the bloat. They could have found the time to explore all those other more interesting ideas.
The Vox Populi, the revolution, the many worlds theory, the ending, having infinite possibilities but also wanting to have a definite ending is like wanting to have your cake and eat it too.
That is fairly accurate.
Granted, most of the material is well presented, but much of it doesn't have the logic behind it to make it tangible.
Yeah, that's fairly true. But again, it feels like first draft. It feels like first draft, but it was written by a Reddit atheist on Wattpad.
Time travel and parallel universes always bring up problems in logic, no matter how you see it, because it's an inherently flawed concept and not quite understood. If X happens here, but there's also X here, here, and here, how could X ever change if X already went back here? That's why they call it a paradox. You can certainly play with it, but when you do, you have to suspend your disbelief because you can never fully explain it.
Please do not use the stupid argument that plot holes don't matter because lol suspension of disbelief equals just accept anything put in front of you. Don't use that excuse.
That doesn't make it any less entertaining to experience.
I mean, yeah, I guess in the same way that watching a drunk guy fucking shit his own pants would be entertaining to watch. That doesn't make it good.
Sometimes when you watch something or play something, you have to take your thinking cap off and put on your fun cap.
Oh god, this one. Stop with that! Do not say that plot holes don't matter or whatever. Especially if you're gonna go on about how this game is deep and immersive and unique and incredible and it makes you think about stuff and all that other bullshit, okay? When you're literally saying that it gives you stuff to think about and then literally try to hand wave off plot holes and bad writing by saying stop thinking about it, that is a problem! And Lena, I remind you, by the way, one more time, this is Bioshock! It's not a Sonic game, it's Bioshock! It's supposed to be something you think about! Oh my god.
Start talking about how good the writing was and everything, and then now he's sounding like, you need to think about it, just have fun. I mean, I would get this if the whole argument was from the very beginning was that the plot and world building isn't that strong, but the gameplay is fun, so it's still a fun game. I could accept that, but didn't he start by saying that the plot was good or something like that?
I think he said the plot was generally good, even if it had issues here and there. Or though the plot was overall solid, he did mention more commentary about how much better the gameplay is than the storyline or something like that. So I'll give him a bit of breathing room on that one, but even still, it's like, Jesus Christ, why? Ugh.
Enjoy the ride even though you know the logic behind it has a few holes. Because nothing's perfect when there's so much nearly impossible to understand. Just like
I think that's funny enough, even the explanation as to why people seem to love it. Is as long as you don't, it's too much to understand, so clearly I'm just brilliant if I do say that I understand. I don't need to understand it, I just need to tell you that I understand it, and then say I like it, and then if you don't like it, then I'll just tell you that you're too stupid to understand it. Again, it's the Rick and Morty thing, it's the Citizen Kane. I watch Citizen Kane, so my opinion on movies is more valid than yours. I play Bioshock Infinite, so my opinion on gaming is more valid than yours, right? And I watch Rick and Morty, so I'm smarter than you, right? That's the kind of pretentiousness I'm sitting through when I listen to this sort of shit. And this is why this is why this game is fucking terrible. That's why this game sucks balls. But, yeah, I'm not... Oh, God. But also, the other commentary, like, nothing's ever perfect. Okay, here's the thing. The first Bioshock wasn't perfect, but it was better than this. The second Bioshock wasn't perfect, but it was better than this. Minerva's Den wasn't perfect, but it was better than this. Castlevania Symphony of the Night wasn't perfect, but it was better than this. So on and so on. Arcane, Spectacular Spider-Man, Avatar The Last Airbender, a lot of this stuff weren't perfect, but they were better than this, and they sure as fuck tried a lot harder than this. I'm not accepting that as an excuse. Everything has plot holes. Every piece of writing has plot holes here and there. As this, like, false equivalency to try and, like, justify this thing being such a broken, dysfunctional mess. I'm not accepting that as an excuse.
Has a few holes. Because nothing's perfect when there's so much nearly impossible to understand. Just like movies like Interstellar, Bioshock Infinite is a very thematically ambitious piece of work, and it had a...
Wasn't Interstellar also pretty bad? I watched it once when I was, like, younger. When it came out in 2014, I think. Yeah, Interstellar was not a good movie either, so I don't even know what you're getting at with this analogy.
Job. Presenting a massive phenomenon in a very short amount of time that almost cannot be explained. And for trying and nearly pulling it off, I commend them.
For trying and nearly pulling it off, it didn't try and it didn't nearly pull it off. It fucked everything up.
I understand the growing praise the game has received because I too felt the power of its ideas, and I was glued to the adventure from start to finish. But I could also understand the sudden criticism it succumbed to shortly after that honeymoon period had worn off, for somewhat failing to make it a completely cohesive narrative experience and answering every single question.
Okay, I didn't need every single question to be answered, but maybe the important ones? Maybe? And then it would have at least broached the realm of competent.
That a world with infinite universes...
It is so much present these good ideas. Basically, just wrote a few good ideas on a paper and then threw it at your face and say, I'm smart.
Basically, yeah. I mean, and I know, broken record, but it basically feels like it was written by a Reddit atheist on Wattpad. That's basically the pretentiousness of this game's shitty writing, right? And yeah, that's actually a good point. They just threw it at your face. It basically feels like they just wrote down some of these plot points and basically used them like one of those Men in Black lasers to distract people.
Has. Still, I found Bioshock Infinite to be one of the best games I've played in recent memory.
I mean, no, I was going to say it's subjective, but now when you say the best game as opposed to one of my favorites, yeah, I don't know what other games you played recently, but I guarantee you almost all of them probably were better than Bioshock Infinite. Fuck, even Ride to Hell Retribution was better.
Problems it has don't really bother me all that much.
It's fair if you want to say the problems don't bother you, ergo you like it, but don't say because the problems subjectively don't bother you, and that means the game is objectively good.
The bad autosave system, the unoriginal...
Oh, thank you! Bad autosave system! Someone fucking got it! Okay, yes, the autosave system in this game is fucking dog shit. Oh my god. I told the story a number of times, but I think this might be new for Tristan. Yeah, Tristan, you didn't watch the Let's Plays, did you?
No, I have not.
Okay, so, get this. This is how the autosave system works. When I played it originally on the Xbox 360, actually, I think this was back in high school, so you may have actually heard me say it. But yeah, I could not get the game to autosave. They didn't give you a manual save system of any kind, so I was stuck relying on the autosave system when I played it on the Xbox. But, oopsie, wouldn't you know, I can't! I can't get it to autosave. Because, well, you don't get to choose when the autosave works because it's an autosave. So every single fucking time I started the game, I would always be back at the ball throw test, no matter what.
Jesus Christ.
Yup. And that really makes the forced walking sequences and condescending, unskippable cutscenes hurt that much more. So, yeah, fuck this game.
Original weapons, the story that leaves more questions than answers. It's still compelling, interesting, fun, and there's a bonding with the setting and the plot that
I mean, it's none of those things, but whatever.
Just can't explain, and I loved it despite the story.
You can't explain it? I don't even need to comment beyond that.
Having more holes in a block of Swiss cheese.
Oh yeah, that's true. It has more holes than a block of Swiss cheese. That's very true.
Elizabeth is a great partner. The writing is so good.
No and no.
The world is interesting and the gameplay is fun. And
I mean, the world is interesting. And I mean, yeah, sure, whatever. But it's also interesting when my parents fight. So, yeah, that's always really amazing and interesting.
Elizabeth is a great partner.
She's not.
The writing is so good.
No, it's not.
The world is interesting and
I guess technically the world is kind of interesting, but it's definitely not good.
The gameplay is fun and
this gameplay is not fun.
The story is intriguing to...
No, it is not intriguing. The story is fucking terrible. It feels like it was written by a Reddit atheist on Wattpad.
The end. And the ending is poignant. Even
No, it is not. The ending is fucking ridiculous. Just Elizabeth running around banging pots and pans together. It's awful. The ending is fucking terrible. It's like the combination of the Mass Effect 3 ending that everybody hated as it basically invalidated all of your choices, and the stupid Sonic 06 big nothing ending, where they just... Oh god, I can't even find the words to describe how bad this is, but like, the ending sucked balls.
with all of its blemishes. I see the problems with Bioshock Infinite, but I
Thank you, at least somebody gets it to some degree.
also appreciate it. Though flawed, it's beautiful and one of a kind, easily replayable today, even 7 years later.
Not really, but okay. Okay. Well, that was interesting. Okay, after this, we're gonna watch let's watch Zero Punctuation's video. Ready? Zero Punctuation. So, this is a weird one because he's usually fairly accurate. I'm not the biggest fan of his stuff because I'm kind of not a big fan of just needlessly complaining about stuff. I get his whole thing is he does more of a criticism than an analysis, but, you know, anyway.
Yeah, the thing about, I think, in Zero Punctuation is that he doesn't really do reviews so much as more like funny videos based around these video games. Like it's more
that's a good way to put it.
Entertainment value than just actual like, I should listen to this critic in order to see if I want to buy this game or not.
Yeah, that's a pretty good way to put it. The thing is, regardless, however, a bad take is a bad take. And so, if his take on Bioshock Infinite is terrible, we're gonna fucking rip it apart. Anyway, with that in mind, here we go.
I like the theme, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, I like it.
I think the best explanation for Ken Levine's career is that there's some kind of matronly school teacher standing behind him repeatedly going, now do it again, but properly this time. It starts with System Shock 2, basically being System Shock, but without the shitty cyberspace minigame, or looking like someone drank a load of cerulean paint and vomited on Ultima Underworld. Then there was Bioshock, basically being System Shock 2, with more imagination, and no longer having to put 6 points into exotic weapons proficiency to figure out how to twat people over the head with a piece of jagged rock. And now
I do like that detail as well. System Shock, the improvement Bioshock 1 made over System Shock 2 is pretty good.
now we have Bioshock Infinite, which is basically Bioshock, but now with the word infinite on the end.
Funny enough, that's like the full extent of any improvement you're actually going to see in the game, and it's not even really an improvement. It's a funny joke, but more telling than anything else.
And when the protagonist with a shadowy and unwittingly significant past arrives at the lighthouse that is the secret entrance to a corrupted idealist utopia, he takes the stairs leading up this time. Don't take this the wrong way, though. Bioshock Infinite is a retread, but it's the good kind of retread
No, it's not. It's not the good kind of retread. It's the fucking opposite. It's a terrible retread.
that uses a formula that works
It also didn't retread the first game, it retreaded the second game. You know, the one that you hate so much? It copied Bioshock 2 beat by fucking beat.
to explore new ideas, and it's a worthy sequel to the original.
No, it's not!
Don't you mean second sequel, Yahtzee? Get out.
Again, it's funny that he says that despite the fact this game fucking ripped off Bioshock 2!
Booker DeWitt is a cynical private detective and amazingly not silent protagonist who makes the most of that talent to read aloud every single sign he passes and then go, huh, in an increasingly irritating way. He's sent to the floating
Yeah, that's,
Sky City of Columbia to rescue a mysterious young girl and then escape the city with her, although one wonders why that part proved so difficult. Surely the maximum amount of time one could be trapped in a cloud city would be however long it takes to make a parachute out of a pair of curtains. The first significant way Infinite differs from the first two shocks.
Again, the thing that doesn't fucking work, however, is again, you have a city in the sky, and you expect nobody to have issues with altitude sickness, motion sickness, or freezing to death!
And the wind.
That too. Yeah, as Tristan put it, the fucking wind would kill you.
Sisters is that Bio and
Yes, it would.
Yep.
System were horror games in which you were late for the party and have to piece together the events of the party on a gloomy hungover Sunday morning, whereas Infinite is a pulpy swashbuckling adventure and you're just in time for the party because the party is you.
Okay, here's the problem with that. I get the mindset and the logic. Here's the issue. And I'm getting this out of the way, because Michael said this as well. It's annoying when people always complain Bioshock Infinite isn't a scary horror game, and that's why it's a bad game. Which, I mean, I guess I can understand the notion, but a sequel should be allowed to change things up a little bit. And it is kind of funny the people who always complain about Bioshock Infinite selling out its identity to become a non-horror game are totally cool with the fact that it's basically copying Call of Duty, for whatever reason, and are also cool with games like God of War 2018 selling out its identity to try and copy the trends of The Last of Us and whatever other walkie-talkie, handholdy, whatever games out there, as Gaming Brit kind of described that. I find that very weird, and oftentimes it's like the exact same people, again, like Michael, for example, who will literally say, Bioshock Infinite it's sad that Bioshock Infinite discarded the horror elements, and then be totally cool with, God of War discarding its foundations. The thing is, however, the problem, regardless, however, is not just that it's not a horror game. The problem is it doesn't work. That's the issue. Because, let me explain it like this. The looting system is one of the biggest problems. Now, of course, you've already heard the point, probably already heard the point be made by people like Red Raptor Rides, Charlatan Wonder, and Matthew Matosis, that it doesn't make any sense that in a game with a functioning economy, where a rich detective guy like Booker, he should not be in a position where he has to eat from the garbage to find food. It made sense in the first game because it was at a post-apocalyptic city destroyed by a civil war. This game doesn't fit that theme, so it doesn't make any sense. The problem, however, is on top of it not fitting, it also creates pacing issues. Because in the first game, it was a slow, methodical horror game, so a looting system that fit a horror game made sense. This game, on the other hand, as he put it, is a fast-paced, swashbuckling action game because it's trying to copy Call of Duty. So now when you have to stop to loot corpses and stuff like that, to find pineapples inside of fucking walls and shit, now it's a complete mess because the rapid stop and start gameplay, it's gonna give you a seizure. You're gonna have one eye twitching and your head ready to explode. Because, the stop and start motion and the herky-jerk pacing is gonna fuck you up big time, because it's a fucking mess. Pair that up with how broken was just the larger amount of enemies because of the rapid-fire swashbuckling action approach. It's a mess. It's an utter fucking mess in terms of pacing because of this.
And also, I think I have to say that changing the core feel of the game, it's because the previous games were horror games and this became a more of an adventure game. I don't know. I don't really like the idea because usually because a sequel, they usually have certain things that you can expect from them.
Oh, well, don't worry, this game has everything from the original game, just none of the fucking context that makes it work. Yeah, sure, they got the old looting system, but the context is wrong. Yeah, sure, they brought the plasmids back in the form of figures, but it doesn't make sense in a fucking hyper-Christian fundamentalist city, so it doesn't work at all. Oh, yeah, they brought back the weapon upgrades, but there's a 2-weapon upgrade limit, so fuck you. So don't worry, when you say there should be familiarized elements based on, the original this is a sequel from, don't worry, they got that in this game.
Columbia starts off perfect.
What?
I would have said that you could also have a different kind of like a horror setting, even though if you don't have the whole Civil War thing that happened in the Rapture. Maybe the Colombia is still like under development, like they're still trying to figure out how they can make their people live their lives comfortably in Colombia, and that's why there's like a lot of human experimentation, and maybe Booker could be somebody who was brought there as a test subject or something like that. You can, if you work through it, you can make a compelling setting.
Perfectly fine, resembling an idyllic, cartoonishly racist Disneyland until Father Comstock, city leader and alleged prophet, marks out DeWitt as the guy who's destined to fuck everyone up. So he's
okay. Yeah. Here's the other thing that doesn't make any sense. Again, this has already been brought up a bunch of times, but Booker basically sees the AD as the sign of the false prophet. It doesn't make any sense, though, because Booker doesn't, roll up his sleeve or, pull down his sleeve or buy a glove or a scarf or put his hand in his pockets or anything like that. No, he just, allows the AD to be shown in full display in front of everyone. No fucking worries there. And what's even dumber is that we eventually find out that AD is Booker basically trying to seek penance for selling his daughter, Anna DeWitt. AD is Anna DeWitt. But he only did that after he made the trade with Comstock. And Comstock not only had no reason to believe that anyone with an AD sign was going to show up in Colombia anyway, but he sure as fuck wasn't going to know that Booker in particular was going to do it because AD was carved into his hand after the trade. So even if he knew that Booker was going to come in, he also had no reason to know that AD was going to be on his hand in the first place when it happened. It's so stupid. It's all dumb. I could have even accepted that, Comstock deliberately put the AD on Booker's hand because he wanted Booker to become, because he wanted to specifically make Booker into a false prophet, because this was some way of, boosting morale or something like that, or showing how great he is because he predicted this years in advance, that there was going to be someone with an AD on his hand. I could have even accepted that as an explanation, but, just nothing about it.
He's forced to fuck everyone up after they all turn on him for being the guy who's going to fuck everyone up. Comparisons to Bioshock are as inevitable as a bear shitting on a Catholic, or however that phrase goes, and under that light, Infinite falls kinda short. What's this?
Kinda short. Falls vastly short, but okay.
Pointing is that the villain is basically just a racist nutter who wants to blow up the world. I listened to him from...
Which, by the way, is just Booker. Like, this is the thing that makes no goddamn sense. Comstock in this game is Booker from an alternate dimension, right? In this world, Booker got baptized. The reason Booker was even considering the baptism in the first place was because he was remorseful and apologetic for what he did during Wounded Knee. The idea that Booker basically was remorseful for Wounded Knee and wanted to seek out a baptism for redemption, and then the next fucking day after the baptism basically became Hitler 2.0, that makes no fucking sense.
Frothing about how his carpet made of black people should be grateful he hasn't trodden any dog shit lately, and he becomes hard to take seriously. The truth
That is true as well. He can't be taken seriously because he's cartoonishly stupid.
really great villain is one who talks sense. Andrew Ryan had some weird ideas about sweat ownership, but he was articulate, dangerously intelligent, and wouldn't let someone like Comstock run the fucking hot tap. Also,
Okay, yeah, that's, by the way, exactly why Burial at Sea is fucking terrible. Because they revealed in Burial at Sea that the people of Rapture and Columbia were apparently like next door neighbors, basically, and they were like each other's best fucking friends. The citizens were the best friends who always worked on projects together and had each other over for the neighborhood barbecue constantly, because they were like next door neighbors.
But wasn't Rapture like they didn't have any of these races and stuff?
Exactly my fucking point! This image right here shows exactly why fucking Burial at Sea is utter garbage! Because that wouldn't fucking work! Rapture would never tolerate Columbia's racism. They would never allow that! But apparently we're supposed to believe they were like the best friends ever. They were the bestest friends ever. And not only that, but apparently it was the geniuses of Columbia who actually created the plasmids. And they simply decided to share their greatness with the worthless, sad plebeians of Rapture.
That feels more of that stuff of like, what Disney's doing with Star Wars. Like, Luke wasn't the hero, it was somebody else.
Yeah, that's exactly what I mentioned when I was talking about how Burial at Sea is like the timeless child of Bioshock, right? It feels like it's awful. It's so bad how they destroyed everything. Like, Burial at Sea basically put the entire series through a wood chipper, pretty much. Oh my god, it was so bad. It was so bad how they didn't think that through at all. Oh my god.
So Elizabeth, the wide-eyed little sister amalgamation, has the ability to manipulate the fabric of reality, which is always a can of worms for any story to open, and the game starts threatening to disappear up its own. But reality manipulation becomes what Adam was in the first game, a crutch to hold up the weirder parts of the plot.
Adam was not used as a crutch to hold up weirder parts of the plot. It was actually, like, an integral part of the world building and mechanics and stuff. It was explained way better than this. In this game, reality manipulation isn't a crutch to hold up the integral parts of the plot. It's like a band-aid fix over every fucking giant-ass plot hole.
A crutch being very important for walking when parts of you are stuck up your own butt, and events get a bit hard to follow when alternative realities are colliding all over the place. Not that we'd want to follow someone who's heading straight up.
I mean, here's the thing. Once you do start to be able to follow them and chart them all out, they fucking fall apart. That's the thing.
Their own butt. The continuing...
Again, and this, ironically enough, is sort of in line with what I was joking about when I said Bioshock Infinite, a masterpiece, as long as you don't think about it. They make it so convoluted to try and stop you from being able to think about it and expect you to just blindly say, okay, well, it's great. I don't understand fucking anything, but I guess it's amazing then. That's exactly what they're doing. And now, here we go. Once you start thinking about it, it all fucking falls apart.
The presence of plasmids, or in this case vigors, is a bit of a sticking point for me, because in Bioshock 1 they were a central part of the plot as well as the gameplay, representing the fall of Rapture because everyone was getting too spliced up to jerk off to Atlas Shrugged more than twice a day. But now they're just sort of there. Maybe they fell out of a reality rift to the convenience dimension.
Okay, that's actually funny. He's actually getting it. And yeah, that commentary about falling out of reality rift to the convenience dimension is funny enough close to what they actually use as a justification in Burial at Sea, and it's fucking retarded.
Which is not to say it's not still fun to electrocute people with naught but your winning smile. In fact,
I mean, I guess it's... I wouldn't say it's all that much fun, but okay.
I do have a minor issue in that, like Bioshock 1, there's still a bit of a gulf in enemy threat levels. It doesn't take too many upgrades for the standard human enemies to be threatening only to whoever has to shampoo the carpets. I ended up being able to chain lightning entire rooms to death.
Funny enough, that was also an ability that was ripped off from Bioshock 2, but anyway, yeah, honestly, the gameplay pacing, as soon as they make it difficult, though, it gets ridiculous. This will be covered when we do Angry Joe's video, but yeah.
Halfway through the first racial slur, but it seems like every other enemy they throw at you can take damage like your mum takes cheap gin, followed...
Yes, there we go. And here's a problem with the difficulty. Again, I'll explain when we get to Angry Joe, but like, because I think I've mentioned more than enough times how they basically gimped and crippled both Booker and how they crippled Elizabeth compared to the way she was in the trailers, and then they crippled Booker to try and make Elizabeth look useful, right? I think we've been on about that a few times already, right?
Yeah, like, they forcefully make her useful by having her carry weapons and stuff like that. Wasn't that like the...
Pretty much, yeah. Compared to the way she was and how she is now. Here's the thing, though. The difficulty. And here's the thing. I'm not one of those fucking stupid game journalists who's like, difficult games equal bad games, or anything like that. But there is a way to do challenge right and a way to do it poorly, and this game does not do challenge well. The point is, the game balance, it feels like they made this game with Jack Ryan in mind, with a much better Elizabeth, right? But then, because they crippled Elizabeth, Booker also had to get crippled as well. And now they didn't adjust the game balance either. So their way of doing challenge is to throw like 1,000 enemies at you at once, as many as the graphics processor could even handle, and then basically jack up their health bar to make them the most extremist bullet sponges imaginable, and just throw them all at you at once, and then have another enemy that fucking revives other enemies.
Was there any other boss encounters than the Ghost Mom, by the way?
I mean, to be fair, it's not like bosses were ever considered Bioshock's strong suit. The only other boss that was ever known in the series was Frank Fontaine, and nobody liked him anyway, so... I mean, honestly, I thought Frank Fontaine was completely fine as a boss, so, like... Anyway, yeah, I'm not going to complain too much about the lack of bosses or whatever, because that's just, whatever.
I was thinking because, the Ghost Hag is basically a boss, and
pretty much,
they repeat her 3 times, so you'd think that there was at least something else as well, but I guess they just didn't bother.
Yep.
Wouldn't it be better to just have her once only instead of having her repeat?
No, didn't you get it? They were fucking out of ideas by that point. Why do you think they recycled the Rescue Elizabeth plot 3 fucking times in the same game? Oh yeah, she's worse than Princess Peach. 6 years of development time, by the way. Bioshock 2 had only 2 years of development time. This game had fucking triple that, and a much larger budget and a much larger team. And here's the difference in the end result of quality.
By the entire roomful of sailors that were buying it for her. And another condition Infinite seems to have inherited from its forebear is shitty final level syndrome, aka the shinfalls. The semi-optional
That's pretty true.
tower defense sections in Assassin's Creed Revelations and Black Ops 2 were a bit of a pine cone in the fruit salad, but the only thing worse is a completely not optional one. So how does Infinite beat out Bioshock? Well, I remember saying that a game set in an underwater city with no swimming gameplay seemed like a bit of a missed connection, and I was afraid Bioshock
Bioshock 2 had that exact thing, and you're complaining about it. The game was set at the bottom of the ocean. Did you really think that an underwater swimming section was going to work out in a game at the bottom of the ocean? You'd be crushed by the water pressure. And like I said, Bioshock 2 had the actual underwater swimming elements, and you complained about it! Or at the very least, I can tell you're complaining about it because you bash it constantly in this video. Okay, whatever.
Infinite would similarly miss the potential by restricting the gameplay to the usual modern shooter ground-based skirmishes under very pretty skyboxes, where the jump button exists only to taunt you with the momentary belief that perhaps you could climb over the strategically placed piles of rubble that mark the inevitable invisible walls. But thankfully,
that's actually a pretty good commentary. That's pretty funny.
The Skyhook rail traveling system is a lot of fun and adds a whole...
It's really not fun. It's really not. It's basically a scripted sequence in a Sonic game. Like, the rail grinding sequences are not well thought out at all.
A lot to the huge open-air feel of the maps, as well as the swashbuckling tone to the action. I'd swoop down from on high, machine-gunning racists, then jump off and kick the last survivor off the ledge and feel like Errol fucking Flynn.
I mean, yeah, you could technically kind of do that, but like the death from above jumping attack moves aren't really all that well thought out, and you're very rarely going to have a lot of fun, or even be in a situation where you can really, ride on the skyhook to shoot people. The skyhooks are not well thought out in this game. They're just not.
I was almost afraid of landing in case I got bounced away on balls like a couple of hairy space hoppers, and it certainly has a better ending than Bioshock, which isn't saying a whole lot.
What are you talking about? The ending to the first Bioshock was great. This game's ending is fucking terrible. It's like a mini Mass Effect 3, like all your choices meant fuck all, combined with like a Shadow the Hedgehog doing the same thing, combined with like a Sonic 06, everything meant nothing ending, right? This ending was terrible. The ending of this game is garbage.
A situation wherein a man with a gun is ordering you to dig a shallow grave in the woods would probably end better than Bioshock 1 did, but for all...
What? Did he play the same game? The first Bioshock's ending was great. It was great. The second game's ending...
I know that there's the whole would you kindly thing in the original Bioshock.
Well, that was the last act thing, but no, I'm talking about the actual ending. Yeah, no, the fucking ending of the first Bioshock was fantastic. And the ending to Burial at Sea is fucking garbage. Or, sorry, the ending to... Well, I mean, that too. Burial at Sea is also shit. But no, the ending to fucking Infinite is garbage. It's utter garbage!
All the alternate realities splurging confusingly around the story's mid to late period, Infinite somehow manages to tie it all together with an ending that really...
No, it doesn't!
...stuck with me, and made me want to go back and pick through the whole thing again, going, oh, so that was the significance of the 4 gay blokes. It is, however, hairy...
No, because once you think about it, it all fucking falls apart. All it did was basically say the whole game was worth jack shit. All your choices were worth jack shit. Everything was irrelevant. Here's just this pretentious ending where we... oh, God, this is awful. This is, what are you talking about?
Space hopper levels of pretentious. It comes and goes in and out of its own butt the whole way through, but the ending is the point of maximum own butt penetration. It wallows in a bit of abstract meta-narrative, wanky word that doesn't really serve the essential plot points, and I found myself thinking...
Yeah, it does condescend a lot to you with the whole constants and variables shit. And I'm amazed by the amount of people over on the online discussions who are like, constants and variables, 10 out of 10! Oh my god, I was so blown away when they said constant variables for the 500th time in 2 minutes! Oh my god! The amount of times I have to hear that same comment in the online discussions of people jerking the shit off just because they said constants and variables a bunch of times, like it meant something. Jesus Christ.
Thinking, if this ends with us meeting God, and God looks like Ken Levine, then I'm going to fucking punch someone. But you know what? If it isn't boring and gives us something to talk about, then it can't be bad. And Infinite isn't
that's not even close to true, but I'm assuming it's a joke, so whatever.
bad. It's good, perhaps even great. You see,
no, it's terrible. The ending is terrible.
Sometimes it's kind of nice to be up somebody's butt if it's cozy and warm and they've put some interesting conversation pieces up there.
What? Okay, well that video was bad. That video was really fucking bad.
That was kind of all over the place.
Yeah. Like, that was a mess.
Yeah, we have Jim Sterling and isn't Big Picture Movie Bob?
Yep, Jim Sterling and fucking Movie Bob are in there. Jesus Christ, these guys suck balls. These guys are terrible. Fucking both.
I think I've seen like quite a few comments from people that Yahtzee should just leave the Escapist because there isn't really much worth in the company anymore.
I've heard a few comments like that. I mean, hey, the Escapists did get rid of Jim Sterling and Movie Bob, so maybe there is some good news in the end.
Okay, whatever.
But yeah, so that was a mess. Thoughts on any other thoughts on this video? Tristan said it was all over the place, which it is. Anyone else want to say anything?
Yeah, well, the thing is that Yahtzee videos are always kind of there's kind of like he's more interested in writing funny stuff about snarky comments when it comes to a game that it's kind of hard to say when it's a good or bad. Like at one point it feels like so this is a good game, but then it goes say something it's a bad game. Oh, it's a good game, and at the end you may get like an idea. Okay, this was a good game or something like that.
I mean, that is true. That is true. But like entertainment value, of course, is kind of the premise. That's kind of the appeal.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I mean, a bad game or a bad take is a bad take, and that's kind of what we're going on about. Even if it's supposed to be funny, that doesn't mean we give them the pass to make bad takes.
Yeah, that's true. But
Actually, here's another thing. What's really funny, he's always complaining about how games like Call of Duty and Battlefield are really samey and annoying, and I agree, they are. But like, this game is literally doing exactly the same thing as them. Bioshock Infinite is basically copying Call of Duty, very blatantly. I pointed that out. Charlatan Wonders pointed that out. Zero Punctuation has pointed that out. I pointed it out. Charlatan Wonders pointed that out. Red Raptor Rights has pointed that out. A lot of people have already mentioned that this game is basically just a COD game with a Bioshock skin on it. Like. So the idea that he's bashing games like COD and Battlefield for doing exactly what he praised this game for is yeah.
But honestly, I after watching that video, I couldn't think of him putting that as like his number one game of the year. To be honest, I would think that it will at best be number 5 or 4.
I'd fucking put it at the number one worst game of the year. Again, the same year that Ride to Hell Retribution came out, but yes, Bioshock Infinite is a worse game than Ride to Hell Retribution. I'll say it many more times. You can fucking quote me on it because it's the goddamn truth. Okay, now, Angry Joe. So, any thoughts? Anything anyone want to say about this one?
I haven't watched it.
I gotta get going.
Oh. Okay, so up first is Angry Joe. Anyone have anything to say about him?
I kind of used to like him years ago. I think my brother kind of told me I recommended him at the time. He kind of got me into all of the That Guy with the Glasses stuff. And
look how that one turned out.
Yeah, it's sad.
Yep. Every single person who is or was associated with That Guy with the Glasses are all terrible people.
Are they all of them? Because I mean, okay, like I'm not gonna say anything like I know for a fact anybody's because I haven't followed a lot of them, but like I know, I just haven't heard that much bad things about some of the people. Like I know Doug Walker.
Yeah, I'm sort of exaggerating, but like, because like I'm fine with Angry Joe and stuff, but like the majority of them are pretty shit. Even the people who wrote the Channel Awesome document are ended up being just as shitty as the people they wrote the document about. Lindsay Ellis and the other fucker. Linkara. Those guys also are just as terrible as Doug Walker himself.
Oh, what did Linkara do?
And it's the usual stuff, you know. If you don't agree with my political opinions, you deserve to die. But also, I'm a victim of violence and harassment that I've never actually experienced. You know the deal.
Oh, okay. Like I know that he on EFAP they talked about how they made like a parody of him or like on some show, and then Linkara had like a horrible reaction to that, while Doug Walker was chilled about it, which was surprising. But also I don't know about. I used to watch Ben at the Sage a lot back in the day, but I haven't heard any bad about him. Of course, it's been a long time since I last watched him.
I don't think he's even doing anything now. Anyway, back on Angry Joe though. Here's the thing. Here's the thing though. Like, he's okay, and when he's definitely ripping on like a bad game, it's pretty good. But it always feels like, ironically, despite being Angry Joe, it feels like he's way too chilled out and way too generous for no reason. A lot of stuff like this is just really annoying. Like, I remember when he was reviewing Amazing Spider-Man 2, and he was talking about how, like, the combat isn't good because it ripped off Batman Arkham Knight, and then he goes into all the issues about how, like, the game basically plays itself, and, you know, it's basically aimed at kids, and it's not very fun or effective for people who want, like, you know, better gaming experiences and stuff. And then Insomniac Spider-Man comes out, has the same combat, and I'm expecting him to rip on that combat for being bad because he already did it. And instead he's like, well, actually, Spider-Man 2 and Spider-Man 3 actually introduced the combat system first before the Batman Arkham Asylum did it. So, like, technically Spider-Man did it first. So I'm questioning, like, does that mean that you're going to go back and re-review The Amazing Spider-Man 2 to correct that error? Or is Amazing Spider-Man 2 still bad despite a very clear double standard between your two videos? Is that how this is going to go?
Yeah. And that's also, like, I watched Ichiganda not too long ago make a video about Angry Joe in the sense that he had, like, a blowout against his fans in the sense that he was like calling them entitled gamers because they were expecting the angry reviews more than some of his other stuff.
I actually did pay attention to that one. I don't know what It's a Gundam stance on it, but I am mostly on Joe's side with this one because, like, he actually didn't really have much of a downward decline in like frequency or quality of his angry reviews. He was sort of just like, you know, also trying to put in the effort on all the other stuff. He had like one less review that year than the year beforehand, and that's like where people are complaining. Like, I can understand being annoyed about it, but like, you know, who just joined?
It's Noah's Fear. It's
welcome.
Olan.
Welcome. You're only 16 minutes late, but better late than never. Welcome, Olan. What do you have to say about Angry Joe?
Nothing at all.
Okay. Anyway, I'm gonna keep going then. Other stuff as well about Insomniac Spider-Man, like, he gave Amazing Spider-Man 2 shit for having QuickTime events, and then in Insomniac Spider-Man, he's like, but they're good this time. He gave, what other game was it? Yeah, he gave Spider-Man 2 shit for, for glitches and stuff, but in Insomniac Spider-Man, he gave it the pass. Yeah, by the way, his review of Insomniac Spider-Man was not good. He, like, very clearly, like, rug swept a lot of issues. Insomniac Spider-Man is a bad game, just gonna put it clearly. And that stuff was sort of annoying, you know. Like, at the same time, I never mean to bash him too hard, because when he's on point, I think it's really enjoyable, because, like, he did a great job with Fallout 76. He did a fantastic job, and I think he is probably one of the best people, like, on YouTube who covered that whole situation. Or at least, like, the game itself. Like, if you want to cover additional stuff, maybe you'd go to Internet Historian, but you get the idea. But, like I said, when he fucks up, it's annoying as shit. Like, also, goddamn it, the Battlefield 5 situation. Like, Rags, I'm just gonna say, like, if you want to know more about the Battlefield 5 situation, just watch the Rags video. Rags covered it really well. And yeah, I especially hate it when Joe gets political, because he never understands what he's talking about.
Oh yeah, I think I watched at least part of that.
The Battlefield 5 video or the Rags response to the Battlefield 5 video?
Rags.
Okay.
Rags one.
Yeah, so this is sort of the thing. And yeah, his Bioshock Infinite review. I remember he said, oh yeah, this is also another thing Joe does, which is annoying. Oftentimes he'll just make a point, not back it up, and then just randomly play gameplay footage of himself playing the game, like, with no context behind it. But I remember, I think he did that a lot in this one. I remember he always praised the game, but I never really understood why. I could never, no matter how many times I watched it, I could never understand what he was really saying about how or why it was supposedly great. Yes, that's another thing.
Okay, I think Wall wanted to say something.
Yeah?
That is absolutely not true. I had nothing to say there.
Okay.
Oh, okay. I thought I heard you say something.
Sing something. Start singing.
Yeah. I'm sure you could be the next Swedish idol.
No.
Sing us some ABBA.
No! Sing the fucking opening. Sing the Carnival Phantasm opening.
I don't even know it.
Aww.
All right. Well, anyway, so here's the Bioshock Infinite review. Let's see if maybe he'll change my mind, or if it's gonna be terrible. Let's watch. I do like the opening. I do like the opening he's doing here.
I do like some of his skits, like the opening skit for like Skyrim review back in the day was pretty good.
I do like. Yeah, it is pretty good. Well, that's actually pretty impressive that he even managed to like recreate the voxophone environments and stuff like that. That was pretty cool. Yeah. Oh, the music is taken down. It's probably a copyright situation that they took the music down. Because I remember the music. I do remember there was an audio track on this too.
He's just gonna be dancing with a fucking lollipop. I'm getting kind of a bit uncomfortable here.
No, there's more to it.
What, is there something uncomfortable about a grown adult in a girl's dress eating a lollipop?
No, not at all.
Yeah, of course, that's just my hidden bigotry, I guess.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, fuck YouTube for allowing DMCA to fuck the video up. Fuck YouTube for that. Anyway, yeah, that's the scene there.
Yeah, well, that would be a common issue at Columbia.
Yeah, I mean, funny enough, the skit is very funny, but it's also pretty accurate looking to why Columbia is stupid.
Yeah, I mean, when you looked at those like backgrounds, there was no proper like guard railings to.
There are some
falling over.
There are some guard railings.
No, but they were like just some like loose chain links. That's not gonna help people from stop people from falling down.
Yeah. It's not meant to. It's population control.
Oh, Darwinism.
Yeah,
wait, but that doesn't make any sense. They're Christians. They're Christians. They wouldn't believe in that anyway.
You're mistaking Christians for the stereotypical Christians, which Bioshock Infinite has.
My exact point. These guys basically are the stereotypical Christians.
The world in Bioshock is so beautiful, it makes you want to live there.
The first Bioshock, yes, but not this one. It's really bad. The world in this is not good. I mean, here's the thing. Like, and I've said this a few times already. The idea of a flying city would be interesting. We did do a reaction video to Astro Boy, and I thought the flying city in that one was well handled, relatively anyway, at least relative to this game. Like, it's not so much that I have an issue so much with the idea of a floating city, and I think there would be a value to that. You could get really nice scenery in that, right? The same reason why people would want to climb the CN Tower or go to the Rocky Mountains or whatever, or be in a plane. The scenery is nice. So I can imagine appreciating that and having a view of the city. The problem is that it's fucking stupid. Well, first off, because the animation in this city is so bad, the animation in this game isn't good enough to make it, actually worth paying attention to the environments or scenery. You don't really get the chance to look at or appreciate the scenery or environments, especially not like Rapture. And also, they don't really put in the legwork to make it believable or logical in any way. At the winds that you have up there, you would die. You couldn't possibly breathe. You would have perpetual fucking motion sickness. You'd freeze to death. Like, there's no fucking way. Like, they don't really account for any of that stuff. But the idea of a floating city, yes, would be nice on paper, but it is clear that Joe is stopping it on paper and not really applying it to how it applies in the actual game, which is handled badly.
Our prophet fills our lungs with water, so they may better love the air.
Yeah, so it shows a fairly decent scene, but look at the NPC in this one. First off, there's no good lip syncing. The NPC this is probably one of the best looking NPCs in the game, and generally doesn't look too good. And while, yes, technically the visuals and lighting look generally solid in this one, that's basically only because they want to make it a blatant trailer fodder scene, so that people like Joe and IGN put it in their videos to say, look how great the animation is. Once they have your attention, once they're past this stuff, they just stopped caring. And the animation gets really, really bad really, really quickly.
The problem is that I can't really comment on that, how it looks, because I need like a bit more frame of reference of what was at the time considered like better or acceptable.
Well, this game came out in 2013. In 2012, Infamous 2 came out, and it was better than this in terms of visuals, performance, animation, all that stuff. While also having a bigger, better world with more complicated NPCs, and doing a lot of more complex stuff. And it was a PS3 exclusive, so no PC release, right? So... Yeah. There's that one. Only 1 year after this game, Saints Row 4 came out, and it looked and performed better on the same hardware.
Oh, that's true, actually.
Even if you compare the 360 version of Saints Row 4 to this one. And in 2008, several years before this game, Devil May Cry 4 came out. And its visuals, performance, and overall quality put this game to shame with no trouble whatsoever. The empty framework engine in DMC4 was fantastic, and so, yeah, there's really just no excuse for how bad this game looks.
Kind of creepy, but oh, look, hummingbirds!
I mean, yeah, they have hummingbirds, but, like, that's it.
How are there hummingbirds there? Like,
yeah, that is a good point. Are hummingbirds known for casually hanging around at the top of the Earth's atmosphere? They do live in gardens like the one featured in this game here, so you could find them in those places. You know, if the city wasn't in the sky.
Washington, hear my prayer.
But I mean, yeah, they have a hummingbird, but that's not really much.
A freaking carnival!
Yes, they have a carnival. What's your point, Joe?
Yes! It's the Columbia Rap one.
Oh, by the way, the carnival is also really stupid because you can actually play the minigame with the horse vigor, and oh my god, this is a thing. You can do the minigame with the horse vigor, and when you actually do the minigame, you can actually launch your you actually use the horse vigor in the minigame before you get it in the actual game. And so you have to assume they just somehow find a way to take the vigor away from the player. Like, that's stupid.
There! Whoa, a clown! Oh, what's over there?
Like, yeah, it's in here. It's surface level stuff, Joe. This is surface level. Why are you praising it? It's basic surface level stuff.
I'm sure he's just playing it up.
I'm aware he's playing it up. I'm aware he's playing it up, but he wouldn't. But like, this would not be relevant in the video if this wasn't like. Yeah, this is.
And it's basically playing up the joke of like, oh, look how beautiful and nice this place is, and then you find out, oh, this is horrible.
I can see that. It's just, ugh, this is bad.
The bowl! Is that not the prettiest young white girl in all of Columbia?
Wait, what?
Is that not the prettiest young white girl in all of Columbia?
Did he just say...
This is stupid, surface level, and very cartoonishly dumb. Just point that out now.
Come on! Are you gonna throw it? Or are you taking your coffee black these days?
That's racist! That's racist! Yeah, that's when Columbia takes a turn for the dark side, okay? You are Booker DeWitt, hired to rescue a girl, Elizabeth, who...
Yeah, this game is Bioshock 2, we know that. Elizabeth was just Eleanor Lamb again.
...has the powers to make tears in reality from a tower in this city that's basically technologically advanced. It seceded from the Union...
Yeah, why would the city be technologically advanced? Why would it be like that? We know that Christians hate technology and they hate science. Why would they do this? Did they really just think that after hitting every single offensive Christian stereotype in the book, they should stop just one short of all of them? Was that the only reason why they embraced modern technology and somehow became more advanced than a society that we have now, let alone that this game takes place in 1912?
A couple of things. I think, didn't he misspell the name of Columbia?
Oh yeah, he did. He did. He misspelled it. Good catch.
Is that like French name for the Return of the Jedi or something over there?
I wouldn't know.
La Revanche du Jedi. Is there a Star Wars movie playing?
I don't know. Yeah, I guess. I don't know. The movie takes place in 1912, so I don't even know if you get neon signs there. I don't know how the hell Elizabeth managed to go to Paris with that playing in 1912.
I don't know if she traveled forward in time, but yeah.
She's never been shown to be able to travel forward in time, so I doubt it. But then again, Elizabeth's powers are so nebulous and poorly defined, I guess she could do fucking anything.
Although I get it could also be like just a small Easter egg that it wasn't meant to be taken all that seriously. But,
well, unfortunately, this is fucking Bioshock, so I'm going to be taking this stuff seriously because if you're not going to put in the legwork, somebody else will notice this shit. I mean, and also, by the way, it should also be noted, this is that Joe's showing a scene from the beginning of the game when she was still limited in her abilities. So even if she could time travel, she definitely wouldn't be able to do it now. But I just want to point that out, though. We see her opening a portal to Paris. The entire fucking game, she wants to go to Paris. Yet right now, she can literally fucking do that, but she just won't. I keep telling you, the entire goddamn game is filler. The whole thing is a shonen filler episode.
Ew.
And then floated away some time ago. Now, the people of Columbia worship and pray to America's founding fathers, Jefferson, Franklin, and George Washington. Their leader, Madman Father Comstock, is a prophet who rules with an iron fist over them. Even worse, They are essentially a pack of amazing flying racists that wholeheartedly believe in slavery and that blacks are below them, serving only as laborers and janitors at best.
And it doesn't make any sense how black people even ended up on the city. There's no reason why. And yes, I know, because I did watch the Charlatan Wonder video, I know there is a book somewhere that I guarantee Joe has not read, that probably wasn't even written at the time of the game's release, that supposedly says that it makes sense because apparently some black people accidentally fell asleep on the city or were workers or something like that. But it's fucking dumb, and it doesn't make any sense. It's stupid, and I'm not going to accept it if it's not in the game itself anyway.
And it seems some Asian people apparently also ended up as well.
I guess, I don't know.
But that's just such a dumb, explanation that, there are black people on Colombia where they hate black people and treat them like shit, is because they fell asleep on ships and ended up there. Like, I do like those, paintings though. Like,
yeah.
I do appreciate kind of like the work that they put on that. It kind of, in the sense of like what the world is like. But yeah, like it doesn't make any sense. Like all the people that Colombia treats like shit, they all ended up accidentally by falling asleep on airships that went to Colombia. What the hell kind of a dumbass explanation is that? I would be more willing to believe that they said that we have a wizard who brought them here.
Yeah, I would have accepted that as a better explanation, because I mean that would have been stupid too. But
they can just use a historically accurate way of how they got to America.
Yeah, they could use that one. Except that also doesn't fit for a fucking flying city. But I mean, hey, at least that would be better than this bullshit.
Lincoln and have a statue to their hero, John Wilkes Booth. Yeah. No, this is not a nice place to live in at all. So essentially, you get to shoot all of these brainwashed racists in the face.
Okay, so we're not really going to account for anything like that. We're not going to question, say, people doing bad things under duress, or potentially if the racist kid who grew up in a racist neighborhood may have been that bad, or maybe if there was some room to save him, undo the mental conditioning, the brainwashing, societal influence. Nope. Yeah. If you were born in the wrong city, then you deserve to die. You didn't even get to make a choice on who you grow up to be.
Yeah.
But yep.
Just like extra credits said.
Yeah, I was thinking about how Mr. Enter responded to the extra credits thing, and that's kind of what I'm sitting through now. It's like, really? Like, we're not going to account for this at all. It's just, ugh.
Along with a resistance group called Vox Populi.
Oh, and by the way, another funny thing is that the black people, neither the regular black citizens or the Vox Populi ever bothered to use vigors to, like, fight back, which is something they obviously would and should do.
What do you mean? They just forgot.
Oh, as if that doesn't fucking summarize practically the entire writing team right there. Oh, we just forgot. But yeah, good point. Yeah, they probably just fucking forgot. What's even funnier, actually, is that Daisy Fitzroy literally wanted to make some deal with Booker to get the gunsmith to make a bunch of weapons for them. So they were more focused on the gunsmith instead of the fucking vigors.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense, doesn't it? Yeah.
Of course, and it's definitely not like they would have potentially wanted to not use vigors because they're afraid of atom withdrawal symptoms or anything like that, since, atom withdrawal doesn't fucking happen in this game! For no goddamn reason, by the way.
Yeah, they just magically got a cure. Never saying how.
No, don't you remember? Michael explained it perfectly. They just have a Little Sisters orphanage in Colombia too, which is just never shown, never referenced, never seen, and never acknowledged, and even implied to have existed anyway, but it's definitely there in Colombia off screen, and they just produce so much atom that it's just not exactly a problem. Oh, and by the way, even though a fucking Little Sisters orphanage wasn't enough to sustain the people of Rapture, and the city went to hell because they still had atom withdrawal symptoms, even with a Little Sisters orphanage, this time they just totally have it, and it is just totally good enough. Just trust me on that.
What?
Michael said that.
Yeah, that sounds dumb.
There's an even dumber explanation, which we'll get into later, but he came up with an even dumber excuse for an even dumber plot hole in this game.
Up of the lower class, blacks, and Irish people.
All right, well.
Important game of our generation. Yeah, not quite. There's no doubt, though, that Bioshock is a fantastic game. In my opinion, it is a must.
Yes, the first game was great. This one is fucking garbage. This is a 2 out of 10 game, Joe.
Own. I'm going to stop right here, and I'm going to tell you to go out and buy Bioshock Infinite.
I did, and it was fucking terrible. It was garbage. That game was garbage, Joe. You're a fucking reviewer. You're supposed to be better than this. You're supposed to be better than the dumbasses at IGN.
It's that good. Gaming journalists are absolutely enthralled, as you can see by the...
Yeah, because gaming journalists are fucking stupid idiots who can't even get through the goddamn Cuphead tutorial. Fucking journalists couldn't even do that. And then, of course, big shocker, they wrote all kinds of articles making it the game's fault that they couldn't fucking beat it. Of course they think this game is great because it's a hand-holding, condescending piece of shit that specifically catered to dumbasses like journalists at IGN, okay? So, yeah, fuck IGN, fuck journalists, and fuck them all. Fuck them.
Yeah.
Okay, just because the fact they think this game is good is all the more reason for me to say it's terrible. Although, trust me, I think my reasoning has been more than sufficient. Even if journalists thought it were terrible, they'd actually be right for once.
The game. How refreshing it is to have a game with such a profound and satisfying conclusion.
Joe, did you play the game at all? The ending to this game is terrible. It's not a profound and satisfying conclusion. It's basically the ending to Mass Effect 3, only even lazier and even worse. Yeah. It's like a mini Mass Effect 3 plus Sonic 06 ending. Like, that's how bad this fucking ending was. A condescending, lol, the entire game didn't happen, and, yeah, kind of ending. What are you talking about, Joe? What the fuck?
I wasn't watching the ending when you played to the end, and honestly, I wasn't too much paying attention. Like, if basically the ending does it like do away with the whole game itself?
Basically, yeah, or kind of. They basically
It doesn't though.
What?
It doesn't though, because if he kills himself, then he is dead, and as such, he didn't kill himself, and as such, he.
I know.
The game's ending isn't real.
I know, it's a grandfather paradox, I know. And Burial Sea retcons the ending anyway. I mean, not that the ending was great in the first place, but, like, Burial Sea basically put the entire series through a wood chipper. But, like, yeah, the ending to Bioshock Infinite is really fucking bad. It's garbage. And, yeah. And I think the whole game just ripped off Bioshock 2. Like, the entire game is a one-to-one rip from Bioshock 2.
And I think that ending is bumping up the scores a point.
Yeah, I'm aware it is, because people are fucking stupid. The ending is terrible, Joe. The ending is fucking garbage.
It has you think about the whole game. So
yeah, like how bad it was. It doesn't make you think about anything. Joe, you remember when you made that, like, top 10 reasons why Mass Effect 3 ending sucks? Yeah, all of those fucking issues apply to this game. All of them. Okay? It's a mini Mass Effect 3 plus Sonic 06 ending. Alright? Where they basically tell you that all of your choices meant jack shit, nothing mattered, while also being all wishy-washy by saying the game itself was irrelevant, and that you wasted your time playing it. Okay? The game ending is fucking garbage. And all they did was just have Elizabeth running around banging pots and pans, right after a scene of Booker and Elizabeth jerk each other off while shouting constants and variables over and over again. The ending is garbage.
Well, and also adding parts where Elizabeth just stands in front of you.
Oh yeah, I forgot. NPC blocking it happens all the fucking time!
So it's getting 9s and 10s aplenty. And if anyone dare give this game an 8, they are blasted in the comments section for being idiots! Well, if you want non-stop praise, you have a ton of other reviews to read through. However, here, there are a few things that hold it back from earning a 10 out of 10.
None of this is in the game, by the way. It's fair to mention that. Okay, whatever. By the way, Joe is essentially saying, go to a different review if you want to get blind fanboy praise, and then he basically provides this game with blind fanboy praise.
Also, it's surprisingly common how often there's like E3 trailers that are nothing like the finished product. I mean, there are like countless cases where that happens.
Yeah.
Like Aliens Colonial Marines is a perfect example of that.
Yeah.
And a
but it's Ken Levine, so it's okay this time.
Legendary status. Sometimes it's gameplay over story. Other times it's story over gameplay.
And here it's neither.
Case with Bioshock.
It's shit over shit.
Yeah, shit over shit. Incredible story and characters, slightly above average gameplay. Joe? Not true at all. The gameplay is garbage, and the story and characters are terrible. The story is a one-to-one rip from Bioshock 2, and every character in this game is a goddamn idiot. Alright? The gameplay is just a lazy COD clone with elements that work to its own detriment. This game is this game's like actual gameplay mechanic is a Frankenstein monster abomination that's at war with itself.
Gameplay looked very dull and...
It was terrible. It wasn't dull, it was just garbage. It was flat fucking garbage.
In the end, its story and characters earn those high marks.
Except that the story's a ripoff from Bioshock 2, and the characters are fucking idiots.
Come on, let me through. Heads.
Or tails.
Joe, what are you talking about? You didn't say anything about why the characters are great. You literally just played a random scene from the beginning of the game with the Lutesses being pretentious and annoying. Like, please back your fucking statements up with something.
Heads. Told you. I never find that as satisfying as I'd imagined.
Chin up. There's always next time.
I suppose there is.
I mean, that is somewhat amusing, but like, yeah.
It's solid, but it has some flaws.
No, the gameplay is not solid. It's terrible.
That hold it back from being let.
Yeah, it has a few flaws. Just a gameplay with just a few flaws. Like, a few flaws, like the entire game.
Do you see what part of the game he is showing?
The ghost hag. The ghost hag, yes.
You know, that part of the game that you just loved.
Ugh. Well, to be fair, the whole game was at the same quality as the ghost hag fight.
Yeah, well, I would argue that the ghost hag is probably like the worst part when it got gameplay wise, because God, that was just like you have a boss that basically just spawns smaller enemies, and you repeat that, do that 3 times. Like, really?
Yeah.
Legendary. There's an annoying main character boss that's recycled 3 times.
Okay,
He
gets that.
As you will mostly be doing the same things with the same habits in actual.
Yeah, the same thing. Track down Elizabeth. Then in Act 2, track down Elizabeth. Then in Act 3, it's track down Elizabeth. Literally, like, more than half of the game is just tracking down Elizabeth, okay? But yeah, he gets that.
Combat. You have your gun in one hand and your spell power in your other. Plasmids and Eve are now vigors and salts, but work.
Okay, yeah. But, like, they're not... I mean, they are the same at the surface level, but they don't fucking fit here.
Exactly the same way as in Bioshock with a mana bar.
Wait, what?
Work exactly. Plasmids and Eve are now vigors and salts, but work exactly the same way as in Bioshock with a mana bar.
Yeah, they do work exactly the same way, except for one problem. The context is not the same. That's the fucking problem, Joe.
Well, you only live once.
Yeah, I don't even know, why the fuck did he drink that in the first place? Like, it's not like he knew he was gonna get a power-up from drinking that. You know.
I would actually argue that he probably wouldn't have, since, didn't he, before this, he just got the possession vigor from just a street stall, so he could look at that bottom and be like, hey, this looks similar to that one, I wonder if this gives me any powers, and he is currently being chased by people with guns who want to kill him, so, I don't know, I think it would make sense for him to drink that in the hopes of it giving him a better chance at survival.
I guess I can believe that to a degree, but it's still very far-fetched, I'd say. Because, like, you know, who's to say that, I don't know, maybe these things have severe withdrawal symptoms and they basically fuck you up worse than heroin if you don't go on them. Yeah, you know, still like this is, I don't know, a fucking Bioshock game or something where that exact thing would happen. Pfft, that would be stupid.
Yeah.
But, you know, but Booker doesn't know that. Booker doesn't know that these are supposed to have withdrawal symptoms or anything like that. He doesn't, you know.
Exactly, that's why he wouldn't... He probably wouldn't, you know, think that much about drinking it, because he's like, okay, I have like the whole city after me, and I need every little bit that can help me survive. And this looks like similar as that one to give me the possession ability, you know, the Bill Cosby drink. So
yeah.
Maybe this will give me something as well. So let's drink it and see what happens.
Yeah, too bad he did none of that. He didn't say or think any of that. He was like, well, you only live once. Let's take the thing YOLO. Chug it. That's it. That's all he did. Oh, look, you're so stupid. This game is so terrible. And like in the first game, the mandatory plasmids you had to get were generally meant to get through locked doors and stuff like that. Locked doors and frozen environments and stuff, you know, to actually get through areas where you needed these plasmids to get past them.
Increased variety in combat with electricity strikes, bucking.
They don't really make combat more interesting, and they definitely don't add variety.
Increased variety in
yeah, they don't increase variety, considering they all function the fucking same.
Combat with electricity strikes.
A stun.
Bucking broncos.
A stun.
To toss up your enemy. Possession.
A stun. I mean, technically, the possession isn't a stun, but whatever.
Fire bombs.
Yeah, the firebomb. A damage dealing stun.
Froze.
Another stun.
Replace bees. Though I prefer bees.
Yeah, here's the thing. He says he prefers bees, I guess just because of the memes. I think he says that later on. I don't remember. But, yeah, the crows are worse than the bees in every conceivable way. Because the bees, you get like a full swarm of these that chase down enemies and do a lot of damage. They're effective for stunning them, and they also do quite a bit of damage. And they're good. They're really effective. And they're definitely different from the other stun powers in the first game. This time, however, they don't do that. This time, the crows basically last for like a half a second. Even when you upgrade them to their maximum level, they still barely last as long as the basic B ability in the first game. They can't chase down multiple enemies or anything. They suck. The crows in this game just suck.
This, along with a good variety of weapons in the game,
Good variety of weapons, they all basically function and act the same. I know some do more damage than others, but whatever. It's not like they're that significant, you know. And besides, for God's sakes, the 2-weapon limit kind of ruins that anyway.
give combat what it needs.
Yeah, and aren't they just your generic machine guns, handguns, and shotguns?
Basically, yeah. They're all very, like, dull and generic weapons.
Yeah, it's not like you have some like crazy Ratchet Clank black hole guns or anything like that.
Or hell, even the first game's variety of weapons. And it's not like you're going to be experimenting with them anyway with a 2-weapon limit, and the fact that they have an upgrading system on this 2-weapon limit. Meaning what's going to happen is you're going to pour upgrades into your favorite weapons and then fucking throw them away when they run out of ammo, leaving you stuck back at square one with an unupgraded weapon.
Ugh. Can we get rid of that stupid 2-weapon limit already?
Yeah, well, DLC did remove it. Not like that much help at that point, but, you know, they did do that.
Yeah, but I was like, in general, like, isn't that something that's being on a lot of games?
Some games handle it better than others. Tristan did say that Borderlands has a 4-weapon limit. Well, and how does Borderlands go about the 4-weapon limit? I know you played that game too. So how does Borderlands go about dealing with the 4-weapon limit?
You start out with 2 weapons, and then you get upgrades to get up to 4.
Right, but do you have the same problem in Bioshock Infinite where you upgrade the weapons and then throw them away and then are stuck with unupgraded weapons or something?
No, each weapon has its own stats.
Okay, so each weapon has its own stats, but like, can you explain that? Like, by which do you mean you just upgrade the stats on that one weapon, then you throw it away, and then you get a different type of weapon that doesn't have upgrades?
No, weapons come with specific stats that they pretty much just keep until you throw them away and get a new one, because it's a looter shooter. Okay. So when you kill things, they drop weapons.
Okay, I guess that's more understandable. Plus, a 4-weapon limit is better than a 2-weapon limit. So, I mean, it's something.
As you'll battle soldiers, officers, raven creatures, and
So, basically, the exact same enemy with a different coat of paint every single time, except for 2 different vigor guys who also basically are functioning exactly the same. Yeah, riveting stuff.
badass, mechanized patriots that resemble George Washington.
Yeah, they have this, by the way, 1912, and they have this kind of technology for some godforsaken reason.
So they have walking death robots in 1912.
And the big daddies are handymen.
Suddenly, the plot of Halloween 3 isn't as dumb as many people thought.
Yeah, and by the way, he says this.
Oh, and the new big daddies are handymen.
Who are stupid. The handymen are fucking stupid. Okay, here's the thing. Big daddies made perfect sense to exist in Rapture because they needed maintenance workers who can handle the water pressure. Bioshock 2 expanded on the Big Daddy concept with Big Sisters, and that was a great expansion and a great addition, combining the concept of Little Sisters with the Big Daddies by making the Little Sisters grow up into Big Sisters. That was really cool. This game, on the other hand, no, it's dumb, because, oh god. Why the fuck are handymen here? Why the fuck does the city need them?
Maintenance?
Wouldn't they be I get that they're like maintenance workers.
No, they're not. There's actually no explanation anymore that suggests that that handymen are supposed to be used for maintenance.
Given their name, I would expect they are.
Yeah, but that's the thing. They're not. In fact, you wouldn't really need a handyman for maintenance anyway. Not that these handymen would even be good for maintenance. Imagine that thing using a fucking power drill or something. But that thing's clumsy fucking hands. Yeah, they're not very good as maintenance workers, and it's not like you really need them, considering everyone can apparently live in the floating city anyway, so it's not like you need someone specifically to do the maintenance work, who can handle the wind pressure, since apparently everyone can. There's just no statement suggesting handymen are maintenance workers. Apparently it's some way to live forever, as if you'd even want to do that. I guess it's like the concept of the whole head in a jar thing from Futurama, where once you die, you can live inside of you can live forever as one of these stupid-ass handyman mech things. But, that doesn't seem like a good idea. It doesn't seem like they're getting the consent from the people who do it. And there's no godforsaken, I actually don't even know if they are getting the consent from the people who do it, but, why? Why would these people want to become handymen afterwards, and then not even see their own families or anything like that? which would be the only reason they'd ever live on. There's no conceivable reason why these handymen would ever need to exist. They're fucking stupid and idiotic. Why would Columbia and how would Columbia even have the technology to do this, and why would they bother with it?
What exactly are the handymen? You mentioned like the are people who died, but they're resurrected into handymen or something like that?
Something like that, I don't know.
I guess, I was just thinking, I was assuming that they are like the big daddies in the sense that they were people who didn't have exactly a good place in the society. Like, weren't they like criminals or people who got the rapture without being actually invited there? So they were basically taken out of the picture by being turned into big daddies. So,
now, some of the people who ended up getting into rapture uninvited became big daddies, but most of them were just maintenance workers.
Okay, yeah. So, I mean, I remember that they were maintenance workers, that they were basically upgraded to handle the pressures and everything like that, and eventually they became the big daddies. But I remember that there was something that, since the whole fate of a big daddy is kind of a horrible one when you learn about it, that they basically started taking the people of the rapture society that they didn't really like out of the picture by turning them into big daddies. Yeah. And I was kind of assuming that the same would be with the handyman, but honestly, I had to wonder, like, how are these people so chill about the fact that they have a... I mean, I guess somebody in the comments gonna, well, they are racist. Of course, they're gonna be okay with this. But at the same time, this person was probably a member of their society who didn't really commit anything atrocious in their eyes. So why would they be happy about him being turned into this creature? I mean, when you look at that, when he's being taken pictures, it's like trying to shield himself. Like, that's like a lot of just like humanity has apparently stripped from him, or like he's being reduced to that of like a small child, basically.
Yeah, by the way, that's another thing. They're terrified of camera flashes, but apparently they're gonna fucking fight Booker to the death in hand-to-hand combat. That's another funny thing there.
Yeah, well, there's machine gun fire and rocket fire going on.
Exactly, yeah. They can't handle a fucking camera flash, but a rocket launcher, no problem. Ugh. And yeah, the other thing as well is, like, yeah, there's no scene where anyone's supposedly recognizing the handyman. And according to Michael, there's some audio diary from a woman who's like, I turned my husband into a handyman, so yeah. But it's like, okay, and go on. No, we're not getting any of that. The handymen are fucking stupid.
That's fucked up if somebody was like, I'll just turn a member of my family into a handyman.
Yep.
Oh, and the new big daddies are
dumb.
handymen. These huge monstrosities are old aging people who've been entombed in metal to prolong their lives, and they are extremely...
Okay, as Joe said it, to prolong their lives. Why? Why would they do that? Why would they ever agree to this? Why would they ever want it? You think that a lot of people a lot of the older men just wouldn't sign that fucking contract and just would not agree to this deal? You'd think they'd just be against it. And why would Colombia need this? Maybe you'd say for more military power, except they're very rarely used for military until basically after Booker's already showed up. And even then, they're not really that necessary for the military because they could have just used fucking figures if they were that strapped for resources.
Not to mention, it's just...
They have a functioning military anyway.
I get that people want to prolong their lives, but it doesn't seem like this person is really enjoying that life. He's just being turned into basically a mockery of God, basically, with this.
Yeah. That's another good point. They're a bunch of hyper-religious fundamentalist Christians. They would hate science, but apparently they're cool with doing this.
Aggressive and difficult opponent.
Oh yeah, also the handymen are really stupid in terms of gameplay as well. Like, remember the idea about big daddies was that they were passive and they don't attack until you hit first. You have to start the fight with them, and so you get all these strategies about planning out, like, strategies in advance to account for them, and like using things like armor-piercing rounds. Yeah, the handymen are basically like, whatever, they're on level, who gives a shit? They're on wave the horde mode thing. Fucking throw a handyman at them. Bang! There's no strategy to fighting these things. It's a headless chicken thing where you just fight it until it dies. Like, you know,
could you use when in the original Bioshock with the big daddies, could you like perhaps kind of use them to your advantage? Like, if you have other enemies, you could kind of anger a big daddy and it would end up fighting the other enemies as well.
Not really. This is maybe more of just an AI problem in the first game. But no, if you encounter enemies who already attacked a big daddy, then you can stand in the corner and just let them go at it, and then just pick off whoever survives, which is a good strategy, and I use it occasionally. But if you want to actively weaponize the Big Daddy against enemies, you use the hypnotized Big Daddy plasmid, which basically makes them perceive you as a little sister and thus want to protect you.
Oh.
It's an interesting plasmid, but it's very situational and unfortunately does lead to NPC blocking issues, so it's why I don't use it too much.
But still shows more of a variety in the combat than Bioshock Infinite.
Yeah, it's basically just... Yeah, Handyman is basically just like fighting an enemy in combat with a bigger health bar. That's basically it.
Every single battle with them is tense, as they mostly just charge your position and do.
Oh yeah, and he says Handymen are a great challenge. Yeah, challenge of the game is really bad. Like, the game's challenge is very painfully, like, poorly thought out. Like, listen, I'm not... What?
He just said the fights are very tense, and then proceeded to say that all they do is run straight at you. How's that tense?
Well, I mean, technically, with the giant bullet sponges, of course, and then of course them running at you is going to be an issue. And this is an issue with the challenge. And I want to clarify this. I'm not Quantum TV or one of those other idiots who says challenge in games is bad. Kind of funny, though, because, like, the people who played this game literally are the people who are like that. You know, the people who couldn't beat the Cuphead tutorial and blamed the game for it, or the people who said Dark Souls needs an easy mode. You know, kind of funny. But, like, yeah, so I just want to clarify, I'm not one of those people. But the thing is, there's a right way and a wrong way to do challenge in games, right? And the problem with challenge in this game is, like, it's just not well thought out. I've already pointed out that they basically, Booker and Elizabeth were clearly way more capable beforehand, and they basically crippled Elizabeth, and then crippled Booker to make Elizabeth seem useful in many, many ways, as pointed out by Red Raptor Wrights and myself, right? But the issue with this game's difficulty is it also comes with this additional problem, like, it feels like they made this game with Jack Ryan and Eleanor Lamb in mind, but then at the 11th hour, when they decided to cripple Booker and Elizabeth respectively, you know, now they didn't really adjust the fucking game balance, so now we have all these challenges that were just not made with that in mind. But even then, I don't think the challenge would have been that great, with a more capable Booker and Elizabeth, but you get the idea. And, like, their version of difficulty is to just throw everything at you. Have a giant flying enemy that absorbs damage constantly and respawns other enemies, so you're drowning into this horde mode of insane enemies. Have this giant-ass handyman who just runs at you and beats the shit out of you and shockwave punches the ground, and who also is a giant bullet sponge, and just throw 500,000 more enemies at you. Just throw everything the graphics processor can even handle. And then just, yeah, there you go. And give you, like, no health bars and, like, no ability to carry medkits. Yeah. Like, that's difficulty for this game.
Pretty much breaks your shield immediately, even when it's boosted.
Yes! Yeah, point made. Yes, it fucking hits a lot.
Die. Oh shit, I got no health. Oh fuck. Oh my god, that was fucking close.
Yep.
One fantastic addition to the game that has to be mentioned are the skylines.
They're not very good at all. They're not a good addition to the game at all. They would have been a cool idea if they were included, but, like, the way they're done is bad. The way they're done is just flat out fucking bad. They basically put the game literally on rails and make it more scripted and less fun to play.
It's a flying city. You get to move around.
I actually have an example of a game that does this kind of moving on these rails as you can fight while you can fight enemies, and it does it way better. Infamous.
Yeah, Infamous did it way better. So does even Sonic the Hedgehog. Right? Like, even Sonic 06 did better, made use of the rail grinding better than this game.
Wow.
Yep. The skylines are fucking stupid. And, you know, wouldn't it have been cool if maybe I could get an ability that allowed me to fly around? Kind of like a combination of, say, the bat transformation in Castlevania Symphony of the Night, or, like, the other bat transformation in Infamous Festival of Blood. If I could have done either of those things, that'd be kind of cool. And, yeah, that would actually be a much better way to traverse than skylines and stuff. That would be way more fun. And considering the fact that every single charge move is basically just landmine power plus figure ability, that would actually be a nice change of pace to be able to, like, you know, fly around, to be able to, like, in this case, the charge up move for the crow is to actually turn into a crow and be able to fly around with it. That would have been a cool touch.
And get to better vantage points by using a hook to fly around the level. It's great fun, and if you actually use it, it's...
He said it's great fun, literally, while he's just using it to go in a circle. A big fucking script circle.
The issue, though, comes in with your carried weapons and how useful the vigors are, the various ones. I found myself...
What do you mean the various ones? They're all the same with a different coat of paint. Like, more than half the vigors are fucking stun powers.
Doesn't this basically have more or less powers than Bioshock 2?
Yeah, Bioshock 1 and 2 also just had more abilities, more plasmids.
Only using
That's sad.
possession and return to sender almost are the various ones. I found myself only using possession and return to sender almost exclusively, as lightning, shock, and some of the others felt underpowered and didn't really.
I mean, yeah, they were underpowered, but they were also exactly the same. They function the same.
Also, being limited to just 2 weapons at a time means that if you aren't carrying around a nice heavy weapon in one of those slots, you're gonna have some trouble later on in this game.
Okay, good job. He addresses that problem. Here's another issue, though. The game is at odds with itself in that regard. When they give you a 2-weapon limit and apply a weapon upgrading system, that creates problems.
Okay, there are weapon and vigor update stations.
Okay, update. Okay, whatever. So he gets that. Please address how bad the fucking system is.
Level up stations, as well as health and ammo stations, and these are often placed near intense battles to keep you stocked. However, the problem is there's no weapon purchase station, so that forces you basically to find the 2 best weapons in the game and stick with them.
Okay, so he does address that. He does actually address that problem. He still doesn't do a very good job addressing it, but he gets it. Okay.
The whole game.
Why are you just randomly showing footage of gameplay? What does that have to do with anything? Why are you showing this? What is going on?
You smell like burning.
What is this? The sketches are funny, but this one sucks. What is this? Why are you doing this, Joe?
Also, annoyingly enough, the largest battle is the only part in the game that doesn't have these stations, and it does an extremely poor job of preparing you up leading up to it. So you're gonna be dying a lot.
Yep, that blimp horde mode is fucking terrible. Definitely.
Especially if you carried crappy weapons.
Yeah, this blimp horde mode is garbage.
Oh yeah, I remember watching you play that.
It was one of the best weapons for the job here. Try to keep it. Yeah, I'm well aware of that. Oh, this game is so awful. But yeah, this is the issue with how badly the game is designed.
It's barely even tickling that fucker.
Yeah.
And who the fuck designed this flagship with its core exposed, god damn it?
Okay, thank you. You get that one down too. Yes, that is hugely idiotic. And remember, it's Bioshock. These are all the people who are like, it's not a game script. It's a script. The game, it feels like a realistic movie. Great storytelling. Joe himself said that. Great story. It's great. It feels real. This stuff, and yeah, here it's like, it's so obviously just a game boss area.
It is level 1 billion times.
We got it. Where's it coming from? God dang it. Where the fuck is he? No, don't shoot it. God damn it. Oh, you fucking stop shooting it, you fucking asshole. God dang it. Oh, what the? You motherfuckers.
Is he even really trying in this?
I have no idea. It's almost impossible to tell if someone's actually putting in any effort anyway, because God, the game is designed like garbage. I hate Elizabeth. I really hate Elizabeth and the total response system.
To lower the difficulty level, and I played on hard from the outset.
Okay, so we actually did play on hard. Not
I
bad.
recommend you guys play on because the default.
No, you're better off just playing on medium. The game balance is fucking terrible there, but hard is just awful. The hard mode is a fucking tedious, miserable pain in the ass. Medium is a bit too easy. No, medium is like the only one that almost vaguely feels like a game. Remember in one of the other videos, the one we watched from Downward Thrust, where he's like, you gotta really play the game on easy and medium anyway, because the game is so poorly balanced that hard mode is gonna just reveal how fucking shit the game is to play through. Now you get Joe over here who's like, yeah, the game is actually so easy, you gotta play on hard mode anyway.
Yeah. I'd say play on the difficulty setting that gives you most enjoyment.
Here's a better idea. Well, I mean, the best way to get the most fun with this game is to not fucking play it. But here's a better idea. Here's an even better idea. Maybe the fucking developers could have fucking coded the game better and fucking playtested it so it was balanced properly. That's a wild fucking idea, isn't it?
Well, they're probably never gonna do that again, since apparently this game became the game of the year back then and sold pretty well, from what I understand.
Yeah, fuck journalists.
Playing on hard forces you to use a variety of vigors and...
Oh my god, stop with that stupid excuse.
Didn't he himself already say that he was basically using just the 2 vigors?
Yeah, and I'm so sick and tired of hearing that. No, don't let the players fucking play the game for themselves. Implement a bullshit mechanic that forces you to utilize multiple tools and weapons. No. Play in games like God of War 2018 and DMC Devil May Cry. It's a good thing they have color-coded weapons because it encourages you to experiment with different weapons and abilities, even though it does the fucking opposite. And you're sitting here saying, no, don't experiment with various abilities. Here's a wild idea. Instead of playing a shitty game mode that actively strong arms you into fucking making decisions you don't want to do in the name of experimentation, how about instead you just let the player play the fucking game the way they want to and not have shitty game design that forces this bullshit?
Yeah, can't developers just make good games again?
No, that's not going to be happening thanks to this fucking piece of shit. Fuck Bioshock Infinite.
The Konami code, you can get a harder difficulty level called 1999, which is awesome.
No, it's really not awesome, but whatever. It's terrible.
Serves as a game plus mode. But I think the real heart of the game is...
And it's not a new game plus at all? It's, like, not even close to that?
Elizabeth.
Wait, what?
Game plus mode. But I think the real heart of the game is Elizabeth.
She's not the heart of the game. Elizabeth is fucking terrible. She's fucking awful.
Technically, she is the heart of the game.
Fuck, well, I guess this game's heart is fucking pitch black, I guess.
I'm not saying it isn't, I'm just saying technically she is the main thing about the game.
Yep, and that's why this game is terrible, because she is the main thing about it, and she is fucking terrible. And again, every conceivable fucking aspect of this game is garbage.
Is there supposed to be no audio, or am I just...
I think it's a copyright issue. I think it was another copyright thing. Because I know there was audio when I watched it the first time.
What is this, a Disney princess moment?
Yeah, I think that's why he played Disney princess.
Disney music.
Oh my god, so even Joe fucking gets how bad this is. And he doesn't even realize how bad it is. What the fuck? Yes, this is an issue. Elizabeth is stupid because she grew up in a fucking tower. You'd think she'd be all, like, super closed off and reserved. And yet her entire personality is poppy, upbeat Disney princess, which is shoved down your fucking throat.
And a lot of hype went into Elizabeth and just how realistic she is.
Realistic? What? She's not realistic. She's not even a fucking person. She's a plot device. And also, they ripped off Eleanor Lamb. She is just Eleanor Lamb 2.0. Okay, well, a lot of effort was put into her. I know they also mocapped her, but she still fucking looks and moves like fucking dog shit.
We knew that if we didn't get her right, the game wouldn't be right.
You didn't.
Yeah, you didn't get her right at all. Okay, let me just play this one.
Great.
Elizabeth is great, apparently. Let's take a look at this.
That's a lot of folders.
Yeah, I know.
That is a lot of folders.
I know.
That's fucking intimidating.
Anyway, yeah, so here we go. Elizabeth is great, everyone. Elizabeth is fantastic. One of the best characters in gaming history. Elizabeth is awesome, isn't she? A fucking fantastic character. Don't we all love her so much? Just, wow, how great Elizabeth is. Look at this. Look at this bullshit. Look at this.
Yeah, she's so great that even Anita Sarkeesian liked her.
Yeah. Oh my god. I mean, do I even have to fucking go on here? And yes, I know this is from Burial Let's See, where it really ramps up, but the point is still the same. She isn't this bad in the main game, but she's still fucking insufferable. Look at, and her hair! Her hair is clipping through the rest of her fucking body! Look at this garbage! Elizabeth sucks!
She leans up against walls, she sits down in benches.
That's the bare minimum, Joe. That's it? She leans on walls and sits down sometimes? Okay, so that makes up for her being a fucking pain in the ass that she always gets in the way, can never help at all, won't shut the fuck up, constantly wrecks the progression when you're listening to audio diaries, and also fucking NPC blocks all the time, and the fact that her inclusion at all basically destroyed the goddamn game, given they had to cripple Booker to make her seem useful in comparison. But yeah, she leans on some walls and she sits down sometimes. That's why she's good. Okay.
And examines the ground on occasion, but after all was...
She does more act realistically than most. What? Huh?
I'm sorry. Is he praising her or insulting everyone else?
Both, I think? No, I think it's the latter. I think he's insulting everyone else. Or, well, I can't tell. I mean, I know he's definitely insulting my intelligence.
Was said, she's nothing groundbreaking in terms of AI.
No, she's terrible.
A nice character, beautiful as well, and she doesn't get in the way at all.
Yes, she fucking does. We literally played the footage of it. She gets in the way all the fucking time. She is always getting in the way. Joe, did you play the same game?
The enemies never directly target her, so you're not going to be failing.
Hold on, let's listen to that again.
At all. The enemies never directly target her, so you're not going to be failing your mission or anything. So
why do you say that like it's a good thing, Joe? You're literally telling me that the developers fucking copped out and got lazy. Why do you say that like it's a good thing?
I think he just hates escort missions like everyone else does.
Fine, maybe so, but the solution for fixing the problem with escort missions and partner systems is not to fucking cop out. First off, if Elizabeth was strong enough to take care of herself like she could do in the demos, by the way, then maybe, just maybe, it wouldn't be a fucking problem. Moreover, the fact of the fucking matter is, if they didn't want to do escort missions, they shouldn't have fucking put one in there and copped out. Figure out a way to fix it. There are ways you can do it. For one, you can give her own health bar and then make her not so much die or give you like a game over, but have her be like defeated and need to leave and turn around or something like that. Or make her invincible past a certain point, and then you get penalized in some other way. Like, you know, Castlevania Portrait of Ruin did this, where your partner, your partner's health bar would be your magic bar, right? That would be like a system they could do. Or you could have the partner come and go. Or, you know, you could just have something like Eleanor Lamb, where, like, yes, enemies will still attack her and stuff, but they can't actually kill her or anything. Oh, and she can also defend herself. There are ways you could do partner systems without making them terrible. There are ways you can do escort missions without copping out. And for 6 years of development time, and from Ken Levine of all people, I would have expected them to be able to figure that out.
So it never feels like basically an escort mission or...
Yeah, because they copped out. And Elizabeth never feels like a burden to you? What?
It's not an escort mission. Why would it feel like one?
I mean, yeah, it doesn't feel like an escort mission because they copped out. This is not how you fucking fix that problem. Like, jeez. Also, Elizabeth never feels like a burden to you? Yeah, she does. She's always a fucking burden. She's always getting in the way.
Or that she's some kind of burden.
Yeah, she is. She always feels like a burden. Like I keep saying, and will continue to say, I would rather have Eleanor Lamb as my companion than Elizabeth. And I would be saying that even if Elizabeth wasn't a one-to-one ripoff from Eleanor Lamb.
In fact, she's given some helpful aids. She'll find...
Yeah, the bare minimum. Oh my god. Look at Booker's fucking hands in this scene. Look at it. He's clipping through the fucking money. Come on. And that scene is really bad because whenever she has to throw you money close up, they always play the same animations as what they would use at a distance, but it doesn't fucking work because, well, when they play it close up, it looks hideous. Right? This animation is bad, okay? It's fucking bad. But aside from that, like, the other thing as well is, like, she basically helps you out. Essentially, they're basically just doing a compensation for what, you know, for what Booker wasn't even able to do anyway. What I mean is, in the first Bioshock, you could carry multiple weapons, you could carry your medkits, your Eve hypos, and you could also hack open doors and safes and stuff like that. Elizabeth basically gives you bargain bin discount versions of all those old abilities that they took away from Booker. And it's ridiculous. Even Matthew Matosis kind of brought this up when they literally locked the door and made you unable to open it just so they could force Elizabeth to appear useful optically. That's just bad game design, right? But even he didn't scratch the surface of how bad it was. That's what Red Raptor Wrights accomplished when he covered, like, everything that was so fucking bad about that.
Find you and toss you money, health, vigor.
Yeah, all of which you wouldn't actually fucking need at all if you were as useful as Jack. Like I said, and as Red Raptor Wrights put it, if you were playing this game as Jack Ryan, if I was Jack instead of Booker, no one would have even recognized Elizabeth was there.
And ammo, even during battles, which is something you can exploit.
Yeah, it's only useful because it only appears useful optically because they took away other abilities to pretend that it was useful. Alright? If you could carry 8 weapons, Elizabeth giving you ammo and shit would be worthless. If you could carry if you could carry like salt containers or E-Hypos like the first game, Elizabeth throwing them to you would be would contribute little benefit. If you could carry your medkits, then Elizabeth creating them for you or spawning them in or throwing them to you would be of very little value. The extent of Elizabeth's opportunities and abilities are basically just crate or different crate.
Okay, catch!
Appreciate it.
God, the fucking lighting and the bloom on those fucking lamps are terrible.
Furthermore, even if you die, you're gonna be revived immediately buy her with a little bit less money, and
Your enemies actually get a portion of their health back. Okay. Yeah, but like, okay, so Elizabeth revives you, and you say that's a good thing, but if Elizabeth isn't there, you still get the same kind of revival. The animation is just different. Also, by the way, do you remember how insufferable the revival animations were in Too Human? Yeah, that's basically what this is. But of course, because it's Ken Levine, it's okay, whereas Too Human, boo.
And you'll have some more ammo, you'll have some more vigor, so it's a little bit easy in that sense. Another thing that she can do is she can place defensive or offensive structures on the battlefield, like hooks to have you outmaneuver your enemies, or turrets to help you shoot them down quicker, so she's pretty helpful in that.
Okay, so everything I'd be able to do, basically, if I could just hack the already existing enemy turrets to my own side, like I could do in the first game!
And overall was fun.
What the fuck?
Overall was fun.
Can everyone else hear this?
Yes, I cut off.
Okay, yeah, the audio cut off for you too. Okay.
Looks like he just played music that he can't.
I guess. Come on, Joe, at least re-upload this to another site or something.
Wait, is the game's music copyright?
I have no idea. See, this is what I mean. Okay, by the way, she's also such a stupid, airheaded idiot. She also can't even fucking pay attention to Booker when he's right there. I had to deal with someone like this in high school, and she was annoying. I mean, granted, that was barely even the top. That wasn't even at the top of the list of reasons why she sucked. But yeah, like, why am I supposed to like this airheaded bitch? And like, again, the only reason the scene is even in here is because they want to go poppy upbeat Disney princess and shove it down your throat. Elizabeth is fucking terrible. She's one of the worst fucking companion characters I have ever had to put up with in any game at all.
Elizabeth.
Hello. Oh, this is wonderful. Oh, come dance with me, Mr. Twin.
I don't dance. Come on.
Oh, I fucking hate this bitch. Look at this shit. This is awful. This is such poor writing.
Yes, this is like from a fucking Disney movie.
Yeah, it's like from a bad Disney movie, though. God, this is fucking terrible.
As I said before, guys, the world and aesthetics in this game are absolutely beautiful.
No, they're not, okay? They look good at the beginning when they basically have the trailer fodder scenes, but outside of that, they don't look good, okay? The lighting and shadows look very poor and awkward and, like, bad. The like, various things are rendered extremely low poly textures and low fucking, like, everything looks terrible and is extremely low res. Like, I keep saying it, this looks like a fucking PS2 game they lazily upscaled for a remaster. Like, it's just bad. It's just bad. They don't have any half-decent looking normal maps on, like, anything. I still remember how bad it was when I saw the papers and textures on the ground, and it's like they were the pile of papers were levitating above the ground. Like, at the bare minimum, you'd think they could, like, put the textures on the ground or put the paper on the ground in the form of, like, a texture. I mean, I don't know why they couldn't just 3D animate the fucking textures and just put them on the ground. But if they seriously couldn't even do that, you'd think they could at the very least, like, use a display, make the paper into a texture on top of the ground itself, and then use a displacement map to create depth from that. And if that wasn't good enough, then maybe at the bare minimum, they could have instead put them on the ground and made a normal map, which would have been the next best thing. No, they couldn't even do that. Like, it's just terrible. Same with the explosions. Like, the explosions are bad-looking JPEGs they pulled off of Google Images. If you stand a little to the left or the right, you will literally see how flat they are. You will see that they are, like, flat, with no depth. They're pixelated like hell, and they're not cropped properly. Again, the idea of even needing to fucking pull explosions off the internet and make them into planes is already bad enough, but if you're going to do that, if you seriously have to do something like that, there are at the very least ways you could do it to make the illusion not look like shit after you look at it for 3 seconds. At the very, very, very least, with the lowest possible standards imaginable, at the very least, they could have potentially grabbed that image off of Google Images, got a higher res version and cropped it better, and at the very least, they could have put an array modifier on there and then connected that to a normal map, so at the very least, it wouldn't look too bad when you look at it for more than 2 seconds. But no, like, oh god, even the bare minimum was too much to ask for, clearly. And problems like this extend to fucking everything. Elizabeth's hair is clipping through her own body. She's clipping through... Characters are clipping through and running into fucking everything. Scripted scenes look terrible. Characters are sliding around constantly like they're on ice. And also clipping through more stuff. There's a lot of clipping in this game. A lot of characters are basically pulling a Lemillion through various objects. It's awful. It's just awful. This game's graphics are fucking terrible. And the animation is poor.
I love the American theme. The flying city appeals to me so much more than underwater.
I mean, okay, if you have a preference for a floating city over an underwater city, that's fine. But don't pretend it's better designed or better constructed mechanically just because of preference, okay? We've already covered this one before in other videos that we've reacted to and in the Let's Play itself, but like, no, it's bad. The floating city is fucking stupid, okay? You would freeze to death, you would have 24/7 altitude sickness, 24/7 motion sickness, the fucking Mach 5 winds would push you over the edge of the city. There's no way you could ever fucking sit through, like, having to wait for pieces of the city to fall into place every time you get around. They can't even stay consistent on how they keep the city flying, and the entire game world is just a bad wannabe steampunk.
It doesn't even look all that interesting, to be honest. Like, if outside of the rails, does the game even really utilize the whole floating aspect all that much? I mean, most of the time when you play the game, it honestly looks like you're just walking through a 1920s city or something instead of floating any kind of weird science fiction city that this is supposed to be.
Yeah, it's funny. Zero Punctuation. Yeah, funny. Zero Punctuation said something like that. That like the game world is basically just like, your standard, wanky, walkie Call of Duty game with like, pretty looking skyboxes that just look like a floating city. But that's basically what they're doing, right? Like, it's basically just a Call of Duty shoot 'em up game with some with a floating city aesthetic. You don't really get to interact with the floating city at all. Especially not like the way you could with the underwater city in the second game or anything like that.
There's so many moments where you just want to sit back and just look at what you're seeing.
Absolutely beautiful environments. We literally just covered that. The visuals and environments look really fucking bad in this game. They are not good at all.
The only thing I would say that you will probably interested look at some of the paintings and some of the like decorations to kind of get, because they actually kind of tell about the world itself with all the statues and everything like that. But
but Joe is clearly talking about the scenery and architecture, not the actual paintings in the museums in this game.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say, is that those small details that I mentioned, like those you will be, I'd say you'll be interested in seeing and taking a closer look at. But the overall scenery, not so much. Like, I honestly have no desire like that. If I may say so, something like for me personally, I can imagine myself having like a wallpaper on my desktop from based on like Skyrim or Subnautica or Bioshock 1. Also, I guess the Rapture is pretty cool looking aesthetic. I can totally imagine there being a neat artwork that could be that you would like to see on your desktop, but Colombia, not so much. It's kind of dull.
Yep, pretty much.
It's just so creative, and
it's not creative at all.
Someone could have said Bioshock underwater. Well, let's go into the air with flying cities.
Yeah, that's a good idea, and I'll give you that. The idea does make sense. Bioshock 1 was underwater, let's do the opposites, let's put it in the sky. But the problem is, they stopped everywhere beyond that. And here's the problem. Let me get into this point. Mr. Enter said something very similar in Legend of Korra, so let me get to the point out of the way now. I'll quote the same sort of points. When you try to be as different as you possibly can from good, you will be bad, okay? That's just how it is. And this game is fucking terrible. That's just how it is. And it's funny as well, the game is also trying to be so different from the first two Bioshocks, considering, again, it ripped off Bioshock 2.
But the execution of it was fantastic.
No, it fucking wasn't. The execution was terrible.
I am a bit surprised at the lack of puzzles. These could have broken up the...
Oh, I mean, I'm assuming you're referencing the hacking mechanics and hacking minigames from the first game. Yeah, you know why those aren't in there? It's because of Elizabeth! That's why they removed them! Because they wanted to make Elizabeth seem useful in comparison.
Shooting gallery sections, and there are tons of them back to back here. By having a few puzzles, they might have been able to better make use of some of the different vigors that aren't used in combat so much. I always enjoy side quests too in game.
That is actually a good point there. I'll give him that one. That is a good point. Using puzzles to expand on vigor abilities could be kind of cool. And using kind of like how you, well, I mean, first Bioshock was okay with that stuff, but yeah, using vigors for movement would have also been cool. Like, I always thought about the idea of, like, what if you laid down a cyclone trap and then jumped off of it in the first game? You could use it to gain, like, extra airtime. Something like that would be kind of cool in this. But, and that was actually one of my ideas. Like, what if you use the water vigor? Use the water vigor's, like, extended octopus tentacles to, like, grab onto landmarks and stuff and swing around like a Spider-Man game. That'd be cool, right?
Ooh, that would be kind of neat.
Yep. Actually, another thing as well is, for the vigors, you'd think that you could also play into, like, the Christian theming of them to at least justify it a little bit. So, like, maybe for the water vigor, instead of it just being, like, underwater, undersea stuff, which doesn't make any sense in a floating city, by the way, instead, it's, like, vine branches with thorns on them, and, like, instead of just shooting, like, seawater, it's, like, holy water, right? That'd be kind of cool. Point is, it's really bad. And, like, the thing is, like I said, at least for, adjusting to the poorly thought out world building and stuff like that, you can at the very least explain why vigors are here in a world of fundamentalist Christians by at least playing into the Christian Bible theming, so that crows. I'm pretty sure crows probably have some sort of religious connotations in them. I believe so. So you can maybe reference that, or you could talk about how instead of the octopus thing, instead of seawater and like octopus tentacles, which are a very rapture thing, instead you could get holy water and vines with thorns in them, kind of like Ibarra from My Hero Academia, but instead coming out of your fingers, something like that.
Yeah, well, it's kind of like just I can understand not putting too much work into each figure because it would become a kind of mess, but I was more just saying that you can do more with a water ability other than just having you push people around.
Yeah, but I mean, here's the thing: every vigor is just a stun.
Yeah.
Health and shield upgrades and gear. That's not so bad, but the gear, almost every single gear you get was disappointingly pointless.
Yes, thank you. But here's the thing: even if the gear was good, and it doesn't really work all that well because they don't really have something like a gene tonic system where you can actually, modify and adjust your gear piecemeal like you could in the first two games. Instead, it's just like, oh yeah, it's bad. It's bad. You don't get gene banks, so you can't really change them at your will. Whenever you pick a gear piece, you're stuck with it forever.
Aside from maybe one or two, I never switched much from my original gear packages. Gear provides different abilities or enhancements to some of what you can do. But I just never found them useful because they're so limited to only being on a skyline or only if you execute someone. There just aren't that many that actually make you feel like you've powered or leveled up. So
yes, thank you. It's basically a shittier version of the gene tonics, and I mean really, really shitty.
Again, that plays into what I felt could have been a stronger sense of progression in the gameplay. But ultimately, though, it's the story's ending that gives this game its impact.
This ending is garbage. The ending is... Okay, Joe, please explain to me what was so great about that fucking ending, because it was garbage in my... it was terrible. The ending was garbage. A big, pretentious fucking non-ending. Alright?
You get through the confusing middle bit, and by the end, it's made clear. And it's satisfying.
No, it's not. Basically, all they revealed was that Booker was actually Comstock the whole time, which is stupid as fuck. Booker was actually Elizabeth's father, which is dumb and ridiculous, but at least less so than the Comstock reveal. And then they basically just went to fucking give you a fucking pretentious mini Mass Effect 3 Sonic 06 non-ending.
Thought-provoking.
Oh, there we go. Thought-provoking. It's not thought-provoking. It's pretentious as fuck. But right there, though, I want to point this out, because Joe basically says it's thought-provoking. So to every fucking idiot out there who's going to respond to all my criticisms of the game by saying it's just a video game and it doesn't matter, fuck off, because right there, the people fucking sucking this game off are right here telling you, right now, that it's brilliant, deep, and thought-provoking. So you don't get to use the fucking Patrick Willems argument as a fallback by arguing it's fiction, it's a video game, or it doesn't matter.
One doesn't dare sequel bait, and it gives a...
Except it fucking did with Burial at Sea. It did get a sequel with Burial at Sea. But, like, who the fuck cares? The first game didn't sequel bait either. The second game didn't, like, what? Not provoking and satisfying ending. The ending is garbage. The ending is utter fucking garbage.
A full, complete take on this wonderful story of redemption.
Wonderful story of redemption. I'm not even going to comment. I'm just going to leave it.
That's even deeper than that.
Oh, it's even deeper than that. No, it's not. It's shallow. This game is shallow, pretentious garbage.
One final thing, though, that should be mentioned is that this isn't a game about choices.
Oh, yeah! It's not a game about choices, except for the fact that it fucking is. Oh! Constants and variables! It's not a game about choices. Oh, my God.
So it's a... Or is it a game about choices and those choices not mattering at all?
Yeah, no, it's a game about lies, where they lie to you.
There are no...
No, there are choices, like 3 of them. They just don't matter.
Exactly.
Yeah.
This isn't a game about choices. There are no meaningful ones in the game at all. It doesn't matter what you pick, the bird or the cage. That doesn't even do anything. It ends with the same ending, okay? No alternate endings, no different
There are no meaningful choices or alternate endings. Yeah, that's pretty insulting.
possibilities, which in the end I thought was a shame, since it was such a high concept built specifically for alternate endings and different outcomes.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a big slap in the fucking face, isn't it?
That would have been nice, and it would have raised...
It would have given more replayability as well.
Yeah, well, let's listen to this comment.
And while that would have been nice, and it would have raised Bioshock Infinite to a new level, ultimately it doesn't need it.
Not true at all, okay? If we had gotten multiple endings, that would have elevated the game's terrible story and shitty ending from absolute fucking dog shit to... Well, it still would have been fucking dog shit, actually. It still would have been terrible. But yeah, it is a slap in the fucking face to highlight the importance of your choices and make them worth fuck all. Why are you sitting here saying, oh, well, it would have been a nice touch, but it's not that needed. You know, it's not like this only throws off the whole fucking game or anything like that. Nah, not exactly a problem, is it? Who cares? Oh my god, seriously, Joe? You made a top 10 list of reasons why Mass Effect 3's ending was fucking terrible. This game does the same thing and you give it a 9 out of 10. Oh my god. The double standard. See, this is what I mean. This is what I mean when I talk about Joe's terrible double standards. You know, Amazing Spider-Man 2 does something and Joe gives it shit. This game does the same thing and he gives it praise. Or Insomniac Spider-Man does the same thing and he gives it fucking praise, right? You know, Batman Arkham City does something bad or does something and that game gets shit. But then, you know, or sorry, that game gets praise and then Amazing Spider-Man 2 does the same thing and it gives it shit, right? If Bioshock 2 only gave you one fucking ending, everybody would be complaining, okay? I'm making that clear. They gave you, and I get that 6 endings were a bit overboard, but the point is still the same. Like, the only reason this is getting the pass is because it's Ken Levine. Oh my god, this is ridiculous. This is awful. This video is fucking terrible. And I seriously wonder if Joe even fucking played the game at all. Did he even actually get to the fucking ending? Like, wow.
As the story here in its current form is better and more interesting than a lot of movies released today and a lot of other games.
Well, then, the fucking movie industry must be pretty miserable. As for a lot of other games, Darksiders 2, Saints Row 4, Infamous 2, those 3 alone are better picks than Bioshock Infinite. I know a lot of people were angry and annoyed about Saints Row 4, and how, like, over the top and ridiculous it got. And look, if you have a problem with that, I fully understand, and I get where you're coming from. But ultimately, as either a Saints Row game or just taking it on its own terms, it is better than this one. It shows Saints Row 4 is more respectful to the Saints Row series as a whole than this game is to the Bioshock series as a whole. And it's better as a game on its own than this is as a game on its own. Alright? Also, GTA 5, I should point that one out, GTA 5. There are absolutely many better games to play than Bioshock Infinite.
I can imagine there are probably even PlayStation 1 games that are way more fun to play than
like Castlevania Symphony of the Night. Why'd you just show that? Joe, why'd you cut to a random image of Songbird showing up for no reason? What, or a random video? Why'd you do this? What is the point of this?
He probably should have died from that.
Far more than just a crazy dude running an underground city. It touches on many different themes.
No, it doesn't. It
casually... though.
What?
No, he just said an underground city. I'm like, but it's above ground. It's in the air.
Yeah, I think by underground he means like outside the watch of most people.
No, I understand. It's just a small nitpick.
Yeah. Here's the thing, though. God, he says...
It touches on many different themes.
No, it doesn't. Yeah, it acknowledges the idea of themes very pretentiously, but it doesn't actually touch on or explore them in any meaningful depth. Genuinely, all the thematic, scientific stuff and all the theming that you want to get out of this game, you could honestly get all of that and more by watching pretty much any episode of Futurama. You could find the worst episode of the fucking show's run and still get more out of it in terms of scientific anything, theming, any of that compared to this. Futurama just does all of this better, okay? So, like, no, I'm not accepting that as an excuse that, it touches on themes. No, it fucking doesn't. It's pretentious as fuck, and it doesn't do anything with those themes.
You know, what other things? You're like, racism is bad. Oh, yeah, like, that hasn't been touched upon by God knows how many other pieces of media.
Yeah, and I mentioned this before. What if you really went into this idea? Like, what if you made it so that Elizabeth actually was leading the charge against the city or whatever, or against the service or whatever, because Elizabeth was genuinely led to believe in all the insanity that Comstock was spewing, and then we could question if Elizabeth deserves to be redeemed or not, or if her choices, for a game that's all about choice, allegedly, you know, we could really get into questioning if Elizabeth really made the choice to support any of this, or we could have maybe a security guard guy or a Columbia military person who was maybe close friends with Elizabeth, and then we could question, like, Did he legitimately want to do what he did to Elizabeth? Did he want to have any part in this? He didn't technically contribute anything. He had no part in what happened to Elizabeth, but he also didn't do anything. Should we question that? He did nothing, so he technically didn't contribute anything wrong, but if he did nothing, then does that mean he's just as guilty for turning a blind eye? Those are themes you could really get into. Instead, they're like, constants and variables, there's our theming, bye! Aren't we brilliant? Give us some awards now. That's it. That's it. The entire theme is just constants and variables. Game of the Year award. That's it. That's the theming. That's the entire theming right there. This game is pretentious fucking garbage.
So for one story to cover all this and then come together at the end in that way is a fantastic feat.
And it did a fucking terrible job at it. It may not be generation defining, but it's a fantastic experience. Okay. But it's a miserable experience. And it's generation defining, just not in a good way. Like, what are you fucking talking about? This ending is garbage. I'm not going to bother linking the Charlatan... I don't know. I may consider linking the Charlatan Wonder video in the description. I already did in the Let's Play itself, but like... Yeah, no, this ending is garbage. This ending is absolute fucking garbage. The story and theming is terrible. It's pretentious as fuck. And it doesn't actually touch on any themes. Like, Joe, what do you even mean by themes? Can you please elaborate? It touches on themes. Okay, what themes? You just say themes. Please expand on it. Ugh.
Even if there are a few loose ends, like...
A lot of them, actually.
You guys, maybe you can tell me this. How does Elizabeth have powers in the first place?
Okay, even though I fucking hate this game, I'm actually gonna give it. They actually did explain that one. They did show it. When Elizabeth got her finger cut in the tear, it's like because she was split between two realities. That doesn't make any fucking sense either, but that is the explanation. So, yeah. Okay, I'm convinced that Joe didn't even play the game. Joe, there's no way he even played the game. He did what every other journalist did, and he went through the ball throw test, and that's it. And he wrote his review based on that.
Or why is Comstock a racist after we learn about his origins?
Okay, so somebody does get it. Yes. All right. So let's get this one out of the way right now. We've already pointed this out. Comstock is Booker from another reality, and he was very sympathetic and very remorseful for the actions he committed at Wounded Knee. So he went to the church to get a baptism, specifically because he was, he was remorseful for Wounded Knee. Okay?
Can you quickly explain to me what is Wounded Knee?
Wallen can probably explain it better than me, so Wallen.
I cannot.
Fuck you, Wallen. Okay, so anyway, Wounded Knee is basically, it was an event where basically a bunch of American soldiers committed a massacre of Native Americans, and it was very bad.
Wait, if he felt bad about that, then why would he become the Comstock?
My point exactly.
Down, of course.
What?
Because he's doubling down.
Yeah, that's the thing. He was super remorseful, specifically for that. It's not even like he came back from Wounded Knee and was like, "Lolly, wasn't it fun? Look at all the people I shot! Ha 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 ha!" If I wasn't on YouTube, I'd be way more verbose in my imitation of Booker. But you get the idea. Like, he wasn't celebrating killing people. He was super remorseful. He basically quit the military and was wallowing in pity for it. Then he came across the church and wanted to get baptized for it. And then after getting baptized, the next fucking day, he basically turned into Hitler 2.0. He became so overtly racist as Comstock that Hitler himself would tell him that he needed to take a chill pill. It's ridiculous. And Michael basically responded to all of this when I pointed out by basically just saying, well, of course, it makes perfect sense because it's Christianity. That makes sense. When I pointed out that Ken Levine is Jewish, he doubled down by specifically stating, no, it's not this. The subtext and theming of this is not that religion is bad, is that Christianity specifically is bad.
Fuck's sake.
I guess I shouldn't be surprised that he would say something like that since Michael does talk like a fucking Reddit atheist. But yeah, that is utterly ridiculous. And for the people who say that makes perfect sense, I want you to imagine for a few minutes this being made with any other group in mind other than Christianity. And I want to see how well it'll hold up. I would like to believe that Ken Levine did not make this as a very deliberate and intentional attack on Christianity or anything like that, because God knows we haven't had enough of those lately. But regardless of how you look at it, the end result is that it's still very fucking lazy, and it's clearly taking for granted that the target group is Christianity as a hand-wave excuse to make you believe it. Basically, the way Michael said, all of the fucking plot holes can easily be ignored because Christianity. So let me imagine my hypothetical rewrite of this game using a different group in mind. Alright, but I want you to imagine the scenario. So, in this alternate version of the game, Booker he is super remorseful for his actions, and he looked at the church, and then he goes to the mosque right beside the church, and he becomes a Muslim. And then the next day, he changes his name to Zachary Hale Bin Laden. After that, he makes a new group, which is, by the way, called Al-Qaeda. And he gets a bunch of people end up joining the cult because, whatever, it's their first cult and they're very excited to be in one. And so there we go. Now they're all joining the cult, and he practices Sharia law to the nth degree. So, sorry about that, women. But then, of course, there's a point where Rosalind Lutece has an encounter with Mr. Zachary Hale Bin Laden, where she finds him trying to research how to make bombs under the terrorist section in the library. So anyway, she decides to talk to him, and she's very fascinated when she decides to talk to him, and she's very fascinated when he explains all this incredible stuff to her, like the concept that apparently women are to speak only when spoken to, and stuff like that. She was just blown away by his otherworldly wisdom. This well-respected, intelligent scientist who's winning Nobel Prizes left and right decided to talk to this crazy guy making bombs in the library and checking out books on terrorism. She just thought it was great. But the moment that really made her realize that her science, her brilliance, all of it is in the right hands with this guy, was the next day when she saw him go to the museum and blow the whole place up and screaming about, destroying the infidels and how much he hates scientific stuff while screaming Allahu Akbar over and over again while blowing up that library. That is when this brilliant, well-respected, Nobel Prize winning scientist decided to entrust her science and her incredible discovery of the Lutece particles with Zachary Hale Bin Laden. And so when Booker from the other timeline, from timeline 2 or 1 or whatever, when other timeline Booker who didn't join the religion, ends up catching wind of this, he wants to go find his daughter, Anna DeWitt, who in this world is Elizabeth. I couldn't think of an offensive racist Muslim name for Elizabeth, so we're going to stick with Elizabeth. And he finds Elizabeth. Unfortunately, if he fails, Elizabeth's big plan in the end, Zachary Hale Bin Laden and Elizabeth, their big plan is to ram a set of planes into the World Trade Center, and then basically, continue attacking a bunch of people from their flying city called ISIS. Does that at all seem like a bad idea? Does that seem like a bad game? Are you insulted by a game like that? Because if you had a problem with the way I described my hypothetical rewrite for the game, yet you're okay with the game as it is, you are a hypocrite! Because, this is the shit that I'm so sick and tired of. And I want to point this out. I'm not making a big deal about this game specifically because it's targeting Christianity. Anyway, I'm not going to make a big deal about this game specifically because it's targeting Christianity, but the point that I'm trying to make is, when you substitute Christianity with any other group, the laziness of the writing becomes very apparent. Alright? It becomes very apparent very, very quickly how bad this fucking writing is. And this is the thing. When I play games and watch shows like Postal 2 and Hellsing Abridged, which, they're pretty clear. Postal 2 insults every religion, including Christianity, Muslim, and everything else. It insults every person, a lot, okay? Postal 2 does that. And Hellsing Abridged is utterly relentless on Christianity, but it never uses that as a shorthand for writing quality. It never excuses that. Postal 2 exists in a crazy world where everybody is a stereotype. And Hellsing Abridged still puts effort into making sure that the hyper-religious stereotypes, it plays that off more effectively. It doesn't just use stereotypes as character development. But this game, they do that. They use stereotypes as their plot writing and their development. That's what they do. But the point is, at the end of the day, the writing in terms of Christianity is badly fucking done. It's bad. And we're supposed to just accept it because, lol, Christianity. Because it gets a bunch of fucking Reddit atheists to be all pretentious about it. Oh god, this is awful. This writing is terrible. And like I said, the moment you swap out Christianity with any other group, the laziness becomes very, very apparent. I'm not getting offended on behalf of Christianity, alright? And I do know that's out there. There are a lot of people that hate Christians just for being Christian. I've seen posts from people on Reddit literally asking for, literally stating, if you're a Christian, I hope you get, a miscarriage. And we're all gonna laugh at you, right? Yeah. And every time a Christian does anything wrong, people sensationalize it extremely. And I gotta laugh at one of the titles I found. It's I really hope this is a troll. when they posted the Christian post. When I'm sitting there, it's like, bullshit, you don't hope this is a troll. You want this to be real so that you can fucking validate your hatred towards Christianity. But when it's any other group besides Christianity, like you say, Muslims, there's a lot of downplaying as, it's just an extremist, it just happens occasionally, it's not Muslims that are at fault. And every time I or anyone else points out in the comment section along the lines of, I know someone who's Christian who isn't like this, and you do realize this isn't the stereotype for Christianity, and stuff like that, or, this is just the stereotype, this isn't like what every Christian is like, you get downvoted into oblivion by the people who are like, I hope you get a miscarriage. That'll be funny. Yeah. It's awful, right? Because, oh God, but yeah, the anti-Christianity cult is just ridiculous. For the people who describe Christianity as a cult, it's funny that they themselves are basically living in a cult themselves, following the exact same religious bullshit that they, claim to be above.
Yeah, well, those are SJWs in a nutshell.
Basically, yeah. But the point is, that's basically what this game is, and it's terrible. It's fucking terrible.
I don't know, but it does enough to create this rich world to explore, and one that you...
Yeah, it doesn't really create a very rich world, but whatever. The world building is fucking garbage in this game.
Explore, and one that you really enjoy learning more about. Collecting all the voxophone recordings of...
Yeah, I don't even know why the voxophone recordings are here. It made sense why the audio diaries would be in the first two games, plus Minerva's Den, they'd be scattered around, because it's a destroyed city and stuff like that. The random places you find some of these voxophones are fucking ridiculous, and the people who were recording on them should not have had them at the time. And, it just doesn't make any sense. In a functioning city with a, working economy and stuff like that, with, a society, and when you have, Eleanor Lamb 2.0 as your companion throughout the entire game, yeah, there's no reason why you should ever need these fucking voxophones. These are stupid. These voxophones are fucking stupid.
That brings me to my final verdict, and this was a hard one.
I mean, I'd be giving it a fucking 2, and you would be giving it a 2 if you knew what you were talking about, but, whatever.
Filtering out all the hype and praise, and the actual game, I probably could have given it an 8 out of 10 on mechanics and gameplay alone.
The mechanics and gameplay are terrible. They're garbage. What are you talking about?
Not to mention here's something since it's Bioshock Infinite, it's a sequel to Bioshock games. You would expect it to at least provide a baseline of at least as good as the previous game or something along those lines. But when I've heard you talk about how it has actually less powers and less stuff than the previous games, that actually I'd say should really damage it, because it's selling on the name brand alone.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing, right? It's similar to what I said, in the Let's Play. As Mahler put it, with The Last Jedi, and to vaguely quote a statement here, or paraphrase it, if these were the plot and mechanics of an indie game that just dropped on Steam, it would be sitting at a fucking 2% on Metacritic, and people Angry, and every game journalist, and everyone would be bashing it. Angry Joe, Zero Punctuation, The Completionist, all these guys would be bashing it relentlessly, and they'd all be sitting at fucking 2 or 3 out of 10 verdicts, from all of these guys. Everybody would be bashing the hell out of it. The only reason this gets the pass, the only reason it's getting the blind praise, is because it's Ken Levine. That is the only reason it's getting so much praise. This game, 1-to-1 ripped off Bioshock 2, is ultimately a broken, dysfunctional mess, and is a bad fucking Call of Duty clone with Bioshock elements lazily ripped off and stapled onto it, and it's a mess. This game is a Frankenstein monster abomination. It is at war with itself, and it doesn't fucking work. The world building is terrible, the writing is terrible, the gameplay is terrible, everything is terrible about this game.
Everything is awful.
Yeah. And by the way, you gotta love it. He says filtering out all the hype, basically trying to argue he's not gonna just get lost in the hype or give it blind fanboy praise, only to basically do exactly that.
But I felt it deserves a full and strong 9 out of 10.
You should have given it a 2. You should have given it a fucking 2.
By the end, it is beautiful, compelling. It's got real replay value.
It has none of those things. It has absolutely none of those things.
Honestly, when you think about the fact that, you can, from what I understand, the replay value is at best from trying a different difficulty setting or trying to find a voxophones. Honestly, there isn't that much of a replay value since, you can just go to YouTube and listen to all the voxophones through that.
I mean, here's the thing. It's more immersive to be able to experience it in the game itself. But here's the other problem. Eleanor Lamb 2.0 was constantly fucking talking over the voxophones anyway, so it's you're not even going to want to bother collecting them. She never shuts up.
And that would be another reason as to why you would rather go to YouTube to listen to that shit.
Yeah. Yeah, it's awful. And I mean, I collected all the audio diaries in the first 2 games, or at least as many as I could find. I don't know if I collected all of them, but I collected, like, almost all of them. I collected every single one I could find. And I was always exploring and looking around for stuff in the first 2 games, and Minerva's Den. But this time, I just don't care. I just didn't fucking care. I just wanted it over with. And I knew that if I found one, there was like a 50-50 chance that fucking the bitch was gonna talk over it.
Replay value, it makes you think about its ending.
It doesn't. It fucking doesn't do that.
And it sticks in your mind for a few days afterwards. And that...
I mean, it does, but not for any good reason.
That's the hallmark.
Yeah, it just sticks because you think about all the money you've wasted on it.
Yep. And he gives it a badass seal of approval. Fucking Christ, Joe. Seriously? I mean, I guess it shouldn't be a surprise. He gave like one of the episodes of the Book of Boba Fett a fucking 10 out of 10 rating as well. I think it was episode 3. I think I posted that one on the server. I mean, my god.
Now, there's no tacked-on multiplayer, but there is some single-player DLC planned. And
It was bad.
depending on what it is, this might just be the first season pass I buy, as I would love to re-explore this world and see more.
Yeah, so, the DLCs were really terrible. The first one was basically a shitty horde mode, the Skies of Columbia, and the next 2 were the 1 and 2 parts of Burial at Sea, which we will be fucking playing for the channel, and they will be fucking terrible. Burial at Sea is terrible. I have repeatedly said that Bioshock Infinite is like on my bottom 3 as one of the worst games that I've ever played. Burial at Sea is the worst game that I've ever played. So, yeah, get ready for that one.
Wow.
So hopefully they have something worthwhile cooking up.
They don't.
That's the concept in this game. The possibilities and potential for it are infinite. Now see?
Yeah, the possibilities and potential were infinite. Too bad they didn't live up to anything. Oh, Elizabeth's reaction there. It's almost funny. Yep. Anyway, yeah, so this is really fucking bad. This game is terrible. And that review was really fucking bad. Anybody else have anything they want to say about the review?
I'm glad I wasn't really all that interested in the game overall, because I could have ended up buying it.
He sounds real convinced that the game is good.
Yeah, this game is fucking garbage. This is just awful. That was a terrible video. That was an utterly terrible review. This one. Still a masterpiece 8 years later. Well, let's watch this one and see how bad this shitty video is. Ready for this one?
Yeah, I guess.
Recently, I bought myself a PlayStation Now subscription for the first time. There are not many new games coming out at the moment, so I was like, alright, let's play some old games. Sadly, my internet connection absolutely sucks, so I had to resolve the games that came out on the PS4 because you can actually download those directly on the console. And one of these games was Bioshock Infinite, the remastered version. Now, the last time I played this was in 2013 on the Xbox 360. Back then, I remember absolutely falling in love with the game's world, story, and music, but being pretty disappointed.
Oh, those flags again. Those flags, they're terrible.
Especially the performances. The game could barely hold 30 FPS, and during gunfights, frames would just be thrown out the window.
Which is ridiculous, by the way. It is unbelievable that it could perform that fucking badly for how bad it looks. Like, and this is the thing. Apparently, part of the reason why the game released on the part of the reason why the game came out the way that it did was because they couldn't get the game to run effectively on the consoles or whatever, and they had to deal with a lot of technical limitations, something like that. You know, because like, which is ridiculous. So first off, the obvious question is, why the hell don't you just release it on the PS4? They already got like a bunch of fucking delays. It already had like 6 years development time. You may as well just put the game on the shelf and let it come out on the PS4. Or whatever, or use that extra time to apply it to the PS4. The PS4 literally launched, like, the end of the fucking year that this game came out. Like, I'm pretty sure this was, like, what is it, July, August? Sometime summer 2013, and the PS4 released, like, in, like, November or December of the same year. So they could have just given it a couple extra months, and that extra polish would have improved it quite a bit. But it also makes you question, if the game is this dysfunctional and this broken, and it's still released that badly on consoles, what the cinnamon toast fuck did those early builds look like if this was the scaled down version that runs better?
Which also didn't help the gameplay. From a visual standpoint, the art was fantastic, but...
No, it wasn't! It wasn't looking fantastic at all. It looked bad. I'm not even gonna reiterate the points because they've already been bad, but you know.
The graphics themselves were blurry and almost nauseating during some sequences. So obviously I was really excited to try it once again on the PS5 since I'm not a PC player, so I never had the chance to experience it the
Well, I mean, I did play it on PC and it was fucking terrible. And I mean, my PC is basically in the same league as a PS5. And it ran like shit.
way it was supposed to be experienced. And for some reason, I never played the Bioshock Remastered Collection when it first came out on PS4, so I don't know how these games are performing on last-gen consoles, but I wanted to share what my experience has been
Well, I did play the 360 version, it was pretty miserable, so yeah.
like on PlayStation 5. After recently completing it at a gorgeous and super stable 4K 60 FPS.
What? The game doesn't... Okay, upscale to 4K, because yeah, the game doesn't even have a native 4K on it. By the way, do you see that right there? Do you see that scene? Right there.
Yeah.
They have a beach with a waterfall.
Wait, what? That's what it is?
Yes.
But how? I don't understand how that's supposed to... So they're basically just throwing stuff in without any thought or consideration.
No, don't worry. It makes perfect sense because there's actually a giant funnel below the city, which is never shown, never referenced, and never even implied to be there, but it's definitely there. There's a big funnel at the bottom of the city, which apparently just takes all the water and sends it right back up to the top of the city so it can be recycled.
So they put all the resources, so much resources so they can have a fucking waterfall.
Michael said that. He actually said that.
The thing is that, you know, I have watched, like, I love series like Samurai Jack and other stuff where there's stuff that's basically made just to look pretty, but I can accept it because those are more fantastical worlds and stuff like that. I mean, isn't Bioshock supposed to be more realistic in a way?
Well, that was the thing, and funny enough, when I pointed that out, I was told it's not realistic, so don't pay attention. Like, that's the thing. This is not Mario, it's not Sonic, it's not one of those games that's supposed to be playing fast and loose with its rules. This is Bioshock. A game that is supposed to at least attempt to have some semblance of realism and attention to detail, right? And all the science, even if it's not realistic, is still explained in universe, or should be anyway. But now it's just like, nope, you get a fucking waterfall. You get a fucking beach and a waterfall on a floating city for some godforsaken reason.
That beach should be frozen considering how high they are.
That too. Yeah. And by the way, people are literally swimming. They're fucking swimming in here. Okay, you know what Niagara Falls is like, right? I'm not going to get too morbid and talk about a family member that I had who went to Niagara Falls and it ended badly, so I'm not going to get morbid about that. But yes, I will tell you right now, if you try to go swimming anywhere near Niagara Falls, you will have a very, very bad day. All right? And that's putting it very lightly. The idea that these people would be fucking swimming this close to a waterfall is mind-blowingly stupid. And there's canoes! Okay, even if you can somehow pretend that there's like a stable fucking lake here, there's no way there's ever gonna be enough room that you can canoe with it. Like, look how little fucking room you have to do anything interesting with your canoes, or your kayaks, or whatever. This is so asinine and stupid.
A lake here would basically be a sizable pool.
Yeah. And that's again, if you ignore the fucking waterfall. You put a fucking kayak in the water, you're gonna go flying off the edge of that city. Like, in an instant. And that's if the fucking 500-mile-an-hour winds don't do the job for you. Again, just like a fucking hurricane. It's gonna be like a perpetual hurricane in this city.
Yes, I can safely say that Bioshock Infinite is one of the best first-person shooters of all time. At least...
Oh, no, it is not. Right to hell, Retribution is a better game than this.
It's probably my own personal favorite. Mechanically speaking, it's not perfect, but the whole package...
Oh yeah, that you can say that again. It's definitely not perfect.
First, the gameplay was much better than I remembered, mainly because of the
gameplay is terrible.
Improved frame rate. Now the gunplay is really fun, responsive.
No, it's not.
And
it's responsive, meaning the buttons like actually respond when you push them. Good. That's like not even the bare minimum. That's like those are like the fucking building blocks, the fucking foundationals and stuff. Come on.
Super dynamic. My only issue with it is the fact that you can only carry 2 guns at a time, which kind of sucks.
Yeah, it does. Adding to that problem, however, is the weapon upgrading system, which was not made with a 2-weapon limit in mind.
Fortunately, in typical Bioshock fashion, you also have powers that you can use. You can wield electricity, fire bombs, you can possess enemies, create shockwaves, and even shoot birds out of your hands. Yep, that's a thing.
I've already covered why all of those are stupid, so I'm not even going to bother with it again.
Before, I wasn't a fan of the combat because I found it chaotic, and not the good kind of chaos. I'm talking about single-digit frame rate kind of thing. But now, in 60 FPS, the combat encounters are still messy, but in a good way this time around. It doesn't reinvent.
No, they're not. Here's the problem. I may as well reiterate this point again. Part of the problem with this game's shitty combat is also that, like, I mean, here's the thing. They're trying to create difficulty in combat by basically just being over the top, right? It plays like a bad Doom game. It plays more like a bad Doom game than a Bioshock game. Hell, it plays like a bad Call of Duty game, by which I mean every COD game, because they're all terrible, right? Ooh. So, like, it plays like shit. But the problem as well is they still have a looting system made with a horror game in mind. So you're now going from this, you know, you're now applying this looting system made with a horror game to a rapid fire Call of Duty game, which leads to a stop and start gameplay that's terrible. It's like riding a roller coaster that accelerates to top speed instantly, stops just as quickly, and bangs your teeth into the fucking guardrail in front of you, then accelerates at full speed immediately. Rinse and repeat. You know, like but that's what this game is like. That's what this game's pacing is like. It's awful. It's just miserable to play through it, right? And there's no reason why we should have this much terrible pacing and this ridiculous herky jerk motion on the game. Like it's awful. It's just awful to sit through this.
Yeah, mixing two good things isn't always gonna work out like peanut butter and jelly.
But the game does add a couple of things to keep it fresh, like the skyline, this rail system that you can use to quickly move around the
Not even gonna comment. Not even gonna comment. The skyline is fucking stupid. It's fucking stupid.
To the original game. Booker, our protagonist, isn't the most agile hero, but once you have access to the skyline, he suddenly becomes a circus performer. But I'm not complaining. It's
basically just Infamous but bad.
Freaking badass. Infinite also introduces a companion character.
Who sucks?
Thankfully, she can defend herself, so you...
No, she can't! She can defend herself? What? Name one time she's ever done that!
She doesn't even need to defend herself because, like Angry Joe pointed out, nobody attacks her.
Yeah, this is ridiculous! Did you play the game at all? She's not even good with that. She's not even good at it.
Like, she's a supporter that, you know, with abilities, like you pointed out, that you don't really need her if you... Most of that stuff is something that you should be able to do yourself.
Yeah, and like I said, it's just Eleanor Lamb, but worse. She's a shittier Eleanor Lamb.
Uses a companion character, Elizabeth. Thankfully, she can defend herself, so you don't have to think about whether or not she's in danger all the time, which is usually what makes...
No, she can't defend herself, and that's not why you don't need to worry about her being in danger. It's because the stupid fucking enemies just do not fucking pay attention to her.
Or breaks companions in games. Elizabeth can actually be quite useful. She can find gear,
she isn't.
Ammunitions, and can...
All she does is just give you a half-ass return of all your old abilities that he took away from you.
She can open portals to other dimensions, meaning she can bring in all sorts of environmental features like covers, ledges, and things like that. Infinite's gameplay was definitely a step forward for the franchise.
What? You heard that too, right?
Yes.
Let's just play that again.
Ledges and things like that.
Oh my god.
Infinite's gameplay was definitely a step forward for the franchise.
Alright, it's already dumb enough when you're saying this game is fucking good by any metric, but when you're actually saying it's good relative to the others in the series, that's ridiculous. That is ridiculous.
Especially when it comes to the fact that it's just ripping off Call of Duty of all things.
Yeah. No, the first two games and Minerva's Den played much better than this, okay? Bioshock 1, Bioshock 2, and Minerva's Den all played better than this. The gameplay, not only is it fucking terrible, it is a massive, massive step back for the franchise. Fucking, it's like a leap backwards off a cliff.
Gameplay was never the main selling point of the Bioshock games for me. Even though they've always been fun to play and the powers did add an interesting twist,
You're saying that like it's the first game to ever do that. The first game had plasmids too, remember? And they were better the first time.
Story, the themes, and the world it created were...
Oh god, themes! Themes! As if that... Oh my god, like, it really is just basically a fucking stupid-ass movie Bob meme at this point. Themes! Ooh!
Because what really makes a movie is themes.
Oh my god.
Would I be wrong to suspect that every person who gives this praise is always gonna mention fucking themes?
Probably, yeah. Oh my god. But hey, that's what Mahler mentioned himself, right? Like, you can't talk about the game, the nature of the game itself. You can't talk about the actual story or the events that have actually transpired. You have to readjust and recontextualize everything into a theme, because themes are above criticism.
Ours did add an interesting twist. The story, the themes, and the world it created were always the star of the show.
The world was terrible. The world was garbage.
The story, the themes, and the world it created.
Yeah, the story, the themes, and the world, all those were terrible. The themes were worthless, and you could get all of that and more in an episode of Futurama. The world is dumb, as the world building is some of the worst I've seen in a game ever. And the story is nonsensical bullshit with plot holes everywhere. A blatant ripoff from Bioshock 2, which is also, like, mostly a giant filler arc.
Created were always the star of the show. Looking back on it, it's easy to see how this game was so ahead of its time.
It wasn't ahead of its time! It ripped up Bioshock 2! It wasn't close to ahead of its time! Okay, and you know what? Let's finally get into that. Let's finally talk about the Bioshock 2 thing. So, I've been bringing this up for, like, the past fucking several instances of the recording. Let's finally answer, like, what I mean. So most of this is going to be coming from the analysis that Red Raptor Writes had made. However, I will be expanding on this in a few ways and address some extra points that I don't think he noticed. So, here we go. So, here's the story for Bioshock Infinite. Tell me if this sounds familiar at all. So, a rugged veteran who's seen a lot of combat and has a symbol on his hand that marks him as stained, and moreover as shoot on sight, basically, must traverse a hidden city away from society to find a special girl whose name begins with E.L. She is the daughter of the leader of this religious cult-like city. The city's leader has some crazy religious belief over this child as some sort of messiah who will bring salvation to the entire world and end all of society in order to bring in a new world order, which will be practically a heaven on earth. Because of her importance to the city's cult, she's been locked up her entire life and kept away from the outside world. EL Girl is reluctant to follow in the leader's footsteps, so when the protagonist shows up and breaks her out, they team up to escape the city. And it just so happens to be extremely efficient. She just so happens to be extremely efficient at it because of her super duper special powers, so strong that even the other superhumans within the society pale in comparison to her greatness. But hey, easier said than done. The leader's not going to let the special child of prophecy go just like that, and so immediately the player and EL Girl have to fight through waves and waves of superhumans and other people with guns and weapons in order to escape. So the leader sends waves and waves of enemies to stop you. But in the end, the protagonist, who by the way is also EL Girl's father in the end of it, ends up dying at the end. So yeah, there's the plot summary for Bioshock Infinite. Does that sound familiar to you? But of course, what Red Raptorites either forgot to mention or maybe just didn't notice was that the story wasn't the only thing this game ripped off from Bioshock 2. Beyond that, a lot of the mechanics and abilities are lifted directly from Bioshock 2. The possession spell is exactly the same as the hypnotize plasmid from the second game. A bunch of the enhancements to a bunch of the specialized vigor upgrades that you can acquire are very clearly one-to-one copies from Bioshock 2. An enhanced electro bolt can do a chain electric damage. So can the shock jockey. If you upgrade it, it does chain electric damage. The incinerate plasmid. When you upgrade that, you can get the bonus function that when you shoot the fireball, it creates this big massive explosion, an AoE explosion effect. And this game's equivalent, the Devil's Kiss, is a big fireball, which is basically cuts out the middleman and is basically just a giant explosion, which functions exactly the same as the explosion power from Bioshock 2's fireball plasmid. In the second game, if you combine the Cyclone Trap with the Telekinesis Plasmid, the end result is exactly the same thing as the Horse Vigor, which suspends enemies in midair. Upgraded crows can actually burrow into enemies and then make them into a nest. Just like the bees in the second game. Just like it. Isn't that interesting? And beyond that, Bioshock 2 introduced the ability to utilize your Cyclone Trap, which could then be used with various other additional plasmids as modifiers. So, if you combine the Cyclone Trap with an Electro Bolt, boom, you have an electric power. This game does the same thing. And funny enough, in this game, if you charge up your vigors, they basically become a landmine which function exactly the same as those Cyclone Traps from the last game. Wait a minute, that reminds me of something really interesting. In Bioshock 2, a lot of your plasmids got additional secondary functions by charging them. You could charge them for bonus functions. This game does exactly that as well. This game also gives you a charge function for your vigors. And out of the 3 vigors in the game that aren't one-to-one copies from previously existing plasmids, even still, they are very heavily derivative of other abilities from Bioshock 2. The water octopus push ability was the only one that wasn't directly lifted from Bioshock 2, as that was clearly meant to be based on the Sonic Boom plasmid from the first game. However, the other 2, the charge and the shield, yeah, those are clearly from Bioshock 2 also, as the upgraded drill in the second game gave you a shield. And you also, by the way, had the ability to use the drill dash, which functions also exactly the same as the charge vigor. Come on, the copy, it is so transparent. Some of the stuff isn't really that big of a deal. Like the fact that you're both using the F key to interact with stuff, whatever. That's probably just a coincidence. The fact that you could dual wield your weapon and your vigor, just like in the second game, whatever. That's like that's like a natural improvement anyway, and I'd be angrier if it wasn't included than if it was. But like, add up all of this stuff, and the smaller coincidences also, they kind of add up. Pair that up with the explanation that Red Raptorites already gave on the story, which is clearly unoriginal. I mean, come on, guys! It's pretty transparent. I don't know how nobody noticed this before. Then again, maybe I'm not going to talk because, it took me until Red Raptorites' video, but still, this is ridiculous. And this, by the way, makes it even more insane when I keep hearing comments from people like the Completionist complaining that Bioshock 2 apparently didn't add any new plasmids, which is completely untrue, by the way. But yet, this game gets rewarded for blatantly one-to-one copying every ability from a previous game and having less total vigors than either of the any of the other games previously. That is mind-blowingly stupid. And the double standard is so transparent. Now, of course, I know somebody's gonna hijack the conversation and cherry pick my arguments. Christian says that Elizabeth and Eleanor's names start with the same letters, and also that you can use F to push to interact with objects at the same time. So, yeah, that's why he believes that Bioshock Infinite is terrible. While also ignoring everything else that I mentioned, right? But you get the idea. This stuff, it adds up.
Honestly, I kind of feel like if I was one of the people who worked on Bioshock 2 and heard how much the Bioshock 2 got bashed while Infinite got praised, I would probably be pissed.
Yeah, I don't know why more people aren't pissed. I don't know why Red Raptorites was the only one who recognized it, but yeah, this is awful. This is ridiculous. So yeah, this is just dumb.
The original Bioshock was already ahead of its time, so it probably shouldn't be a surprise, but playing Infinite again in 2021
that scene is stupid.
Me how absolutely brilliant it was, and how most games coming out today don't even come close to it.
Not even close to true. Not even close to true. This game was fucking terrible when it released, and it's fucking terrible now.
Especially in the creative department, because this game is one of the most imaginative I've ever seen. Whether it's in the visuals or the...
It's not all that imaginative, aside from the fact that it's a ripoff. The visuals are bad.
Writing, this game is bursting with personality. It's...
No, it's bursting with pretentiousness. There's no fucking personality in it.
A super unique and interesting blend of politics, physics, and science fiction that...
All of which are handled like shit. I mean, it's an interesting blend of them, but it's handled like shit. The first game did all that better, by the way. So did the second.
Columbia is such a fascinating city.
No, it's not. It's a fucking stupid one. I'm trying to say anything beyond this, but every single thing that I could say about this is stuff I've already said in response to the other videos. It doesn't make any sense. You couldn't live in a floating city like this. There's no explanation for how things work. When you're flying at this height, the altitude is gonna kill you. The air is gonna kill you. It's cold as fuck. Yeah, the motion sickness is going to be a disaster. The visuals are terrible. They don't have any good-looking normal maps or displacement effects of any kind. Everything looks like it was a JPEG they pulled off of Google Images. I'm just out of things to say about this at this point. There's plot holes everywhere. The game's a filler arc.
First off, it floats. That's all I have to say about this, but most importantly, it's filled with details that turn the environments into actual storytelling components.
Have you actually looked into any of those details you talk about? Because, when you do start looking at them, you notice how things look bad when they're in motion. The animation is bad, the visuals are bad, a lot of things look really fucking bad when you look at them. What? Huh?
It's a city that feels real to me.
It doesn't feel real. Okay, now we're gonna get into this topic. Hey, I did finally find something new to say. The city doesn't really feel real because the NPCs and the people who inhabit it aren't real. I've already pointed out in comparison to Infamous 1 and 2, how, like, what AI should look like in these kinds of games. But let's be real. Postal 2 had better NPC AI. And NPCs in general. Like, Postal 2 did it better. Like, the characters, like, the NPCs in Postal 2, back in 2003, had different and more thought-out reactions to various things that you do. You point a gun at them, they're going to react. You pull your dick out, they're going to point and laugh. You know, you stand in front of them, they're going to do one thing. You know, depending on which clothes you wear, they're going to react differently, right? They do account for this stuff in Postal 2. In this game, it's like, nope, nothing of the sort. Plus, they also have other stuff like, what is the term? Like a wanted level or a wanted thing in Postal 2, much like what Saints Row and GTA, that, you know, once you cause enough chaos, the police start attacking you and stuff. You know, like they have stuff like that. This game doesn't really have any of it. Like it's just bad.
It manages to make me believe in it with such ease, it's actually insane, especially for a game released in 2013. That was quite the year for video games, by the way. Infinite came out the same year as The Last of Us and GTA 5. Good lord. And if The Last of Us...
Okay, so I haven't really played The Last of Us, and I honestly feel like that one may also be a little bit overhyped, but from what I can gather, it's at least a solid or good game. And while I have GTA 5, I haven't really played it. I can honestly say, even from what I've seen, that it is better than this game, for sure.
Yeah, I've heard that some people, really like it. I mean, that's why Last of Us Part 2 was such a big, disappointment for a lot of people. But a lot of people that I know personally or talk to, like coworkers and some of my friends, they were like, Last of Us 1 wasn't really that good. Like, if you wanted to have that, the emotional impact that game had, you were better off playing something else like Journey or something like that.
Yeah. And hey, I'm not going to deny that The Last of Us is probably better than Bioshock Infinite, even though he's about to argue the exact opposite. But I'm going to reiterate this again. Infamous 2 was better than this as well, and that game came out before this one.
This was a milestone for character-driven storytelling.
Oh my god. Milestone for character-driven storytelling. Let's try not to even rush through this in a bit more. But yeah, this is fucking terrible, and definitely it's not a fucking... anything in character-driven storytelling. Like, this does not push character-driven storytelling at all. It's a fucking big step back for it, and it actually is a massive insult to the concept of writing and character-driven storytelling.
5 was a milestone for realistic open worlds. I think it's safe to say that Bioshock Infinite completely changed the face of world building.
Yeah, it only did for all the wrong fucking reasons, because this lazy fucking piece of shit got infinite praise. Yeah, funny I said the name. It got infinite fucking praise and 10 out of 10 ratings across the board from stupid retard journalists who probably didn't even play the game, and a bunch of stupid, pretentious, galaxy brain jackasses from fucking Reddit who wanted to pretend that they were intelligent just because they like this piece of shit. So this disaster got rewarded for basically being utter fucking shallow garbage. Alright? That's what fucking happened. And that's how it changed the face of gaming. That's not a good thing, okay? If fucking Ride to Hell Retribution got a 10 out of 10 rating and everybody thought that was brilliant, that would be changing the face of gaming. EA changed the face of gaming when they introduced their fucking microtransactions and loot boxes, and now everyone is fucking trying to rip off their fucking consumers, okay? EA changed the face of gaming. You think that's a good thing too?
Didn't Blizzard start microtransactions?
No, EA started microtransactions. I think Blizzard was one of the first people who started doing loot boxes with Overwatch.
Loot boxes, yeah.
Yeah. Activision was one of the first people to start doing loot boxes with Overwatch, and yes, Activision and Blizzard are the same people. But EA were the guys who really, really fucking pushed it.
You could say that Rapture in the original Bioshock already did that, but in my opinion, Columbia pushes things even further.
Okay, don't put in your opinion in front of an objectively wrong statement, okay? You could say you prefer it or that you like it more. That's an opinion, and I'm not going to take anything away from somebody who has an opinion. But you are presenting it like a fact, despite putting your opinion in front of it to try and make it immune to criticism. That's not how it fucking works, okay?
Why do I get the feeling that he says this because of the quote-unquote themes, and basically it's just, Christianity bad.
Yeah, that's another point. Yeah, the theme is just Christianity bad. And God. And this is awful. This is just, And yeah, no, by the way, Rapture did the world building in the first game much, much, much better than this one.
Gorgeous looking place.
It's not a gorgeous looking place. Any scene, show me a scene that's not a trailer fodder scene, huh? And see how quickly that holds up, right? Anything that's not a trailer fodder scene doesn't look that good.
Everywhere you look is like this vibrant...
Okay, he said everywhere, which means, yes, the non-trailer fodder scenes are definitely fair for criticism. And, they look bad. They look really fucking bad.
Watercolor painting, and even when things get ugly, there's a strange romantic quality to it. But the key element to Columbia's successful design is the fact that everything tells a story. From
No, not really. They just beat you over the head with obnoxious fucking... whatever.
To the songs you hear on the radio, from the people you meet to the shops you visit, all these carefully crafted elements participate in the creation...
They're not carefully crafted elements, and they don't tell a story. Please give me some examples.
...of this highly believable world. By just...
Highly believable world? The NPCs are terrible, and they just sit there like stock images. You could replace them with fucking cardboard cutouts, and it wouldn't change anything. They don't carefully craft a believable world. They're just there out of obligation.
Walking around, you see where these people come from, how they live, and what they believe in.
What? What do they believe in? Standing still? How do they live? Doing nothing? What do you mean?
And that's where things get interesting.
And if you're really gonna like lower the bar that much, as this is what you describe as everything crafting a story, then how does this apply to only Bioshock Infinite? How does this not apply to the first game, the second game, to Infamous 1, Infamous 2, and even Ride to Hell Retribution? I could say the same thing. That flower in the corner of the road in Ride to Hell Retribution, it tells an incredible story about the meaning of life and the journey of photosynthesis, because because you can infer by looking at it that it grew because the water and the rain fell into it. And it absorbed the nutrients from the water to grow from the sunlight. Like, you could do the exact same thing for any game. Like, why is it specific to Bioshock Infinite only that seeing some NPC characters gives you an idea that NPC characters live here?
Because this is not a typical society, to say the least. But
yeah, but they live like a typical society.
Bioshock Infinite...
Like the scene you basically showed. Interesting. It was like, yeah, okay, it's technically in the air, but it's still basically the same thing. It's a carnival, it's a parade, and they have people fucking standing around, like... You know, they basically live like any ordinary group of NPCs in any other game. This absolutely shows a typical society. And yeah, then you get into the ghettos and the slums and stuff like that. But again, it's basically just your stereotypical ghettos from any other place.
Bioshock Infinite tackles a bunch of themes that prove to be pretty controversial.
Oh my god. Here we go.
Right.
Again, they tackle the themes, but they don't fucking do anything with it. They vaguely touch on them and are pretentious as fuck about it. Like I said, watch Futurama, you'll get all the same themes and you'll get them better in Futurama.
It talks about racism, religion...
And does nothing with it! Yeah, it talks about racism. Racism equals bad. Talks about religion. Christianity equals bad. That's it. And they're handled with utter fucking laziness. And I'd like to reiterate my point again. If you sub in Christianity with Muslims, I'd like to see how quickly you change up and turn over, you know, a new argument.
And so much more. Just to give you an idea, it's a place where John Wilkes Booth is being idolized for killing Abraham Lincoln, whom they view
okay, I get it, yes.
as wicked
Those would be interesting aspects in the world building if they did anything with them, but they don't.
for abolishing slavery. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. Colombia has many more...
No, it's not the tip of the iceberg. That's like the fullest extent that it goes.
The man behind the city and his belief. And on top of all these political themes, Infinite is also a story...
What do you mean political themes? It doesn't even talk about politics. I mean, it does, but like not very much.
Alternate realities.
Oh yeah, alternate realities. Good God, that stuff is handled like fucking shit.
Those science fiction elements to the political subtext I just described, you turn a great story into one that is, simply put, phenomenal.
Yeah, unless you fucking execute them like shit. Here's the thing. I mentioned before that I don't like multiverse storylines. I really like to avoid them as much as possible. I don't like them.
Yeah.
But I could accept a multiverse storyline if it was written well. Unfortunately, this one is not written well. Okay? You say that it's all cool because it's here. Can you explain why they're well done? They're not well done. They're used as a scapegoat and an excuse to half-ass their fucking writing.
When I finished this game for the first time, I couldn't stop thinking about it. As someone who really enjoys movies that messes with my brain like Inception, Donnie Darko, or The Matrix, I knew Bioshock Infinite was the kind of game that would stick with me in the long run.
So you're basically saying because it has superficial resemblances to other better movies, that's why this game's writing and storytelling is good? I'm not even gonna...
Simply because it made me feel like an H.P. Lovecraft character going insane at 3 in the morning trying to come up with theories.
And here's the thing, that's fine if you want to do that. It's fine if you want to feel like that. That's a personal opinion. That's a perspective and a preference. And it's fine if you feel like that. I'm not going to take it away. But don't pretend it's objectively good based on that logic. And by the way, the comment there about how it keeps you up making theories. Yeah, kind of like how bad Rian Johnson writing gives people the free reign to like write their own fucking fan fictions to hold the terrible plot together because the plot itself doesn't stand up on its own. Yeah, you can make theories all the time for how things might make more sense. Like when Michael fucking told you that apparently a waterfall in the on the floating city makes perfect sense because there's a funnel somewhere below the city that sends the water back up. But like, whatever.
And I love that. And can we talk about that ending for a second? Those last...
It's terrible! Oh my god, the fucking ending again. This ending is garbage. It's just a fucking excuse for obnoxious galaxy brain pretentious assholes to pretend they're intelligent.
Minutes blew my damn mind, even during my second playthrough. Bioshock Infinite probably has one of the best endings of all time.
Explain! Please explain!
Not only in games, but in movies and books and whatever art form.
Oh my god. So not only is it better than the ending to the first Bioshock, not only is it better than the ending to Infamous 2, not only is it better than the ending to... Okay, it's apparently better than the ending to some of the best movies ever made. It's one of the best endings to... My god, are you serious? This ending is garbage. It's lazy, shallow, pretentious garbage. By the way, he talks about how great the fucking visuals look. Look at this right here. Look at the water here. Nobody's reacting appropriately with the water, and they don't have any effective ripples to respond to the people standing in them. It looks terrible. The water looks like utter garbage.
Form you can name. It connects the whole series together in a brilliant way, and it
connects the whole series together? Huh? It's dumb enough when you say it connects the whole game together or ties all the themes and plot lines together, but connects the whole series, as in it also ties in the first and second game together effectively? What?
It even adds some kind of meta commentary on the process of players making choices.
Oh god, yep, heard this one. According to Matthew Batosis, this comes up a lot in these discussions. Okay, here's the thing. The Stanley Parable also made a lot of meta commentary on the nature of gaming and the significance of your choices. It did all of that significantly better than this game, and it also did all of that while being a better game with better writing, better humor, and being funnier. Alright? Like, it was more intelligent than this by a large margin. Alright? And I don't accept that. What is the commentary? What the fuck is the commentary this game is trying to make? People make choices. Cool. Some people play the game slightly differently. Cool. That's it. Constant variables are basically just the way of saying some people's playing experience is the same and some people are different. Okay, my mom could have told you that. Okay? She could barely play a game at all. The only game she could even play is Spider Solitaire. And even she could fucking tell you that, yeah, some players' experiences are going to be similar or different in certain scenarios. Okay? Everyone can fucking tell you that. That's one of the most straightforward, basic bitch takes on the industry.
In games. Yes, we could talk about plot holes, but hey, let's be honest here. Have you ever seen a single multiverse or time travel story without plot holes?
Oh my god.
So he just waved that off?
Yep, he just waved it off. Every movie has some plot holes here and there. Everything... Okay, so first off, you can point out and identify plot holes that do not pertain to the fucking multiverse shit. Alright? There's a lot of those that also don't make any goddamn sense. But second, this is your excuse? Okay, so some games have plot holes here and there, and, multiverse storylines in general don't hold up too well, so, at that point, you may as well just not even care at this point. Why even bother? Here's the thing. I wasn't a big fan of the whole Justice Lord's multiverse storyline in the animated Justice League show. I wasn't a big fan of that one, alright? But even they tried harder than this when it came to keeping consistent rules and basic world building. Terminator 2 had some problems when it comes to plot holes in their time travel storyline, but it held up better than this one, okay? There's no excuse for it to be this lazy and this poorly written.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Except this one. Honestly...
Okay, so by his own logic, apparently it would be possible to make a fucking time travel, a multiverse storyline that isn't terrible. So, like, why are you even bothering with that? And he didn't even say anything about why the ending or anything was great. He's like, this is great because I say so. The ending is great because, yup, it's great. The world building is great because I say so. Like, can you please elaborate a bit? Oh my god. You know what I'm saying about don't.
It's a work of art that should be studied by anyone who's even remotely interested in building fictional...
No, this is the kind of thing that fucking college students should be writing essays on how terrible this game is and explaining exactly why it's broken and dysfunctional at the most fundamental level. Okay? This is not something that should be studied for artistic genius. It's something that should be fucking ripped apart and professionally broken down. This is the thing that college students should be writing about, specifically to understand how things don't work. This is the kind of thing that game design students in college should be forced to look at and play, specifically to make fucking theses on everything they should avoid. Everything in this game is stuff that everyone else should avoid in writing, gaming, and everything else.
worlds and creating engaging and unique science fiction stories.
It doesn't do any of that. It's basically just a bad Futurama episode.
Bioshock Infinite is really something that must be experienced. It's a game that aged extremely well, and if you still haven't played it yet, now is the perfect time.
No, I played it and it's fucking shit.
Yeah, visually, Bioshock Infinite was already really impressive, but it really grabbed me at Beach Boys Acapella.
What?
So Bioshock Infinite is the third Bioshock game in the Bioshock series, and it's really a standalone game. You don't have to have played the other Bioshock games to really jump into this game.
Yeah, I jumped into this one first anyway, so yeah.
There are a couple of Easter egg-ish type things in the game where fans of Bioshock will be like, oh, I get that, that's cool. For the most part, though, it's its own game. You can jump right into Bioshock Infinite.
I mean, I jumped into this, I replayed this after playing Bioshock 1 and 2, and I mean, I didn't really notice any Easter eggs aside from the blatant ripoffs, but, you know, yeah.
So in Bioshock Infinite, you play as Booker DeWitt. He's a
moron.
He's
not a badass, he's a fucking idiot.
Broken and damaged, you know, those cool characters that I love. He is told to go to Colombia to get this girl, bring her to us, your debts that you owe from gambling, they're all paid. City in the clouds, it's really impressive looking though.
No, it's not! It's not!
When he talks about, you know, Booker, like he talks about how he is damaged, he has gambling problems, that's kind of stereotypical, character. Like he has to be bad at it, he's a damaged soul who's alcoholic and he has now debts that he needs to pay. Like it's basically the same character you see in any kind of an animated Flash parody about noir detectives. Like they're you know down their luck. They don't have any money and they have to take a case that they don't want to do and everything like that.
Yeah, it's just ugh.
It's like old school 20th century America, you know, boardwalks and empires and all that good shit. But it's floating in the clouds, and I think it's really cool that in the...
Yeah, but it's dumb because they didn't put the legwork in to make the floating city work.
The original Bioshock, you go down to this hellish place. Bioshock Infinite, you go up to this heavenly place. The place is really perfect. Everyone's like, oh, good day, mate, how you doing? Popcorn.
I mean, yes, the idea of doing the reverse by going up into a floating city is more interesting, but unfortunately, everything beyond that is fucking terrible.
Popcorn, nothing's bad here. Everyone loves everybody. As always, a place that perfect is not really that perfect. It has really dark secrets, and you run...
I mean, you're kind of talking about the first game in Rapture's world building as well, by the way, but you're selling it like it's different.
Into one of those dark secrets, and then everyone starts attacking you, and shit gets real. You're like, whoa! The first half an hour of this game, you're just exploring, like, oh, this is cool. Then it gets violent as...
The first half hour of this game? No, you basically go through some obnoxious fucking walking sequences that are miserable and annoying to go through, some bullshit scripted sequences, and then you basically just jump into that stupid... Then you get thrown into that ball throw test, and then everybody's attacking you. You don't really discover any interesting secrets. They basically identify the mark on your hand to fucking shoot you. And by the way, I'd like to reiterate this again. They had no fucking reason to associate the AD with the sign of a false prophet, considering it was a mark he carved into his hand after the fucking trade he made. So Comstock wouldn't have known that. And he also was so stupid that after being specifically told, do not let anyone see the AD on your hand, he decided not to roll down his sleeves, get a bandage, or anything like that. And he literally used it as fucking throwing arm because Booker is a moron.
Shit! After that, shit gets real. And you're like, oh yeah, it's a Bioshock game still. That's right. As for the gameplay and...
oh yeah, I have to be reminded it's a Bioshock game because it doesn't fucking play like one.
By the way,
it does have that gameplay style.
Yeah?
This is, you know, the opposite. They talk about, you know, the opposite of, like, first you go down, but now you go up. But I was kind of thinking that, would it have been if they had made a Bioshock 3, would it be better if they made a full game based on, like, if you kind of live through the like it starts at, like, you're in the golden age of Rapture, but then you kind of go along as things start going from bad to worse. Like,
we already got one of those. It's called Burial at Sea. It's terrible.
Okay. I was kind of wondering if they made it good. Like you're not Booker with Elizabeth, but maybe something like there's some, like, you play like a police officer over there, and at first there's
Bioshock 2's multiplayer was kind of like that.
Okay, well, like something like where you're in your first, like, kind of tutorial level, you're fighting, like, couple of people causing trouble at some shopping center or something like that, and then later on the violent attacks gets worse and worse, and at some point it's not just the normal people that are rioting. There's some people using the plasmids, and then you start getting splicers and maybe even big daddies. Like, would that be better?
Yeah, it could be interesting if they did something like that. I mean, hey, it would be a better Burial at Sea than actual Burial at Sea, but yeah.
It forces you to find 2 guns that work for you because you can only carry 2 guns. Kind of like Uncharted style. What I like about this, though, is usually when games
hold on, let's
that work for you because you can only carry 2 guns. Kind of like does have that gameplay style that forces you to find 2 guns that work for you because you can only carry 2 guns.
That's a stupid idea.
Kind of like Uncharted style. What I like about
yeah, I don't know how or why Uncharted did that, but I'm sure it probably made more sense in the context of Uncharted than this. Either that or Uncharted is terrible, but you know, whatever.
What I like about this, though, is usually when games use that style, it's like, oh, here's your 2-handed gun, and you have your 1-handed gun. Choose any combination of those, but it has to be a 2-handed gun and a 1-handed gun. Bioshock Infinite, 2 guns, whatever you want.
Okay, so you're basically saying that a shitty system is good because it's slightly less terrible than other games that also have the equally shitty system? Like, that's supposed to be good? And we're coming off the heels of the first Bioshock, the second Bioshock, and Minerva's Den, where you can hold all of your fucking weapons, all 8 of them, without any trouble.
A bazooka and a shotgun, you can have it. A magnum and a pistol, whatever. Rifle, sniper rifle, shotgun, sniper rifle, whatever.
Yeah, and it makes perfect sense until you start upgrading your fucking weapons and then they run out of ammo and you have to throw them to the side in favor of other weapons that don't have the fucking upgrades on them.
As long as it's a combination of 2 guns, you are all good. And as cool as it is that there are a lot of guns.
Yeah, it's a shitty system. It's a shitty system, Jeremy.
Let's face it, 4 guns really are the ones that matter. The shotgun, the sniper rifle, the carbine, and the hand cannon, because it's called a hand cannon.
I mean, I'm pretty sure the volley Vox repeater one is okay, but like, ultimately the weapons still feel like they play the same.
It's worth having. You will stick to any combination of 2 of those 4 guns. The rest of the guns don't really matter. And of course, you have your scientific...
Yeah, they don't really matter. So why the fuck are there that many guns in there? This is the thing. The first Bioshock made sure to keep all the weapons useful. You were going to use all of them. Yes, some people may have said the pistol wasn't all that great, and some of them you're going to use less as the game progresses, like the pistol, okay? Sure, but they still generally made sure that each of them are going to be useful, and you will use all of them, at least on some level. The chemical thrower is great in its own way. The grenade launcher is great in its own way, right? The shotgun is just fantastic in general, right? The second game did much of the same, right? Every single weapon, you were going to be using it on some level, and it was really useful to some degree, right? There are some you're going to be using more than others, but generally, you're going to be using pretty much every weapon, except for the spear gun. That one fucking sucked. But, you know, I don't have to use it because I don't have a fucking stupid 2-weapon limit. And then, in Minerva's Den, they basically did exactly the same thing, except they also added in the fucking ion laser, which is one of the fucking best weapons in the damn series. That one was cool. They added the ion laser. This one, it's like, he's literally saying we have a giant pool of like fucking 100, like God knows how many weapons, and you're only ever going to use like 4 of them.
Magic abilities. These ones are really cool too. You can upgrade them to make them cooler, and they have more abilities that happen with them. Like you have crows that you shoot out at guys.
Which are just shittier bees.
Guys, you will use the crow one a lot. It's pretty.
No, you will not. I barely used them. The crows are fucking terrible. They last like 2 seconds and they're worthless. The crows are garbage even when you max them out.
Awesome. But the crows start pecking at them and they stun them so you can just pick them off. But if someone.
Yeah, but it lasts for 1 fucking second.
Someone dies while crows are pecking them, they become crow traps. Then
which is a mechanic ripped right from Bioshock 2, by the way, but nobody ever wants to acknowledge that plagiarism.
More guys step on the crows and the crows start pecking them, they die, they make more crow traps, which makes more crows. I loved the crows. And yeah, traps.
The crows sucked.
Isn't just, you don't have an ability that's a trap.
And here's the thing, every single ability, or most of them are a stun, right? You get possession, a stun, you know, whatever, I'm just gonna play the Matthew Patosis clip in editing.
There's possession, a stun, a shield, a damage dealing stun, a charge, a stun, and a push.
Every ability, if you hold down the button, is now you can make it a trap. Love.
A mechanic also ripped from Bioshock 2.
That, good call.
And you're not going to use the traps all that much anyway, because there's very few scenarios where you're really going to use them. Like I said, crazy lightning fast action run and gun stuff means that you're really not going to have the time or motivation to sit around, you know, placing traps, nor will you have the opportunity. Because the game doesn't really take advantage of that. In the first game, there were definitely scenarios where you would take advantage of things like the cyclotraps and the landmines. In the second game, you were definitely going to be using the landmines, the cyclotraps, and whatever else. Oh, and the tripwires. You're going to use those a lot too. This game, very rarely will that scenario occur, and very rarely will you take advantage of it.
And you have these mods, one for a hat, one for a vest, one for pants, one for boots. You get these clothing items that give you different abilities, and they work together in certain combinations to the point where I have a friend who played the game completely differently because he had a different set of clothing combinations than I had.
What are you talking about? Did you get that mistaken for the gene tonic system from the first game? Because, yeah, that game, like, the gene tonics were not even close to functioning like that. Like, or the armor didn't even come close to functioning like that. Like, they were all samey, and they did next to nothing for the gameplay experience. Like, what is this?
Extreme damage. He would stun everyone around him, then he would kill those guys, and they would stun more guys, and they would stun more guys, and it kind of went out from there. I really built up my melee.
I never saw any ability like that.
Hey, melee, you don't select a weapon, just a one-button hit, and it's just triangle. Bam, melee.
And it's useless. It's fucking bad. The melee mechanics are bad in this game. Really bad.
I had mods to where my melee was set up to where I could reach 3 times farther than normal melee. So I would shoot someone, get him down to where I can kill him with melee, hit him with my melee. I had another mod that if I killed him with melee, I got life. And
yeah, the health restoration is very minimal and almost worthless. Hey, here's a question. What was the trade-off for that? Because usually the only ones that are even vaguely useful usually have some sort of huge drawback. The only ones that are really all that useful, the only one that's really useful is the ability that allows you to double your shield restoration rate. That is the only one that's of any value. Everything else sucks.
I had a mod that gave me a 40% chance of getting salt, which is pretty much mana when a guy died. So, boom, kill, life, mana. Rinse and repeat. There are so many combinations that you can do that
Yeah, there are more combinations for a deck of cards than there are atoms in the universe, but that doesn't make Solitaire feel any less samey after a while. Sure, you can maybe get a bunch of different combinations and permutations for the various fucking armor systems, but that doesn't mean anything if the payoff is garbage.
I'm telling you, I could play through the game again, I will play it differently. Replay value, key in any game, really. And you read...
Except for this game, because there's none.
Now, as for the story of Bioshock Infinite, it's great. It's one of the best you will play in a first-person shooter.
It's one of the worst storylines I've played in a game, period.
Like that. I'm pretty sure it's the best you will play in a first-person shooter. This guy, this prophet of Columbia...
So he's literally putting it above the first game. I mean, wow.
His Comstock. He has this girl in the tower, so you need to go to the tower to get the girl. You need to save the princess, ultimately. And I love that about this game. It's an old school, the knight is going to save the princess from the tower.
No, it ripped off Bioshock 2.
It's being guarded by a dragon. Only it's not a dragon, it's this songbird thing. It's a big mechanical bird, and he's scary as shit. When this bird comes at you, you're like, let's run, let's do that. It has some of those Uncharted 2 moments where you're playing through the action scene, and it's intense because it's all first person. You feel like you are there. As for Elizabeth, she's awesome.
She's awful. She's awful. By the way, you say because it's first person you feel like you're there? Yeah, that's every fucking FPS game out there. That's every FPS. And Elizabeth sucks?
I don't think I'm supposed to have a crush on a game chick who actually doesn't exist, but...
Okay, so is that official confirmation that the only reason people even pretend that Elizabeth is good is because of her tits? Because, like, she sucks.
I do, and her name is Elizabeth from Bioshock Infinite. She's just really fun. It's like, stop being like Natalie Portman from Garden State, but also like Belle from Beauty and the Beast.
What? Okay, but that doesn't fit to her fucking characterization. That's not what her personality should be like based on her fucking history. It makes no sense that somebody who lived in a tower like that has a personality of a poppy, upbeat Disney princess, which is then shoved down your fucking throat.
Adult man, ladies and gentlemen. And she's useful too. She takes care of...
No, she's not. She gets in the way all the fucking time. Whatever, we've already been over this one. She's not useful at all.
She doesn't have to be protected. You'll be shooting guys.
Yeah, because the fucking enemies are too stupid to notice her. Yeah, they didn't make it as annoying as usual fucking escort missions because they copped out. That's not a solution. Need I remind you again, by the way, that Eleanor Lamb was also a fucking companion character, and she also didn't need you holding her hand to save her, because she was fucking tough and she dealt with shit on her own. It was very common to just walk into a room and find everyone already dead because Eleanor wiped them all out. Alright? That was like 3 years before this game.
She'll be like, I'm running out of ammo. She'll be like, hey, I got some ammo, and she'll throw it to you, and you'll be like...
Yeah, and if they didn't cripple Booker, then she wouldn't appear useful. You would not fucking fall for... You would not see that and pretend that she's useful.
Like... That's exactly what I needed right then and there at that time. Thank you for not being a useless game chick. And thank you for being hot, too.
Hot? Yep. Okay, so this is the confirmation right there. The only reason people pretend that Elizabeth is a great companion is because she's fat material. That's confirmation right there. Yeah, this bitch sucks. This bitch fucking sucks. And like I said, if you subbed in Booker with Jack, no one would give a shit about Elizabeth. That is the thing. Because the only reason Elizabeth optically appears useful is because she basically returns all the abilities that Booker had that Jack had that they didn't give to Booker, alright? Carrying medkits, carrying Eve hypos, multiple ammo types, being able to hold all of your weapons at once, all that stuff. Hacking, opening doors, even if something as simple as opening a door, all that stuff. They took it away from Booker's moveset so that they can give it to Elizabeth.
Best of both worlds, and that ain't bad. Bioshock Infinite is obviously the opposite Bioshock game. What makes humans human? What makes humanity humanity? And how dark can it get? It shows the religious aspect to that same psychological spectrum.
What do you mean psychological spectrum? It doesn't talk about religion at any level other than to say Christianity's bad, which is poorly thought out and poorly written. It's a terrible approach to that kind of thing. And its writing is garbage. And yeah, I know, it's the anti-Bioshock, by which I mean Bioshock 1 is good, this game is bad. It's as Mr. Enter put it, when you try to be as different as you can from good, you will be bad. That is why this game is terrible.
Bioshock 1 shows what happens if a really ambitious person breaks away from any country to see how far he can advance humanity with science with no rules binding him. Bioshock Infinite shows what happens if someone breaks away in that same way, but advances in a religious aspect.
Except it doesn't do that! It doesn't do that whatsoever! Because it literally just amounts to, Booker's remorseful because he committed Wounded Knee, then he gets a baptism, becomes Hitler 2.0, and then that's it. That's his entire story. Also, he's still taking advantage. They basically played up every single offensive religious stereotype in the book, but they basically just stopped one short by having him not shout about blasphemy. And like I said, plasmids and vigors don't make any sense being here because it doesn't make sense in a hyper-religious city that they would ever develop this shit. And this is again when you do not account for the fucking stupid-ass retcons in Burial at Sea.
And I'm not going to take that away from you guys, which means I'm also not going to talk about the ending of Bioshock Infinite in this video.
Doesn't matter, the ending sucked.
I do want to make a video talking about the ending of Bioshock Infinite. But being one guy in a one-man production here on my channel, it's difficult to talk about everything. So I would like to, but I don't want to make promises, but I really enjoy a game. So you're not like, oh, it lost the whole horror aspect because the writing and the genius of the storytelling just sucks you in. You're like, I don't care. It's like everything was put...
Yeah, I don't care either. I wasn't concerned about the loss of the horror aspect. I was just busy being annoyed about how terrible everything else is. Plus, here's the other thing. Like I said, the issue with the removal of the horror aspect is they still have elements that only fit for a horror game, like the loot system, which doesn't fucking fit to a game like this.
Bioshock Infinite, not thinking about setting it up for a sequel, not thinking if a sequel could happen, but making Bioshock Infinite the best game possible. I love it when storytellers do that. It shows that they care. This is a strong contender.
Nobody fucking cared in this game's development. Nobody cared.
For Game of the Year 2013, I would not be surprised if it wins. Games, they have their work cut out for them for this year. And Bioshock Infinite is awesome-tacular.
Oh, fuck, that was a terrible video. Okay, last one.
As early as Miyamoto, video games have had more of their fair share of auteurs. Tim Schafer, Fumito Ueda, and of course, Hideo Kojima. To have a cohesive years of planning, perfectionism, and obstacles. It too, developed by someone with a singular vision. Critics, including myself, proclaimed it one of the best games in the past decade. But as the years add up, so do criticism. So, Ken Levine, was your last game everything you hoped it would be? Is it every out with Biased? Following our theme this month is Threequel Month, and to go in line with that, we are at Bioshock Infinite. Let's begin.
By the way, do you have any thoughts on the completionist himself?
I've never watched any of his videos.
Alright. Well, I watched his Bioshock 2 video and it was pretty fucking terrible, and he did say he was part of the G4 TV disaster. But whatever, let's just give it the benefit of the doubt. I have no idea.
Bioshock Infinite without first acknowledging its predecessors, because Bioshock and Bioshock Infinite overlap in all kinds of ways. Primarily, their
funny that you left out the one this game ripped off.
Emergence from the mind of its tortured creator. Ken Levine, the director of Bioshock.
Not even gonna comment on the beach again because we've already gone through that, but that's fucking stupid.
As emblematic of the word auteur as you can get. This guy bleeds for his games, and it has paid off every time. Levine caught his first job in gaming at Looking Glass. Gamers aren't a load of angry, Mountain Dew-swilling, violence-hungry sociopaths. Many gamers are well-read intellects. Many, not tellers. Cementing Bioshock into game.
So is this basically the commentary of play Bioshock Infinite or you're a pathetic man-child or something?
History, Ken Levine was approached to make the Underwater City. Ken Levine was approached to make a direct sequel in Rapture, but he declined. He had done everything he wanted with the Underwater City. Respect. He must have turned down a McDuck-sized...
That's with respect? No, it's not. First off, the Bioshock 2 development team was basically fucked over in the worst possible way by, not having a proper budget or anything like that. You do realize that if Ken Levine had been allowed to... If Ken Levine had actually given a shit, he would have actually made some effort to try and help the Bioshock team and 2K Marin actually get something more cohesive together. The end result is that Bioshock 2 was a better game than this one. And by the way, you say it's good that he turned down Bioshock 2 and turned down a large amount of money out of artistic integrity, yet he went on to make Bioshock Infinite and basically did the exact same thing you praised him for turning down before. What?
But hey, Bioshock 2 was still a hell of a game. Even Ken admitted that they did a great job wrapping up the story of Rapture.
Funny, Ken Levine says that, he says that he respects the team, but he clearly in his actions, he shows the exact opposite, considering that Burial at Sea was basically made as one big giant middle finger to 2K Marin. By the way, it's funny that this guy is praising gave Bioshock 2 shit for apparently recycling vigors too much, but give this game, he gives Bioshock 2 shit for recycling vigors too much, but praises this game for doing the same damn thing.
Bears atop a birthday cake ice cream on a shortcake. Ah, God damn it, now I want to go to Cold Stones. I'll be right back.
Are you gonna hold on this joke?
Okay.
Variables and constants. The same, yet different. It's hard to look at Bioshock Infinite without comparing it to the original. Both follow
I played this game first, so I can definitely tell you I didn't compare it to the original initially.
an engaging sci-fi period piece. Both have distinct visuals and effective vocal performances. Both usher the player through a rich and deteriorating world full of violent egomaniacs. But it's what Bioshock Infinite stacks on top of the first that escalates it to the heights appropriate to the city in which it takes place. In the original Bioshock, you played as a silent protagonist, and the narrative was more about the city of Rapture rather than the journey of the main character. This time in Infinite, the story is all about the people that are still alive.
Which is funny because every single one of them is more of a zombie than the fucking splicers in the first game.
Post-revolution landscape barren of any sort of sanity, Columbia is still very much alive and populated.
Funny, you can barely even tell because, like I said, every human in the fucking city is a goddamn zombie.
With a level of detail brought to the city that adds depth to the experiences within.
Really? You're arguing the NPCs are detailed? Really? They look like garbage!
But rotating around the tent pole of an emotional, character-driven narrative with the backbone of steampunk sci-fi.
I mean, yeah, it's a bad steampunk, but sure, it's a steampunk.
Ask the girl and wipe away the debt. Get ready to hear that a lot. Booker is charged with one task. Go find a girl and bring her back. The hitch is this particular girl is 20,000 leagues over the sea. Enough to merit a playthrough. Originally a captive living alone with nothing but books and, well, an incredible ability to distort time and
every time they play this clip, it makes no fucking sense. She apparently had a fucking longing to go to Paris, and she literally had a portal to Paris right fucking there. I keep saying it, the entire goddamn game never had to happen. The whole fucking game is a filler arc, considering Elizabeth could have walked out of Columbia whenever the fucking hell she wanted to.
And apparently traveled through time because Star Wars was a thing in that particular scene.
Oh, it's so stupid.
It's a sort of Disney princess / atomic weapon type, and then shifts as the world she escaped to isn't as beautiful as she once thought.
Okay, where is any of this coming from? That wasn't her personality or her characterization in the game at all. That's in line with what her characterization would have been if anyone on the writing team gave a shit. Unfortunately, her personality is poppy upbeat Disney princess. That's it. We take the poppy upbeat Disney princess and they shove it down your throat because they can't be bothered to make an actual character for her.
The connection runs deeper due to her expressive animations and killer voice work by...
Her animations are bad? Her voice work is fine, but her animations are bad. They're really bad. Like, what are you talking about?
You're a liar, Mr. DeWitt. And a thug.
As tight...
I mean, I guess whatever, I guess it'd be a bit of an exaggeration to say they're, like, terrible, but yeah, her animations aren't good.
The design is, this game wouldn't be the touchstone it is without her. The action brought players...
No, this game would actually be leagues better without her.
To the game, but Elizabeth is what kept it in their heads. Now, one minor thing for me here. She is incredibly well adjusted for a woman who only had books and was raised by a giant mechanical bird. I understand why they had to overlook the social repercussions she would face. It would...
What do you mean?
Really slow down the game if you had to spend a chapter teaching her to hold her farts while inside an elevator.
So, why did your mind even go there in the first place? I don't even... Why? Why? I'm not sure if this is a dedicated response to a specific person or a specific video or anything like that, because I know there have been others that have, like Matthew Matosis, who have commented on how it makes no sense that Elizabeth is characterized this way. But, like, every comment, every complaint I've heard from anyone talking about this aspect of Elizabeth have always mentioned specifically the idea of her being reserved and, you know, not outgoing. I don't even know how, why, or where you even came to the decision that the only solution, the only options were to either make her a poppy upbeat Disney princess or to, like, or farts. What? Off the top of my head, I can just think of a couple ways you can develop Elizabeth's personality and characterization better than either the terrible way they actually did or your idiotic interpretation of it. So here's some potential scenarios. I mean, most people already mentioned the idea of Elizabeth being heavily reserved, but that could also be a really interesting pairing. You know, that could be a very interesting opposite type approach to Booker, right? Booker, following the events of Wounded Knee, could potentially spend the entire game being basically pacifistic, sort of like the Rurouni Kenshin idea, right? He's super pacifistic and has a very strict no-kill code out of guilt and remorse for, you know, for his previous transgressions. much like Rurouni Kenshin. That could be fairly interesting, right? And then Elizabeth, on the other hand, who is, angry at Columbia for the way for the way she was raised, but at the same time also potentially believing in many of the, less than ideal teachings they had instilled in her, might potentially be extremely bloodthirsty and aggressive. Or hell, what if Elizabeth was a hardcore racist? I mean, she grew up under Columbia's beliefs that black people are inferior and all that stuff. So what if she came out of that genuinely believing the same things? What if she genuinely believed in, subjugation of, the N-words? That could be interesting. And then Booker could dedicate extended periods of time to having to help her, get an idea of that. Or maybe Elizabeth isn't so much as racist, but, definitely believes that, her enemies should be killed without mercy. Go nuts. And of course, it's easy on her because, Booker's the one doing it. Booker's the one pulling the trigger. Remember the guy who gave the shock jockey, the bald guy with, yeah? What if in the choice sequence there, Elizabeth was the one urging Booker to kill, and Booker refused? That could be interesting. Or maybe during the Daisy Fitzroy death, since, Daisy Fitzroy was, one of the only inclusions in the entire game that wasn't awful. Daisy Fitzroy was basically one of the only people I actually kind of liked. Her death scene, what if we change that up? With Elizabeth having to be super bloodthirsty, now she has to come to terms, she has to, actually kill Daisy Fitzroy. And she'd, have to actually learn things, because even though she kept talking about wanting to kill, now that she has to actually do it, instead of just pointing at something and Booker shooting it for her, she actually has to deal with that. Hell, maybe if you want to do an upbeat Disney princess thing, you could, but you could have it be sort of like a mask that she uses to trick her own insecurities, to trick her own trauma, That could be interesting. No, we get none of that. I don't know how in the world your mind went immediately to farting as a development. How? Why and how did your mind even go there? With all the different ways they could have handled this aspect of her better. The fact that your immediate thought process was like a 20-minute QuickTime event fart minigame is... How and why did you even think of something like that? I'd like to hope this isn't being made as a deliberate straw man towards, the others who have criticized that aspect of her character. So we'll give the benefit of the doubt in assuming that's not what actually happened. But even still, wow, this is a terrible take. How did you ever come to this decision? How did you come to this conclusion? How? How could you be this stupid? How? You're talking about how it would slow down the pacing of the game. Well, maybe if you cut out the constant recycling of the track down Elizabeth part, which happens 3 separate times, then maybe there'd be more time for this stuff. You do realize that more than half of the game is padding.
If you have gone this far in life without having the ending spoiled for you, congratulations on using the internet for the first time. I'll just say the game racks up the stakes, leading to a conclusion of ambitious proportion, and in my opinion, sticks to the landing.
It doesn't, but whatever.
Bioshock Infinite's narrative remains a supreme standout in video games, and merits at least a second playthrough to hunt for the foreshadowing and themes blended seamlessly into every corner.
Themes again.
Yep. Every time. Themes! Oh god, I'd actually stopped to play the video parodying this whole fucking theming commentary, but we're already on a time crunch and I want this shit over with as fast as possible.
The balance between combat.
I swear to God, I hate the word themes now.
Yep. I mean, here's the thing: you can give art some theming and make it worth something, but yeah, it's when you get shit like this that it gets annoying.
And narrative
And again, here's the thing: what are the themes? The theme is constants and variables. The theme is religion. The theme is racism. Okay, what do they do with those themes? Themes. What do they do with them? Themes! That's it. That's as far as they go. Literally what I've summarized right there is the depth of the themes.
Portions, cutscenes never feel overlong, especially since you're looking and listening for any clarification on what the hell is going on. The only time they may drag on is in a 3rd or 4th playthrough when my desire to skip scenes goes unheeded.
Or when your fucking shitty game doesn't autosave correctly and you have to rely on the autosave that doesn't work. Yeah, like that. When that happened to me.
Just like Bioshock's Rapture, Infinite's Columbia is...
Look at that! Look at this shit! They're fucking phasing through each other's bodies! Look at this! Really? The animation is good? Since fucking when?
Columbia is a character all its own. The city is now teeming with people. And
yeah, all of them are basically zombies that look the same, and they look like garbage.
The stores, the posters, all contribute to the complex entity that is the city in the sky. Created to be a floating monument to American exceptionalism, Columbia quickly became inundated with ideas of xenophobia, divine retribution, and classism.
Yeah, all of which is not touched on. Beyond any level, then, it's there.
Therefore, the city withdrew itself from the Sodom below to create its own society based on distorted constitutional ideology. With its gilded staircases and gleaming gold motifs, it provides a glaring and sickening dichotomy between it and the abhorrent actions taken within its walls. Infinite has spared the scares of the previous...
Oh my god, this is like... Oh my god, I can see what Mahler was talking about when he... I know he's referring to Snyder's Justice League, but god, this is like an embodiment of like... of these fucking stupid video essay guys being as bloated and pretentious as the fucking games they cover. Jesus Christ.
The people who follow Elizabeth's capture and guiding prophet of Columbia, Comstock, have lost their goddamn minds. Shouts of psychosis and misery ring out from enemies. Indoctrination and racism permeate the world.
Yet there's not even a single point where somebody questions, hey, should we start killing all these people if they technically didn't get to make their own choices? And we're just indoctrinated into this insane cult? No, we're not talking about that one too, huh?
Lady sweeping her porch while it's engulfed in flames. Lady, I told you the same thing Animal Control told me. Just because you pretend it isn't there doesn't mean it won't kill you. But the unsung hero of Infinite is the sound design. Each gun looks great, and the action...
I mean, I'll give him that. The sound design is okay, but it's not like it's anything groundbreaking. It's solid, I guess.
Chunk smack of audio that you can feel enemies scream with such severity, I almost feel bad for them. Probably because everybody brings it on the voiceover front, not just the...
Yeah, his arm is going through his body again. I guess I can kind of accept that one because technically he's supposed to be like in a quantum derangement mode or something. And by the way, that's another one. They basically tell you that if you die in another reality, then all versions of you go insane and start jittering and stuttering. Yet apparently that exact thing never happens to anyone except for when it's plot relevant. Like, Booker should absolutely be going insane.
Troy Baker as Booker and Courtney Draper as Elizabeth are some of the best vocal performances that I've ever heard. They deserve every compliment coming to them.
I mean, yes, their voiceover work was good, but it doesn't mean anything much when the script they were given was shit.
Let him take me.
Like that scene right there, for example. That scene is fucking terrible. It is the embodiment of pretentious bullshit. Why would you play this as an example? See, this is what I mean. The voiceover work was fine, but they can't do much with a terrible script.
They put into getting a crying scene for Elizabeth to hit.
Keep going.
I don't care if you're uncomfortable or not. Pull it the fuck together. Don't fucking laugh.
Okay, you were right. I can't control it. It's not possible.
Nobody tell Courtney that scene never made it into the final game. An element of true genius.
Yeah, that's gotta be an insult.
Since songs, Irrational Games got the rights to use.
The songs really weren't anything that special, but okay.
Weird ragdoll goofs occasionally, like a body floating in midair or a seizing case of restless arm syndrome and some voice-to-mouth desync, but it does little to mar the intricate connections everything has with the story of Booker, Elizabeth, and Columbia. Even 5 years into console generation later, Infinite's presentation still leaves little to criticize. It's so
no, the presentation is really bad.
Between it and the previous. Plasmids from the first game are now Vigors. Upgrade slots are now...
Alright, may as well take the opportunity to bring this up about Vigors and Plasmids. So, here's the thing. It makes no fucking sense why Vigors are here anymore. Like, first off, where did the atom come from? Did it come from a flying pig? How did they do this? And of course, the withdrawal symptoms. Now, did I already tell you what Michael said in response to the withdrawal symptoms issue that I mentioned? Did I already mention that?
Yeah, you told something about them having a little sister daycare that...
Yeah, okay, I did mention it. Yeah, that'd be stupid. Suggesting they apparently had a little sister's daycare. The fucking thing that didn't even work in Rapture, and they apparently have another one here, which is just off screen somewhere. But here's the issue as well. What doesn't make any sense, though? Like, I can accept it. Like, if, I actually drew a hypothetical idea, and the funny thing is, actually, despite how much Bioshock 2 is blatantly ripping off this game, that game actually gave them an out. If you look at the image that I posted, you will see that, you will see kind of the graph that I made, because Bioshock 2 introduced the concept that there is a form of biomass, right? And this is apparently what the atom came from. Now, this, of course, creates issues in its own storyline, because it suggests that apparently you know, they were going through an atom shortage, yet apparently they had a prison built in a trench from the source of atom. But regardless, you can explain it at the very least that, like, it manifests, that the atom had, like, manifested, the biomass had manifested differently in Rapture than it does here in Columbia. You still have to explain the source of the biomass in this game's world, but the end result is the same. Establishing that the salt that's used to create vigors are an offshoot of the biomass, and a different branch from Adam. This way you can explain why stuff like withdrawal symptoms aren't that big of a deal, because instead of withdrawal symptoms, there's like an overdose situation. And I do remember hearing something about how that's apparently what the vigor junkies or vigor splicers were going to do. It was going to be an overdose issue as opposed to a withdrawal thing. Don't ask for a citation. I don't remember where I read or found out about it, but I know it's out there somewhere. Anyway, they can explain it like that. And they can address a lot of other stuff in this regard. You know, they can fix a lot of other plot holes by explaining it like that. The funny thing that they ripped off Bioshock 2, but they didn't take into account the one easy out Bioshock 2 actually gave them to fix their terrible story and close their shitty plot holes is ridiculous. They should have been fucking grateful for the release of Bioshock 2. And the funny thing is, when it came to Boreal at Sea, instead of taking any account of that, they simply tried to go out of their way to retcon Bioshock 2 right out of existence and make a giant fucking middle finger to 2K Marin while simultaneously putting the entire goddamn series through a wood chipper. Fuck Boreal at Sea and fuck this game.
Now clothing, Eve shots have become bottles of salts. At first glance, it could seem uninspired or safe, but as the saying goes,
at first glance it's uninspired and safe, and when you think about it deeper, it's also uninspired and lazy.
If it ain't broke, add roller coasters. Because
if it ain't broke, don't fix it. When did you say this in Bioshock 2? My god, the double standards.
What Infinite really does. It takes what works as a foundation and builds the risk on top of it.
You can say the same about Bioshock 2.
Combo worked. So instead of changing it for variety's sake, International Games explored the possibilities this combat style availed to them.
But they didn't explore any possibilities with these abilities.
For the uninitiated, the Bioshock combat concept is gun in one hand and power in the other. In this
Okay, so let's go down the list. Possession, a stun, a shield, a damage dealing stun, a charge, a stun, and a stun. Like, come on, guys.
A collection of 8 different vigors, like the bucking bronco that suspends enemies
a stun,
in the air, or my personal favorite, the undertow.
A stun.
This thing was essential to my completing, as most of the tougher enemies can be pulled around it and launched off the side of the map, reducing a long sniper encounter to a split-second shove into a fall long enough you can write and notarize your will before you even got halfway to the ground. During a majority of the game, you'll have Elizabeth in tow, your own sort of Lilu Dallas multipass. But instead of this being a giant escort quest, thankfully, Elizabeth plays a more aggressive role in combat.
No, she doesn't! The enemies just don't shoot her anymore. That's it. She just sits in the corner and sucks her thumb while you do all the work.
Form of tears. Yo, real talk? Elizabeth can tear time and space to bring things into existence.
And I will remind you that in the original demos, she appeared way more useful than now.
Giving you access to extra guns, traps, and even a minigun-toting Abe Lincoln robot.
Yeah, but unfortunately the vast majority of options with her are crate or different crate. Sure, the robots and stuff are nice when they show up, but those are very few and far between. And frankly, I'd much rather just have my upgraded security bullseye from the second game, which also gave me the power to do exactly that.
Then there's the Skyhook.
Which are dumb.
Skyhook essentially turns Columbia into a giant roller coaster, right?
Yeah, and you know what the thing about roller coasters is that they go in one direction on rails, okay? That's exactly the problem with it here. Like you had already mentioned, Tom Bag, is that Infamous 2 basically was the rail grinding sequences in this game done better, and Infamous 1 and 2 came out quite a while before this game.
Combat is full of options, as well as possibility with 8 vigors and 2 guns at your disposal. On medium, you're free to experience.
Except for the whole thing about having only 2 guns is a shitty limit, but I'm not even going to talk about that because I want this video over with.
As you hit the harder difficulties, improvisation becomes more of a necessity. Many critics had an issue with the mechanic of only being able to carry 2 guns at once.
Please do not fucking defend this game on that front. Do not fucking give the critics shit for that.
But for me, I like it.
Oh, fuck.
Okay, to be fair, he said he likes it, okay? And that is an opinion, that is subjective. He's allowed to say that, okay? So let's be fair. As long as the logic behind it isn't stupid. If he says anything beyond I like it, then it's a problem.
2 guns at once. But for me, I like it. Having only 2 weapons pressures you to adapt by either looking for new armaments.
Here it is. Here's the stupid. Having only 2 weapons makes you experiment more. Having 2 weapons makes you experiment more. It does the opposite. Giving me all my weapons makes me experiment more. Oh god, admittedly adapting is a nice way of saying it, but you've essentially said the exact same thing with a different way, with a different word choice. You still said the same thing though.
This is exactly what I was afraid of. This length of this fucking agony.
Ugh. And I've been skipping through as much of it as I can.
New armaments.
Have we suffered enough?
Look, I'm the one who has to fucking edit this piece of shit, okay? I'm the one who has to edit this damn video, and I'm the one who had to play the fucking game. I feel like my suffering outweighs everyone else's.
Yeah, but we're here suffering too now.
Yep.
On strategic vigor and tear usage. Because when my guns were heavily stocked, it was easy to forget my vigors even existed.
That is not a fucking good endorsement. Your commentary about why the vigors are great is that they basically make your weapons work like shit to make the vigors look good in comparison. Hey, maybe if the vigors were just better, this wouldn't be a problem. But no, instead they function like garbage, okay? Every vigor in this game is fucking shit. So yeah, of course, and they all function the same as well. So yeah, of course, you're going to fucking realize that once you start using your weapons and they're stocked up properly, that you're gonna forget your vigors. The solution isn't to make the fucking weapons worse, it's to make the vigors better. Especially since Bioshock 2 laid the fucking groundwork, which this game ripped off 1-to-1.
At this point, I want the game to push me to explore every aspect of my ability.
No, the player should be allowed to explore the aspect whatever, I'm not even gonna get this.
And throttling my weapon access is a way to do that.
Oh my god, you literally said it. Throttling my weapon access is a way to do it. Yes, fucking the player over and limiting options is a better way to force them to experiment with whatever's left behind. Holy shit. This is like a parody of a review of this game. This is the review I would write for Bioshock Infinite as a joke.
You don't run into many different types of enemies in Infinite, leaving out different stuff when you are trying to suss out what you need to kill first. The flying automated machine gun, or mechanical Patrick Stewart with an exposed heart. Mix them together in different environments and the combat never feels stale.
No. First off, it does in fact feel stale and samey very quickly, but the end result is basically that all they do is they just try to create difficulty by throwing everything they can at you. They throw as many enemies as the fucking gaming engine can even handle, and they basically just make them all bullet sponges. That's difficulty for these guys.
The main campaign has ditched any type of puzzle elements, but to be real, the plot itself is enough for me to wrap my head around. Good, I say. Stick to your...
Plot is terrible, but whatever.
Be ready for some awkward audio battles between the Voxophone and Elizabeth.
I've read about her. Books say she's out to tear Columbia from the sky.
It happens more often than you would think.
Thank you. He addresses that.
The primary campaign for everything? First is the Clash in the Clouds. Essentially, it's a series of challenge maps with optional blue ribbon challenges involving caveats like use only this weapon or kill this enemy first. Every round earns you cash for what you do during the fray, and you'll use this to load your weapons or vigors with upgrades that transcend throughout the mode. If you are intent on hitting every blue ribbon, then anything benevolent, entirely luck-based maps. Unfortunately,
yeah, Clash of Clouds is worthless. I get it.
Insanely difficult, it's just arduous. Clouds? Well, the rules are simple. Turn on Clash in the Clouds, achieve something, and then the PS4 crashes because 2K Games hates you. What makes it even more bonkers, it crashed. Had caught one of those elusive blue ribbons. The Burial at Sea DLC was split into 2 different parts. The setting of these 2 episodes alone is a massive spoiler to the end of Bioshock Infinite.
Yeah, here's the spoiler warning. They retconned the ending to the main game right out of existence, so it doesn't really matter.
In fact, almost everything about Burial at Sea is a spoiler, so I'll hit the things to expect. Episode 1 is almost shamelessly a setup for Episode 2. So much so, it feels like they were intended to come out as one full experience, but were in fact split up.
I can believe that. Either way, it was fucking terrible. My god, that blood looks bad. That blood looks really bad.
The conclusion of Episode 1 was so sudden, I just kind of threw my arms up and said, really? It takes place in a new setting with a few new abilities given to you, like a new freezing vigor and a literal microwave gun that hyperheats foes to the point of becoming a flesh grenade.
So it's a shittier ion laser, thanks.
It puts the combat back into tighter corridors and to mixed results, especially after seeing what happens to combat when the ceiling is removed. Collectibles and other trophies are attainable and not really necessary, nor did I find it desirable. If it weren't for the exciting new setting and necessary introduction into Infinite's final chapter, this DLC may have been a bit of a letdown. But
a bit of a letdown? The fucking DLC was garbage. Oh, do not fucking go on praising fucking Burial at Sea Part 2, you dumb shit.
Thank God for Episode 2. Episode 2 does what the main game did so well, with the exploring the capabilities of its established.
Episode 2 is terrible. It fucking burned the entire series to the ground.
High-flying action, it's about stealth.
Yeah, a bad stealth game. It's like a fucking... Look, if you want a good stealth game, you're better off just playing fucking Dishonored. It's basically this game done right.
Toolkit and strategy revolve around sneaking and traveling.
It was made by the creator of the Thief franchise, and it's one of the worst fucking stealth games I've ever played.
His original experience with Thief pays off, creating a stealth...
Wait, what?
You walk, take effect, as Ken Levine's original experience with Thief pays off.
What are you talking about? I haven't even played the original Thief, and even I can tell you this is a severely lazy downgrade from the original Thief.
Creating a stealth experience that involves more than just not being seen. And the story remains great and ties most of the loose ends together left by Booker and Liz's original adventure.
Yeah, the loose ends that they themselves created. It doesn't tie anything together. It fucking burns the entire series down and retcons the shit out of everything. It literally retcons itself. Burial at Sea Part 2 was... It fucking put all of the Bioshock series through a goddamn wood chipper. Fuck that game.
The trophies are attainable rather painlessly, except for 1999 mode. Well, and you better believe I jumped at each exploit. At its least forgiving, I still would play 1999 mode. Even if it didn't have a trophy. The game is goddamn good. The vigors, guns, and skyline are...
All of it is terrible. Like, are you... Like, you're not saying anything. You're basically just saying, it's good, it's cool, it's fun, it's... Yeah, please expand on some of these points.
Were figured out. Burial at Sea accentuates this, as things were only slightly adjusted to benefit the stealth aspect. It made completing this game a joy, as I knew I could. This combination is a great dish.
God, he's not even saying anything, just empty descriptors and filler words.
Defame yet Srent. Surprisingly, the main story segment of Infinite comes with absolutely no additional rewards or features. I wouldn't hold these transgressions to such a high standard the first time around, but this is the remaster. There was time to find and repair the issues before release, but you didn't. And according
yeah, they had 6 years of fucking development. They couldn't even fix the terrible game in that time. You really expect them to give a shit about the remaster after they've already gotten blind praise from stupid journalist dick suckers? Really?
Even with its mistakes, it all comes back to the beginning. The gameplay is just as exhilarating as it was when today. Come on, ain't timeless because of the stylized approach.
Stylized approach? It's not a good stylized approach. Again, it's a shitty wannabe steampunk game. That's pretty much the visual style. Only it's in an environment in the sky that's illogical and stupid.
And the narrative elements? Come on.
He says how great the narrative elements are while pulling one of the most pretentious and obnoxious scenes in the whole game. Or at least I'd say it's one of the most pretentious and obnoxious scenes. You can't really tell because there's so many to choose from.
If you don't have a big serving of the feels with a side of intrigue due to this game, then I want you to check your oil levels because you are a f***ing robot.
Oh, there's the comment. Yep, we got one of those. We read one of those reviews in part 2 of the Let's Play. Yep, if you're not invested in this fucking piece of shit game, if you're not practically bawling your eyes out when this lazy, fucking pretentious, shallow garbage starts shoving its condescending shit in your face. If you're not invested in that, then you're barely even human because, oh, it's such a great tearjerker. Oh my god.
It's all still there.
And this is the thing, because as soon as you start pointing out the problems, that's when you get people saying, you know, it's just a video game, it doesn't matter. Oh god, Jesus
While
Christ.
Completing Bioshock Infinite, there were 40 hours of total playtime, 37 deaths, 122 audio logs collected, 2 full campaign playthroughs, including 1999 mode, and 4 times I went to Coldstone in one day before they Coldstones. In the way
Don't
of
pay
making
attention to this.
Bioshock Infinite a smooth completion process. Audio logs are fun to find. Difficulties provide an escalating, enjoyable challenge that pushes.
No, they don't! The difficulties do not provide an escalating, enjoyable challenge. They just fucking hit you over the head with everything they can fucking put together.
You owe it to yourself to play this thing, just to see what one person with an incendiary passion.
Yeah, I play the game and it's bad.
A game that I enjoyed thoroughly from start to finish. However, when you're looking at the completionist aspect of things, 1999 mode, not too bad. The trophies and achievements, not too bad. I give this game my completionist rating of finish it.
Yep.
So it's
Yay.
somewhere on the internet.
Okay, it's over. It's fucking over. It's fucking over. Holy shit, those were fucking bad. Any closing commentary anyone wants to give?
No more. No fucking more.
Hope everyone's excited for Burial at Sea. I sure as fuck am not.
Who's taking part in that?
I'm not sure.
You, Michael, and who?
Okay, so I'm not sure. I don't know if you want to return. I don't know if Tombag wants to return. I'm sure he just wants to see me get drunk, so he may enjoy that one. And, yeah, I want to see if I can get Alex on it. The thing as well is I want to try and get people who are going to, like, really give commentary. Problem is, Yeah, Michael doesn't really tend to give a whole lot of commentary on this sort of stuff. Like, we were doing Bioshock 2 with him, and I still want to finish it with him, but, like, I kind of realized very quickly I'm going to be the one doing the majority of the commentary on that one, so I need to get people who I can, like, really, really, like, interact with. But yeah, it's going to be sort of a pain. I want to try and get Alex back. I want to try and get Jackson on, Michael. Yeah, he's been making a big deal because he wants to make sure I don't, like, kill myself getting drunk. So, yeah. And, I also want to try and get Tristan on, so hopefully that'll help out a bit. I don't know.